here's a look at our first race of the day. We're going to move up to the O features. As Chris Moore reported, no P features, so those cars that did show will transfer on. Billy Rayburn, Johnny Brown Jr. scheduled to start on the front row with Robert Bell, Isaiah Vasquez in row 2. Josh Bilicki, we saw him in hot laps, will start 5th alongside John Sarna. Joseph Ray IV, Joe Perry in row 4. Chase Osterhoff and Sean Robbins in row 5. Jeff Schindler, Casey Hicks in row number 6. And Colin White and Mike Woodruff. So those cars transferring as well from the P main.
Heated tempers at the top of the ramp. Ladies and gentlemen, Chili Bowl Saturday is underway with the first O main and a great jump for Johnny Brown Jr. off the front row.
Billy Rayburn caught sleeping and he falls back to 3rd. Here comes Josh Bilicki. Here comes Joseph Ray the 4th as well. Perry in the mix. Lap 1 goes to Johnny Brown Jr. We'll take a look, don't forget, on timing and scoring. The yellow caret atop the driver's number on the screen. Those are who are your transfer cars at the moment.
Man, Brown was ready to go. He was eager to get Saturday morning started. Shot out of a cannon there on that start. You see Joe Perry and Chase Osterhoff, Sean Robbins hit by Ray there, who falls out of a transfer spot. We're looking for the top 6. It's going to be top 6 transferring out of pretty much all of these early morning lower mains. I think it switches at the G main somewhere around there.
Yep, top 5 after that.
We're going to be looking for the top 6 for quite a while. There's the 6W, Colin White. Mike Woodruff ahead of him, Joseph Ray the 4th. 3 cars on your screen, all out of transfer spots for now.
Colin White, one of the transfer cars, just by showing up from the first P feature, trying to make his way through the field in that white and blue 6W up to 8th. Needs a couple more spots, and these laps are going to go pretty quickly as you got a battle up to the front of the field. Isaiah Vasquez wants the top spot, and the 35S will get the job done, the driver out of Sacramento, California.
Brown not going to push the issue too much, still in a transfer spot. Surprised how quick the racetrack is this early. Normally for an early morning race, you see the track really juiced up with a lot of moisture, but we know how the track crew talked about just not a lot of time to keep moisture in the racetrack overnight. So racetrack in really good shape here to start the day. Good for these guys. They can race a little bit and try to move forward.
White flag already out for Isaiah Vasquez, Johnny Brown Jr., Josh Bilicki, Joe Perry, Chase Osterhoff, Sean Robbins have the transfer spots. Through turns 3 and 4, he'll pick up a plaque. Isaiah Vasquez wins the first O feature of the day, our first of 32 scheduled races. Johnny Brown Jr., Josh Bilicki, Joe Perry, Chase Osterhoff, and Sean Robbins. Those 6 will move to the back of the first N feature. And unfortunately, Mike Woodruff, Colin White, Joseph Ray, Jeff Schindler, your Chili Bowl comes to an end early this morning.
You know what? You came, guys. Good job. You came. You tried in the early main on Saturday. Bravo. We'll see y'all next year. Next year's your year.
And as Slater Helt said this morning, can't race all day if you don't start in the morning. I like that attitude. So
love it for sure.
The attempt is there. So we've got our first 6 as our second O feature is already down the ramp, and we'll see who makes the call here in a minute. Here's your scheduled lineup, Connor Wade.
Tristan Lee will be on the pole in 23T with Anthony Esberg to his outside. Tim Kent and Nathan Smith make up row 2. Row 3, it's Austin Torgerson and Robert Speed. Row 4, Cody Brewer, Jamie Spears. 5th row, it's Kurt Stellhorn and Kyle Bielman. Row 6, Kevin Carl, Casey Friedrichsen. And that will... Oh no, 2 more rows. Brandon Dean, row 7 alongside Slater Helt. JD Black will round up the field from row number 8. So we're looking at 15 cars, a couple of them moving up from the second P main that was not ran. Friedrichsen, Dean, and Helt, I believe, are the 3 that, or JD Black also, the 4 that made the call. Brian Ward at the top of the ramp, our first interview of the day.
Yeah, got Isaiah Vasquez here. Coming from the 4th spot, you get that win there and moving on. Tell me how the track feels early this morning.
Oh man, it is so greasy out there, dude. I don't know how we're gonna go forward in this next main. We really buried ourselves yesterday, didn't finish 1 race, so we're gonna see how many mains we can go through. Hopefully we can break it through and make the 8 record.
After feeling that track surface from hot laps and then getting to go out for that main event and make some good fast laps, do you think you need to make any changes to this car or just go let her eat?
I think we let her eat, man. This thing is perfect around there. I mean, you know, we don't have as much power as people with SRs or S-Slingers or Toyotas, but on a track like this where it's greasy, I think we'll be perfect.
Yeah, I noticed your engine package is a little bit different than what we see on these, on a lot of these cars. What are you running in here?
This is actually an Ecotech. It's not stock. It's built, I wouldn't say like a Honda, but that's kind of what they're going for with this. They're just trying to get basically an affordable midget engine, and it's honestly not bad. You know, we've been somewhat making it work on the West Coast, and I think it'll be good.
All right, Vasquez going from the O to the N with his Ecotech 35S.
All right, here we go. Second O feature. 6 drivers going to the back of the second N main. Slated to come up next. Lights are out, coming to green. We're underway. Tristan Lee, Anthony Esberg, and Esberg has got problems, and we've just got all sorts of cars trying to avoid. They keep going. Anthony Esberg does not. And so we'll do it again. And yeah, oh my goodness. That front bumper just wedged in the dirt.
That's what it looks like. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like. I wonder if
that had to
fell off a car and somebody ran it over.
Yeah, looks like coming to green because that's turn 3. It fell off a car and somebody ran over it. And I'm assuming that may be the culprit. Again, that's just an assumption.
I think if Esberg came to a stop, it's definitely problems beyond not having a front bumper.
Yeah.
No, front bumper's still on that car.
Okay. Well, either way, the car not coming to life on the drop of the green. And heads up to all the drivers, or kudos to all the drivers for having the heads up to avoid it. And there's the culprit, JD Black. Unfortunately, you don't have a chrome horn to use. The good news is you don't need it. You may. Never know.
He's starting at the very tail of the field.
Yeah, while losing a piece of the race car, we'll get docked back there, kind of like when we see wheel covers. Lights are out. We're going to try it again. Our second O feature, Tristan Lee and now Slater Helt, your front row. And Lee gets a good advantage off into turn number 1 and 2. Tim Kent to the inside, looking for second. Remember, top 6. You see Austin Torgerson in the mix as well. Robert Speak as lap 1 goes to Tristan Lee.
How about Speak getting up there, getting a third early? Here comes Bielman, getting by Smith. Stellhorn right there in 7th. A little bit of contact there between Bielman and Stellhorn, and Tim Kent off the pace. Gathers it back in, gets back up to speed, but lost a couple spots there.
Yeah, this thing's still pretty juiced up the racetrack. A couple guys putting the front ends up in the air. Stellhorn trying to work on Tim Kent for an added insurance spot. Again, that's your bubble right there. The white and blue and black number 11 is your 6th and final transfer car. A little ways back is Kevin Carl in the OJ, as there goes to the outside. Steelhone trying to make something happen, but Tim Kent able to hold tough. These cars are on the outside looking in. Black trying to make his way through, but about a 3-4 car length advantage for Kurt Stellhorn.
Slater Helt trying to make that top side work, getting some positions. He's up to 8. Looks to the outside there of JD Black, and might have a shot here. Only 3 laps to go. 4 laps to go, my bad.
And it's just not enough right now on the top for him to make it work. As you check out your leader, Tristan Lee, Biloxi, Mississippi driver, really smooth as they go around the lap machine of JD Black. Bielman trying to make a move on Robert Speak for 3rd, 2 to go. And the white flag will be out next time by for Tristan Lee. Slater Helt still ripping the top, and he's caught the transfer car of Kurt Stellhorn.
He's coming. Some smoke out of Kent.
Kent is going to blow up, and he is.
Can Slater get by him? Oh, who snuck by? That's Friedrichsen. Friedrichsen got the spot.
Well, they've still got a lap. Checkered flag. Tristan Lee crossed the stripe. Torgerson 2nd. Bielman, Robert Speak, Stellhorn, and Casey Friedrichsen, we believe, snuck by and got the transfer spot. That was wild. Tim Kent blowing up in 3 and 4.
Slater saw Kent blowing up and just couldn't find a clean line around him. Definitely had a faster car, but just kind of got held up. And Friedrichsen snuck by on the inside. Nice drive, Casey Friedrichsen. Hopefully Brian can catch up with him. As everybody heads up the ramp.
They'll get it settled with the officials at the top of the ramp, but that was absolutely insane as Lee, Torgerson, Bielman, Speak, Stellhorn, and Friedrichsen will lock in, and Slater Helt had the mindset about running all day, but man, comes up just short in that 7th spot. All right, so we got some excitement here this morning. Not even 10 o'clock local time.
I'm down with those O-mains. That was fun.
So we'll move on now to our end features. Again, same format, top 6 transfers, 10 laps the distance and some turnarounds for our transfer cars that have made it through one main. Checking in on Twitter, shout out to Jeff Cooley watching from a frozen Red Cloud, Nebraska. That looks absolutely miserable. 14 inches of snow, -3, feels like -30. No thank you, but thanks for tuning in, Jeff, as we go to the top of the ramp with K1 Race Care interview with Chris Moore.
Yeah, guys, I got him here. Casey, last lap wild, but we're pretty confident you got the last spot. Did you even know it?
Not really. I came around, I seen 17 was up, and he was in 5th, and I knew I finished behind him. So, yeah, no, we're just having fun here this weekend and getting some laps in this thing. We don't have very many laps, but we're having fun and hopefully get up through here a little ways.
I was going to say, do you think you have something to keep this Super Run rolling?
Oh, hopefully we can go a little bit further, but I don't have my hopes too high. There's pretty low time in this car, so.
All right, there you go, guys. Just hoping to learn and get some laps, but hey, it's got one gift through to the end now.
Push trucks firing the first of 2 end features out on the racetrack as you join us back live on FloRacing Chili Bowl Nationals coverage presented by NOS Energy Drink as we look at your lineup for our first of 2 end features. 10 laps, top 6 will move on as Joey Clemish and John Murdy will share row number 1. Kate Cowles and Brendan Wisely in row 2. Matt Rossi, Reese Womack, row 3. Row number 4, Brett Kablundi and Tony Helton. Your 9th and 10th starters, Cade Morton and Josh Hawkins. Your transfer cars from our first O feature is Isaiah Vasquez, Johnny Brown Jr., then Josh Balicki, Joe Perry, Chase Osterhoff, and Sean Robbins. Time is out for Brendan Wisely, so we lose 1 here at the start of this first N feature. Top 6 moving on to the back of our first M feature in just a bit as Joey Clemish, John Murdy set the pace off board. Clemish with the advantage. Murdy under attack there from Kate Cowles on the bottom side of the racetrack, up and over the berm. Murdy's going to hold on to second. It's your Joey Clemish, lap 1 leader.
Josh Hawkins in that ADS going at it hard early. He was 3 wide on lap 1 and fighting his way by Murdy and Cowles and into the 2nd spot, but problems going to bring out the yellow and halt that run. I believe that's Tony Helton and Josh Balicki.
Balicki transfer from the first O feature.
Hawkins in that ADS car was on rails.
Not afraid to go elbows up. Oh, and Brown problems for Johnny Brown as well. In the 251, he's climbing out of the race car, so 2 separate incidents. He's over here in turn 3 and 4. Already has the helmet off, so interesting if those 2 incidents were related.
Johnny, one of those transfers out of the O.
He's got business in the front, party in the back. We'll check out the iBox Springs instant replay. This is from our iBox Spring.
Oh.
Wow, so we had a big-time rollover for Johnny Brown, and that was after the incident on the back straightaway. So chalk that one up to the flip count. By the way, coming into today, 45 by my count is the flip count.
Guys, yeah, Johnny Brown getting upside down right in front of me, and good to see him get out of that car under his own power, but Johnny, looks like things got a little tight here in the turn 3. What exactly happened?
Nah, I just got over somebody's right rear. That's part of this game, you know. You stuff it in there, try to make all the positions you can. Right rear will get you every time. I'm sorry, the family back home probably scared y'all a little bit, but we're good. We'll get her fixed up and try again next year.
You heard it, guys. He's obviously done in this Shirley Bowl, but he'll be back next year.
Thank you, Earl.
Did get a lap complete.
Yep, so single file we go. And John Murdy in that 2nd position, talked to him a little bit. Making the trek from New Zealand or Australia to the United States for work. So calling the US of A home as we go back under the green flag, and already some tussling going on inside the transfer spot. We'll keep an eye on Tony Helton. First car out as you look at your battle toward the front. Hawkins isn't done. He wants Kate Cowles for that 3rd position.
Hawkins came into this hungry for some soup. Smoke out of Murdy's car.
Oh yeah, big time smoke.
Flame out the header. He'll pull to the infield. So he is done riding in a transfer spot. Another car. That's Clemish, the race leader. I can't tell if he was smoking or if I just saw some of the smoke from the Murdy car.
Murdy started to smoke, and then Clemish lost power so quickly.
The top 2. Wow.
A little bit of a battle of attrition here in this first end feature. So we've lost Johnny Brown. We've lost Brendan Wisely. Murdy looks to be done. And now Clemish, who was your leader, is going to take the push toward at least the work area, I would think, maybe up the ramp. And he will go up the ramp.
Bad luck for those two drivers. Lost it at the exact same time.
So Cade Cowles goes from a battle for third to now your leader. Josh Hawkins there in second. That'll move Reese Womack up to third. Joe Perry fourth, Cade Morton fifth. Brett Kablundy now in the hot seat. Isaiah Vasquez, your transfer, your winner from the first O feature. Already one spot out of a transfer spot. Still plenty of time with 2 down, 8 to go. And you take a look at the top of the ramp, there's Joey Clemish climbing out of the race car. Not much you can do in that situation. Frustrating for sure.
Yeah, guys, both those drivers drove right by me when I was able to make it back down into the work area. And as you can see, engine troubles for both of those drivers, as that's what the cars currently on track are running the oil that was laid down here in the turns number 3 and 4.
Thanks, Earl. 2 laps complete now. Cade Cowles, as Chris mentioned, going to inherit that race lead. Vasquez talked about he wants to break the record with that Ecotech power plant. He's got to get one more spot to get number 2. Cowles and Hawkins up front. Now some smoke, I think, out of Cowles.
Keep an eye on it. The door is open for Josh Hawkins. Can't get the pass done there as you look back to Womack, Joe Perry there in the 28J.
Good wheel stand we saw there by Perry. Hawkins has been pretty aggressive early in this race. We'll see how much he presses Cowles for the race lead, and take a peek to the inside. Cowles leaves the bottom open. Hawkins can't hit the bottom in turn 3, and a wheel goes flying
Holy cow.
over the fence, and that's Joe Perry's J28. Looked like, I think that's the right rear that flew over the catch fence there just at the bottom of the ramp.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a right rear just fly off a race car, but kudos to Perry for getting that thing shut down before careening into the hay bales. And now the officials are going, all right, where's that right rear tire?
I thought it bounced over the fence.
That would be pretty impressive.
Earl's on the scene. Earl, can you tell what's broken there on the right rear?
Well, you guys got a good shot of it right there, and I saw that whole incident. The wheel assembly came off midway down the back straightaway, bounced, went through the chain link fence here in the work area, and luckily nobody standing here because it kind of bounced around like a basketball, finally came to a stop, and then somebody just jumped over the guardrail here where the crew stage in the work area and retrieved it. But, well, yeah, scary thing here because no one's stopping a wheel that's coming off a car, guys. But luckily the chain link fence, the catch fence did its job, and no one is injured here in turn 3.
I mean, just by the shot of that right rear, yeah, that is bizarre. And forgive me not being super mechanically inclined, but that's not supposed to look like. It's not like the wheel came off the nut or the nut came off the wheel. That, like, is a complete rear axle issue.
I have never seen that before.
And that's right to the left of where the crew stage down at the bottom of the ramp. And Earl's right. If that was anywhere farther to the right, that right rear tire would have went careening into our some of our team members. Here's a replay of the wheel bouncing here on FloRacing. The iBox brings instant replay. Keep an eye on that 28J. Gets off a screen. There goes the right rear. Wow, just pierced its way through the chain link fence, and wow, thank goodness nobody was over there. I've cut down that way to get back to our booth from the ramp, and woo. Okay, so things you don't see every day at the Chili Bowl. We had a kangaroo yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
We have a right
kangaroo.
rear tire.
We had a big owl.
Oh, yeah, we had a Big Al experience last night. Apologies to those of you tuned in. By the way, to clarify that, Big Al, although he was poking fun, I've known him for so long. That's just what he does when he likes you. But I know for some that maybe don't know the background, they were probably thinking, man, Chris is getting torn apart. But all in good fun.
We had a wheel bounce over the fence last year. I think it was during the shootout, but I think that's the first one we've seen all week. Here we go, back underway.
Still 7 laps left in this one. Hawkins not done yet, challenging for the lead on Cade Cowles. So it's Oklahoma versus Texas at the front of this field, and another motor does not sound like it's up to full song. Hopefully it can last the remainder of this one. Oh, up on the bike, look out! Isaiah Vasquez couldn't quite get it set down.
Gave it everything he had.
And we'll chalk that one up on the flip count.
47 now, I believe.
And he was rolling too as well inside that 5th spot, was in a transfer position. And the safety officials are going to help him climb out. Man, he hung on for dear life.
Earl is on the scene. One of the officials called for the hook. There's a look at the speed shot.
So Chase Osterhoff will move up to the 5th spot. That moves Sean Robbins, who also transferred, was the final transfer, in fact, of our first O feature, inside that 6th and final transfer spot. So Vasquez, although his Chili Bowl is over, made a run with Sean Robbins there from the tail of this one. Also failed to mention, too, at the top of this race, Matt Rossi did not make the call. But good to see Vasquez is out. Earl, damage to that race car.
Well, taking a look, Vasquez was able to get out of that car under his own power, which is always good to see. I can't really see any damage on the right side. Not saying there isn't, just with that car moving along, I can only see so much. But that accident happened right in front of me, and he just biked it, and it pretty much gravity took over, and he was holding on for dear life, guys.
Thank you, Earl. Here's a look at Drybach instant replay. Yep, doesn't take much. Landed on all 4, though, stuck in the landing. Interesting to point out, we are about up against the time limit, so Terry Maddox held the checkered flag in his hand, rolled up with the green. So this will be the final attempt. Next flag ends the race. Again, 10-minute time limit. So if you're some of these drivers like Sean Robbins, Blake Kabundi, you don't have much time left. As 6 to go. Hawkins all over the back end of Cade Cowles for the lead.
Follows him through 1 and 2.
Cade Morton holding on to that 3rd spot in solid position. Sean Robbins now inside. Checkered flag waves, and that'll do it. So I believe now up against the time limit, they'll just go green, white, checkered. And indeed, that's what they did. So Cade Cowles, Josh Hawkins, Cade Morton, Reese Womack, Sean Robbins from the O, and Brett Kablundy are your transfer cars. So
only got 6 laps in that one. We were told that the minimum amount of laps is 2. So that if we hit the time limit, as long as we have 2 laps in, they will throw the checkered. So it's all you got to have. And now we'll move on to in main number 2. Another 16 cars slated to go. Here's a look at the lineup. Chris Roseland, Dylan Archer on the front row. Steve Glover and Brian Harvey from row 2. Row 3 is Colton Garrison, Mike Bittner. Row 4, Devin Simmons, David Camfield Sr. Row 5, Scott Lawrence, Johnny Murdoch. Row 6, it's Tristan Lee and Austin Torgerson. These are drivers that transferred out of the O. Kyle Bielman, Robert Speed, Kurt Stillhorn, Casey Friedrichsen. Some Chili Bowl recognizable names in this one. Of course, we've talked a lot this week about the history of the Camfields in this building and in midget racing. Johnny Murdoch has been a staple here for several years, both of those drivers in this race. And Casey Friedrichsen, we saw, is the one that snuck by for that last corner pass for the transfer spot in the second P feature, or second O feature, I should say. We'll keep an eye on him coming from the tail. Before we get into this one, let's go to Brian at the top of the ramp.
I'm here with Sean Robbins. He comes in 5th right there, but the first driver to go through 2 and on to the 3rd one. Are you exhausted yet?
Not yet. Just keep working on the car, getting a little better. I had a bad prelim night on my end, and you know, just happy to be here, and everyone that helps us get here. Just really appreciate it. So let's just have some fun, I guess, right?
You've been making some moves, past some cars. Some cars took themselves out. You were able to get by some others. How is the track feeling?
Feels good. I'm just trying to stay consistent and smooth and hit my marks and let them weed themselves out and just pick them off one by one.
All right, starting near the back of the next one. Hope to see you up here again.
I hope so. Thank you.
Sean Robbins in the 53 advances.
And I agree with what she said. Robert Bell can stop racing if he'd like, but please don't stop coming to the Chili Bowl. Maybe we can get him in the booth next year. How about that? Lights are out, coming to green. Our second N feature, 10 laps, top 6 are underway. Really good jump from the outside front row as the caution flag will wave early in this one.
That's Stellhorn, the Evansville, Illinois native, and the Next Level Metal 17X, one of the transfers from the second O.
Now, the good news is you're only going to lose 1 position as he started inside of row number 8.
And might actually gain 1 as the 09 of Scott Lawrence is going to head up the ramp. Some smoke out of that power plant.
And you heard Sean Robbins talk about it too. You know, you're always going to get more. They're always going to give you more than you can take, right? So in these lower mains, if you could just battle the attrition more so than just passing race cars. We've seen so many blown motors now, or mechanical issues, a right rear tire falling off, for instance. So you'll definitely pick up more spots that are given to you than you can take on the racetrack, and that's sometimes how you survive these lower main runs. So we'll try it again. Chris Roseland, Dylan Archer set the pace.
Another good jump for Roseland.
Well, an even better jump for Steve Glover in the 121. Goes 3-1 through 2 corners and trying to spear his way through. Looked like Mike Bittner was trying to find a way, peak of daylight to the inside. He may have it there for 3rd, but Glover is gone. Then it's just an absolute gaggle of cars. Bielman trying to find his way through. Tristan Lee from the O feature making a move on Bittner. Here comes Bielman, 4 wide. That's not going to work, and around goes Dylan Archer.
Broken left front on the 19S of Archer. Another car stopped as well. We saw Austin Torgerson sneaking his way up there with Bielman. It was getting really physical for that final transfer spot. And unfortunately, that's probably going to draw an end for Dylan Archer's run in that Stosser Brothers Racing 19S.
Yeah, 4 wide here at the Chili Bowl, not ideal.
But it looked like they were 4 wide and going for like 2 lanes, so usually that doesn't work.
Yeah. So we'll get the hook called on the 19S by Cannon Posey. My buddy back in Indiana tuning in. Had a great shootout run a couple of weeks ago. Steven Schaff tuning in. Dylan Freeble Photography. All kinds of folks joining us here this morning.
Off on the hook goes Dylan Archer as the officials sort the lineup. 2 laps have been completed.
Well, the big mover is Kyle Bielman into that 4th spot. Again, started deep in this one. I believe 11th. So through the O feature. But Glover had probably the best restart, or the best start of the race I've seen so far this morning. 3-1, was able to knife his way through. Was the one to go signal by Terry Max, given this time by Glover, Roseland, Bittner, Lee from the O main. So Lee, the biggest mover with Bielman in tow. Those two trying to continue their Saturday morning here at the Bowl. Lights out, 8 to go, and second N feature of the day. Good start for your top 2 as Chris Roseland tries to keep pace. Here's Kyle Bielman now inside Bittner. for position number 4. Austin Torgerson there as well. There's a look at your 6th and final transfer car, that 88 black and green machine, trying to trace down Mike Bittner for 5th. And about a 2-car length gap to Casey Friedrichsen, who was also from the O. Friedrichsen, same position he was in the O, 1 spot out. Can he find a way through yet again as battle up front? Glover's got company, Chris Roseland.
Roseland all over the back of Glover. Glover drives away a little bit. Oh, Bittner up into the wall, was in a transfer spot, lost it to Torgerson, and Johnny Murdoch sneaks by him. Friedrichsen might have got by as well, and now Bittner going to get contact from the 5. Stellhorn bounces around. Somehow we all stayed green out of that, but Austin Torgerson and Casey Friedrichsen have moved into transfer spots. You saw Friedrichsen there at the tail end of your screen briefly, and the caution's going to come out for Harvey. Brian Harvey in the 29K, who started this race in 4th and quickly dropped back. Missed what happened to Bittner as he lost that transfer spot.
Well, Bittner got in the wall on the outside of turn 2, and I'm not sure if he was forced there or just missed the corner, but then it stacked everyone up. You saw Austin Torgerson and Friedrichsen, and then just felt like he couldn't get the car settled down. Unfortunately, Bittner is on his way up the ramp, so things went from bad to worse.
Harvey needs the hook as well.
But so far, if you look at, we had 6 transfer cars from the O main, and right now we've got 1, 2, and 3. We got half of those now in transfer spots.
Did Lee come from the O?
Yep.
We might have, so we have 4, I think.
Oh, 4, yeah.
Lee, Bielman, Torgerson, and Friedrichsen.
Anything can happen. It's the Chili Bowl. Coming back to the green flag, 4 to go.
Good jump for Glover in the 121. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, Roseland, Lee, Bielman all nose to tail there through 1 and 2. And Stellhorn's rough race continues as he's around there in between turns 1 and 2. And, you know, for the guys that have already raced in a main this morning, it's probably not a huge advantage, but you have seen the track this morning. You know what it's like. You kind of know what to expect, where the fast spots are and where to go and stuff like that. Probably not a huge deal, but you never know. Maybe it's something the other guys don't have.
I mean, especially with the quick turnaround, you really only have a race in between, you know, if you're moving on up, so the track is going to be relatively the same. But definitely early on, though, you know, with it just being so juiced up, maybe so, but never hurts.
Flat left front there you see on the 17X of Stellhorn. We're approaching 7 minutes here on this second in main. We have 6 laps in the books and 4 slated to go. The left front's the only tire you can race with flat, so Stellhorn is going to attempt that. As long as the tire stays on the bead, you're good to go. And again, only the left front tire can be flat while under green flag conditions.
Glover, Roseland, Lee, your top 3. Fredrickson holding on to that 6th and final transfer spot as we're back underway. Everybody just following each other down on the bottom of the racetrack. No one's tried the top side yet. As Lee will peek his nose underneath Roseland. This is the battle for 2nd. Lee, who won the 2nd O, is now up to 2nd. Bielman is through. Torgerson trying through. The freight train's coming, and Roseland's going the wrong direction.
Roseland had done a really nice job the first half of this race, holding his ground up at the front of the field, running 2nd, but he's dropped back to 5th here as there's a look at Torgerson making his way through. Johnny Murdoch is 1 spot out. Let's see if Murdoch can eat some soup as we're on the white flag lap.
Well, he's hoping these two are going to battle it out, and he'll have an opportunity, but he's still a ways back through turns 3 and 4. Checkered's out. Your winners, Steve Glover, Tristan Lee, Kyle Bielman, Austin Torgerson, Chris Roseland, and Casey Friedrichsen will move on. So Friedrichsen, who was 6th in the O, is 6th in the N. He's back up now to an M. Torgerson is in 2. Kyle Bielman's in 2, and so is Tristan Lee. So starting to get a handful of drivers hungry for some soup this morning. Be fun to keep track of here early on.
So 4 races in the books, 2 O's and 2 N's have been completed at 10:13 a.m. And with N's in the books, 2 M's will make their way down the ramp. There's a look at Sean Robbins rolling down. We've seen him transfer out of 1 already. Before we get the first M on the racetrack, let's go to Chris Moore.
Yeah, we got another one who's transferred through 2 mains now, guys. Tristan, morning's off to a good start. How's the car feel?
Car feels great. Had a little bit of a rebound from Wednesday night. Car just put the wrong setup on it, kind of missed it a little bit there for a second, and we're here to regroup now. So
A win and a second place already this morning. You got to feel like you've got something to maybe keep rolling here.
we're still in the back a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we'll see what we can put together and see what we can change.
All right, there you go, guys. Tristan Lee, a win in the O main, a second place here in the N, and he will give it a go in the M coming up.
Welcome back. Chili Bowl Nationals coverage powered by NOS Energy Drink, as we have cars now out on the racetrack for our first of 2 M features. Another 10 laps, another 6 will find their home and their dreams at a Chili Bowl moving on. Kevin Brewer is going to be your pole sitter in this one. Travis Jenkins to the outside. Caleb Padgett and Jack France making up row 2. Zach Blurton, Brad White in row 3. Scott Evans and Chance Morton in row 4. 9th and 10th starters Tommy Colburn and Cody Beard. With your transfer cars from our first N main, Cade Cowles, Josh Hawkins. Those are your 11th and 12th starters. Cade Morton, Reese Womack, Sean Robbins is through 2, and Brett Kilblundy in the 77B.
Seem to be satisfied with what they were able to accomplish before and after that hot lap session, getting it figured out, fixed. See if he can hang in that top 6 and move on. As M main number 1 is underway with Kevin Brewer scheduled to be on the pole, but Caleb Padgett moving to that spot as Brewer doesn't make the crawl. Some beating and banging, some cars sideways in the back as there's Hawkins again being aggressive. Remember, he and Cowles came out of an in and already moving forward.
Yeah, they're going to waste no time here now, challenging inside the transfer spot. As you take a look back, Jack France under attack. They're 3 wide. Up and over the berm. You got to get back on the racetrack. Jack France, there you go. 3 wide.
Now Robbins.
Contact, and around goes the 4 of Caleb Padgett.
Padgett started this race on the pole, inherited that spot, and then ran up front and then kind of got off the pace, and he's mad.
Happy.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Dudley
there you go, Dudley.
throws him out of the cockpit. Oh, Dudley can do it all.
Jack France in the 22G, who at one point was down inside the berm as everybody was beating and banging for position. They got hooked together out of 2, and both of them went around.
Fireworks early on here this morning in this M feature. And Padgett's going to climb back behind the wheel. So he gets out, lets Jack France know what he thought, and climbs back behind the wheel. As you check a look at the iBox Springs instant replay, Padgett's not going, so he wasn't under power. France up and over the berm. Padgett still not under power, and France just finishes him off. So it seemed like Padgett was having issues getting power behind the wheel.
There's Hawkins in that 80S. So let's kind of recap the morning, because our good friend Caleb Hart sent us a text, said, all right, he's awake now, what he missed.
Good morning, Caleb. Nice to join us.
So the P-mains got scratched, Caleb. Only 4 cars made the call for the first P and 5 for the second. So the P-mains got scratched. Everybody went to the O's. In the second O, we saw
Tim Kent blew up in the final transfer spot. Casey Friederson right around the outside.
Was that the second O? Yeah, it was.
Yep.
So it was literally final corner. We had pretty much a 3-wide battle between Friederson, Kent, and Slater Helt. Helt kind of got held up behind Kent, and Friederson moved by on the inside. That's been the most exciting race of the day. That was the second O. We're here in M main number 1. We've only seen 1 race hit the time limit to this point.
Joe Perry lost his right rear tire down the back straightaway in the first end feature. We had that as well. All right, lights are out as we go back to live action. First M feature back underway. 8 laps to go, and this time it's going to be Chance Morton leading the field. So Morton, who started originally in the 8th spot, made some passes and now is your new leader in that 7 MF.
Chance Morton, Coweta, Oklahoma native, longtime Power I West competitor, been running midgets in the Oklahoma region for quite a long time. There's a look at Sean Robbins in the 53R, trying to track down Womack. That's for the final transfer spot. Womack has it. And the Collinsville, Illinois native trying to track him down. Cody Beard ahead of Womack.
Womack from the end feature, so too Cade Cowles and Josh Hawkins inside the top 6 positions.
Cowles and Hawkins have both looked pretty quick here early this morning.
Now Sean Robbins has gone through 2. The only driver in this session to go through 2 as the caution flag waves, and he's 1 spot out. And the caution is waving for the 77B of Brett Klabundi, who sits atop turn number 1. Not sure the issue there, but it's kind of also just been the theme. It's like these first couple, I mean, we have 3-4 cars from the previous main finding their way into the top 6. Now, of course, that number will start to dwindle the higher we go. And of course, once we get to the G's, then it's only top 5. But Reese Womack, Josh Hawkins, Cade Cowles.
So this is the 3rd feature of the day for Sean Robbins in that 53R. He's trying to make it to 4. He started in the O, got through that, got through the N, and is 1 spot out of advancing to
So he'd be through 2.
L.
O to the N is 1, N to the M here is 2. He's going to go for 3.
This is his 3rd feature.
Correct.
So yeah, looking to transfer, yeah.
It's easier for me to count how many races they transfer through than what race they're on. So like, when you transfer 1, that's 1, 2. Anyways, we don't want to confuse the folks at home. Chance Morton back under the green flag. Blurton in tow, Cade Cowles, Josh Hawkins, Cody Beard, and Reese Womack. And Morton's car looks really comfortable along the bottom side. This is where it gets interesting. There's Sean Robbins, the talk about driver who's been through 2, and he's going to get caught up in an incident. Also collected is Cade Morton.
It looked like Robbins was going to have that final transfer spot handed to him, but just couldn't get through that incident clean.
Yeah, unfortunately for that, it looked like Womack came down the hill, and Robbins could not thread the needle there on the inside of the racetrack.
And he's going to need the hook.
Couple hooks going to need as well as the 1 HD of Tommy Colburn was collected as we check out the instant replay brought to you by IBOC. So watch the 33. Contact down the hill. Robbins comes clamoring in. So too does Cade Morton. Actually helped Reese Womack get refired.
I wonder if he is going to be
flat
sent to the
rear.
back. I wonder if he stopped. We'll see what they rule. But Womack might have caught a huge break right there by Colburn sliding in there. But yeah, flat left rear on Robbins. Cade Morton in the 8M. 2 Mortons in this race. 7 MF is Chance. That's Cade there that just got caught up in that incident.
Well, valiant run for Sean Robbins, but looks like 2 will be all she wrote. As there is the 33W of Womack. So, yeah, got kind of pushed, fired back off, but something broke, and you can see him looking down at the race car. I don't see anything just from this vantage point. Obviously, some cosmetic damage. You got the rear bumper knocked in.
Well, that will end his day. He transferred out of 1 feature. He got through the end, so...
Chris, I'm up here looking at this car. I stepped over to look at it, and that left side Nerf bar is pushed way back into the left rear tire, and it was starting to eat away at that rear tire. You can see the line where it's starting to take chunks of rubber out.
Perfect. Thank you, Brian Ward. That's why we've got stellar reporters up there to see things we can't.
So a few cars out of this race. It's going to be Chance Morton, Zach Blurton, Cade Cowles, Josh Hawkins. The front 4. Remember, we take the top 6. There's only 6 cars on track.
So congratulations, everyone. You're in. Now just don't hurt your race car in the process.
I think Cody Beard is 1 in the 7B, and the other one is
say that they come across timing and
Jack
scoring.
France? Did he continue?
Morton, Blurton, Cowles, Hawkins, Beard, and Jack France. You're right. Jack France able to keep going. So checkered flag waves, now will do it. Morton wins it. Blurton, Cowles, Hawkins, Beard, and France. And so Cowles and Hawkins now through 2. And they will visit the back of the first L feature coming up in just a little bit.
One more M still on the docket. To give you something to look forward to later on in the program, it is C-Main number 2.
Oh,
Row number
yes.
2, Cale Coons and Jerry Coons Jr., father and son, start side by side. They'll take the top 5 out of that, but that'll be later on in the program. We've documented the Jerry Coons Jr., Cale Coons, father, son, running against each other in the Chili Bowl for the first time. We've documented it well this week. And what are the odds? They start side by side next to each other in the second C tonight. Here's the second M. Gage Rucker on the pole. Danny Fry to his outside. Robert Carson and Clint Woolbright from row 2. Dalton Camfield and Jack Wattener from row 3. Stanley Kreisel, A.J. Hernandez in row 4. Cole Gardner and Miles Doherty in row 5. Steve Glover, Tristan Lee in row 6. That's the beginning of the in-main transfer cars. Then Kyle Bielman, Austin Torgerson, Chris Roseland, Casey Friedrichsen. So 4 drivers that have already been in a couple today. I believe this will be their 3rd race of the day. Tristan Lee, Kyle Bielman, Austin Torgerson, Casey Friedrichsen. As they roll onto the track, let's go to Brian Ward.
Thank you, Connor. I've got Chance Morton up at the top of the ramp going 8-1 in that one. This Honda's ripping.
Yeah, this 4-piston Honda runs, that's for sure. Shouldn't have been in this position to begin with, but that's how our qualifying night went, so that's what we got to take.
What did it take to get through the field there and move up to that top spot?
Just be consistent, hit your marks. We were pretty good the whole time. Just got to finish the race out.
Chance Morton, moving on. Guys, back to you.
10 laps in distance, looking for the top 6 transfers.
All right, lights out, coming to green. Looking for 6 to move on to an L. And we're underway. And we've got a parking lot in turn number 2. Tristan Lee involved, Austin Torgerson, a bunch of our transfer cars. There's Kyle Bielman in the 31. The 99 also involved as well. Robert Carson. So this is going to jumble up this entire field as we will get a complete restart. And of course, the time clock has begun on this race. 10-minute time limit through, I believe, the E features tonight.
Fortunately, I don't think any of those guys will have too much damage. Push vehicle already behind Torgerson and behind Lee as well. Here's a look at the iBot instant replay. Lee gets into the back of the 31, and then Robert Carson involved. Call that a good old-fashioned parking lot. They cut through the infield as we get them, or get the accident scene cleared over there in turns 1 and 2.
So front row should be the same with Rucker and Danny Fry.
Guys, just looking over at the work area. And crew going to work on a 31 of Billman's car. They were trying to pull away the Nerf bar on the left side. You can see they got a piece of equipment there just trying to pry it away because it is rubbing against the left rear tire.
Similar issue to what Reese Womack had earlier. That's a wheel wrench they've got stuck in between the Nerf bar and the tire. This is very, very common in midget racing, especially as physical as it is these days, to see Nerf bar easily get bent backwards into the tire, and it's not an ideal situation. So I think that's maybe Chase Johnson, Bielman's teammate there, who is sitting in a pretty good spot for a B main later on tonight that was trying to help. But it looks like Bielman's run is going to end there. A tough break for him as he had gotten through a couple mains early this morning.
Yep, he's gone through 2. Still alive in this one is Casey Friedrichsen, who's been through 2. So too is Austin Torgerson. Tristan Lee was also through 2, but caught up in that wreck as well. Okay, let's try it again. Rucker and Fry hoping to shake off the last couple of restarts, and this one looks much better, turns 1 and 2. And your top 2 gone. As you look back to 3rd, timing and scoring will pick it up. Stanley Kreisel, A.J. Hernandez, Colt Gardner, Casey Friedrichsen. So Friedrichsen looking to go through 3, and Friedrichsen isn't done yet. It's got that black and yellow 2 car pinned to the bottom as we got smoke and a tire rub on A.J. Hernandez, and I don't know how long that's going to last because that is significant right rear tire rub on that 35H, and you could see the black stripe through the center of the wheel. Oh boy. And Casey Friedrichsen knows it, trying to get around for some added insurance, but also if you're A.J. Hernandez, you're in the transfer spot. He's still making moves here. He's going to get up underneath Colt Gardner there for 4th.
He's hanging on. He's got a body panel flying off as well. About to Austin Torgerson sideways, keeps it on all 4s barely, but a nice job to not get upside down, but he is going to fall out of a transfer spot to Friedrichsen.
There is your 6th and final transfer spot battles. They come to 4 to go. Torgerson's going to try to go the long ways around Casey Friedrichsen. Not going to get there this time by Friedrichsen. Held up by Garner there on the bottom just to head in the 5th spot. We'll go double box. Battle for the lead on the left, battle for the transfer spot on your right.
Here comes Torgerson in that 88. Laps winding down. Friedrichsen, who'd been on the bottom all morning, goes up high, and Torgerson takes advantage of it, sneaks by for the transfer spot on the low side. Might have been a mistake by the 2F.
2 laps to go, and Torgerson's pulling away, trying to get around Colt Gardner, so a mistake costs Casey Friedrichsen. White flag is out for your leader, Gage Rucker. And we've got one blowing up, maybe the 33 of Kreisel. He's hanging on. We'll catch the finish. Rucker's gonna win. Fry the 3rd finishes 2nd. Kreisel 3rd, limping there. Then it's Hernandez, Gardner, and Austin Torgerson. So bizarre from Kreisel. Looked like he was about to blow up, but Gage Rucker gets the win and moves on as you look at your finishing order. So Torgerson now through 3, and he's your biggest mover.
Still can't believe Hernandez hung on that tire rub, but a nice job to manage that. Kept it smooth around the bottom and got in, and then nice move by Torgerson to get into that transfer spot. Hate to see Friedrichsen's strong start to the morning in that way. Was surprised that he left the bottom open like that, but Austin Torgerson moves on, keeps his soup run alive. I think that's, is that 3 that he's now transferred out of?
Torgerson is through 3, and right now is your biggest mover as we go to the L mains, where we will still have 6 transfer, 10 laps. But yes, right now, Austin Torgerson, your leader in the clubhouse through 3 lower mains. Again, the record we saw in terms of number of mains, 7 a year ago. Chris Carroll did it. And J.J. Yaley's still holding the record for most cars passed through the soup at a nice 69.
O's, N's, and M's in the books. And we move now to L's.
We'll get you the lineup here as they go down the ramp, and you're taking a look at the NOS Energy Drink Ram Cam. Things are going to start to pick up at the top of the ramp as well on these turnaround cars. You take a look at your first L feature of the day. Earl McDowell Jr. out of Claremore, Oklahoma, your pole sitter. Lead Nardelli in the outside front row. Wyatt Rotz and Cody Jessup will make up row number 2. Jacob Harris in the 26J in row 3 with Bill Rose. Larry Brady and Dakota Gay in row 4. Brock Barrett and Tom Dunkel, your top 10 starters. Then your transfer cars. Chance Morton, Zach Blurton will start 12th. Rolling off 13th, Cade Cowles, Josh Hawkins in 14th. And your final row, Cody Beard and Jack France. In this one, Josh Hawkins and Cade Cowles are through 2, trying to join Austin Torgerson as advancing through 3. Let's go to the top of the ramp. A K1 Race Gear interview with Chris Moore.
Yeah, guys, I got our winner, Gage Rucker here. Gage, pretty intense conversation here with your crew chief. What do you guys got to do as you keep trying to roll forward here?
He's just talking to me about where to run on the track, a little bit of setup stuff, just trying to get through some mains here and make some laps.
What can we expect to see you guys doing up here just a little bit of time before your next race?
Just going over where we're going to run, stuff, shock adjustments, stuff like that, maybe a little bit of wheel spacing, just nothing too crazy, just, track staying pretty much the same. So keep it pretty baseline set up and just see where we are.
All right, there you go, guys. Gage Rucker, just a little bit of work to do as they continue to try and run through some soup.
And there's Earl going to do the Dudley impression. Oh, wow.
There you go, Earl.
All right, Earl, get out of the way. L feature number 1. Awesome job. 10 laps, 6 transfer, and we're underway. Earl McDowell Jr. off to the point. Here comes Jacob Harrison, that 26J. Nardinelli making his way through into that 3rd spot as lap 1 goes to Wyatt Rotz, who actually had a really good start. Earl McDowell Jr. not making the call in this one. And it's just a gaggle of race cars here at the rear of the field. You take a look at Dakota Gay, Chance Morton coming up through the end main. Cade Cowles as well. So a couple of those cars looking to continue. Soup runs around. Goes Cade Cowles collecting his 2 main partner, Josh Hawkins, and Josh is letting him know how he feels about it. Nothing Josh could do.
Tough break for both of those drivers.
Yeah, both of those were through 2. Good news is only 2 laps have been scored. You still have 8 to get it done, but they're going to have to come from the tail.
I would like to see you flag a race because I flagged a practice night in Indiana, your home track, US 24.
Yeah.
And there were some videos floating around on Twitter, and you kind of hated on me.
There was no hating.
Form, so I'd like to see what
I just expected a little bit better form. There's no hate because it's a hard job.
It really isn't easy.
No, it's not. I used to flag.
It's my first time in like a couple years.
I used to flag some quarter midget races at a Mini Indy Speedway at the Indiana State Fairgrounds, quarter midget track, and it's not easy for sure. Connor, you're so good at everything. I just thought you would just nail it. Lights are out.
Better. I will say, Holbert flagged with me some that night. He is very good. He was really, really good. He took it a little more seriously than I did.
Back under the green flag as we're underway. As you take a look back, Brock Barrett in the 08 car for Dave McDalby Motorsports. Going to go topside. Currently sits inside the transfer spot. He wants one more, trying to get around Cody Jessup in that yellow car. But unfortunately, Barrett is going the wrong way. Here comes Jacob Harris.
Jessup made the pass there for the 3rd position. Got by Harris. Here comes Chance Morton. M-main winner. He might want 2 plaques to add to the resume. Gets loose there in 1 and 2. Loses some ground to Brock Barrett. Barrett, I should say, actually sent by for the transfer spot. Morton didn't get it back.
He's the only one making the top work, and finally, although missed it there just a little bit. There's not a cushion yet, obviously, if you're just tuning in. Still getting the bottom side worked in. It's kind of loose crumbles up there, but if they can get that upper lane worked in as he gets speared in the rear by Dakota Gay, he may have something. He's going to continue to try to clean it off, but he's the only one really up there at this point. As you look at Josh Hawkins now trying to find his way. Now only 2 spots out of a transfer spot. They're going to come to 2 to go.
He and Cal staying alive. We show you the battle up front on the left side. Rotz and Nardelli battle for the transfer behind them. Barrett has it. Hawkins won, or I should say Gay has it. Barrett, Hawkins, and Cowles on the outside looking in. DG, Dakota Gay, the Australian driver, has Donnie Gentry on the wrenches, a teammate to Elijah Dial, and currently holding down the final transfer spot.
Coming around, it'll be the checkered flag for Lee Nardelli, who's going to take home the win.
Big run by Barrett.
Here comes Barrett. He can't get there.
One more lap, he might have had it.
So Gay gets in as Nardelli wins. Morton 2nd, Rotz 3rd. Jessup, Harris, and Dakota Gay will be your 6 cars moving into the back of the first K feature. And out of this one, Chance Morton has found himself through 2. That ends the runs from Hawkins and Cowles, who have already been through 2.
Ramp's been getting more and more crowded as the morning has gone on. Some head up the ramp, some head down the ramp, and halfway through our 2L mains here today. So we started, originally we were going to have P's, those got scrapped. We started at double O's, so we have 2 mains for each letter through the alphabet, through the B mains, and then just one exciting A main, of course. But here's the lineup for L feature number 2. Mark Daly, Blake Green on the front row, Jared Warhurst, Jory Hughes, Noah Harris, Steve Gresham. Row 4, Dave Axton and Dylan Welch. Row 5, Joey Amantia and Shaylee Bade. Then row 6, transfers from the second M. Gage Rucker, the winner of that race. Danny Fry comes with him. Moving back now to row number 7, Stanley Kreisel, AJ Hernandez, Cole Garner, Austin Torgerson. Dylan Welch will be in this one, Chris, starting in the 8th position.
Yep.
Did not have a great prelim night.
No, it was one of those things that just things compounded on each other, got turned over in his heat race, was unable to finish, so then had to go run a D main, was able to get through that on Wednesday, and then just, the level of competition just couldn't quite get through the C main. But it's had a couple days to think about it. But, for a guy who doesn't do this a whole lot, you still got to give him the tip of the cap that he's behind the wheel and running competitive laps. So we'll see what he can do in the Joe B. Miller and Chris Lewis-owned machine. As you take a look at the NOS Energy Drink ramp cam, getting the rest of the field down on the racetrack, but a couple names here in this one to keep our eyes on, including Torgerson, who is through 3 features. Let's go back to the top of the ramp, and Brian Ward.
Thank you, Chris. Got Lee Nardelli here. You go from the 2 spot to the 1 spot and advance on. How's the track feeling?
Track's losing a little bit of bite there. A little bit for me to get used to. And I'm glad to be here. Glad to be able to win that one.
Most of the cars there were running on the bottom. 1 or 2 tried it on the top side. Do you think you might go up a little bit?
I'd probably need it to go out a little bit. I just didn't know if the bite was out there or not, to be honest.
All right, well, you get a little break, turn around, head back out there.
Thank you. We'll give it another shot.
Lee Nardelli moving on. I just appreciate getting close to this Esslinger engine, getting a little heat. It's chilly up here in the top of the ramp.
Got over 1,000 races, I believe. I think the number last year was like 1,400 or something ridiculous. But don't forget to renew your monthly subscription and take part in Lucas Oil Dirt Late Models, High Limits, and more.
We saw that the tire off the Hernandez car, a brief shot of it back in the work area. They definitely changed the right rear on that car and probably pushed the Nerf bar in as well. So we'll see if he can charge through.
Well, underway, Mark Daly trying to hold the point here. As lap 1 will go to Daly. Blake Green there trying to challenge as well. Jared Warhurst to the inside will take over that 2nd spot. Noah Harris, Jory Hughes, Jory Amantia, your top 6. On the bottom, Noah Harris slicing and dicing, makes him up a position in the 3rd, looking for 2nd on Jared Warhurst in the 7L.
Crossed up in front of Green there did Harris to take the 3rd spot away, now looking for 2nd. Dylan Welch on the outside looking in, dives to the inside of Jory Hughes. Hughes goes up high, Welch smooth around the bottom, takes the transfer spot away. Now Welch behind Amantia and Green. Brake rotor glowing on the 88J, and Green with a nice run on the outside. He's on the 4th.
Yeah, one of those things just laying his block. Dylan's got a fast car in that King chassis. Just unfortunately, everybody's fighting on the bottom. He muscles his way through there, so move Dylan up a spot to 5th. He's solidly in a transfer position.
Shaylee Bade and Gage Rucker moving through the field. Rucker's been on a charge coming out of the M. Here's Dylan looking to the outside of Jared Warhurst. Goes way high that time. Can't mount enough of a run. And here's Rucker looking for a transfer spot in that legendary Cruiseman 21K.
Gage Rucker won the M. He's looking to move on through the L to the K.
Left side tires on the berm as he didn't have enough room there to get by Amantia. Had to hop on the binders. Opens the door for Shaylee Bade a little bit to come strong on the outside.
Battle for the lead. Noah Harris from 5th trying to challenge Mark Daly. Caution flag waves, and it is Austin Torgerson. And his 3-feature run through the soup comes to a close. We've got a scattering of race car parts on the racetrack, and I have no idea what that is, to be brutally honest. This is when I miss having Clinton Boyles. Part of the rear end definitely looks like, but you got a smoking piece behind. Just roll that out of the way.
Torgerson and move through a couple of
holy cow –
features already.
So they'll roll him off the hook, and they'll attach the hook on the rear bumper. 'Cause, yeah, that rear axle just shredded. And wow. There are parts and pieces everywhere.
We've seen a couple weird things today.
Well, the right rear that left Jacob Perry's, I mean, the rear axle shredded. I mean, interesting as Torgerson takes a ride up on the back of the hook. Be curious to get Clinton's thoughts when he joins us later on this afternoon. I'm sure he's locked in as we'll take a look at our iBox Springs instant replay to just what happened and take a look at the speed shot. Torgerson's coming into view and kaboom, it just snapped. See the sparks, torque tube. Thank you, Clinton. He's locked in, I knew it. We miss you down here, bud. Torque tube.
Torque tube or drive line, sure.
Yeah,
I went with torque tube, actually.
Yeah,
that's what I grew up on.
Thank you, and that makes sense because the drive shaft goes through there. So interesting. These are bizarre things, I think, that are failing on these race cars. I don't think I've seen that yet this week.
Yeah, I'd say it's a first. There's Austin's 88A being towed up the ramp. They grabbed the transponder off of it.
All right, so chalk that one up as things you see Saturday morning at the Chili Bowl as you take a look at the field circling the racetrack. Dylan Welch up to that 4th position. Started in 8th, and there's a look at the torque tube. And all the assembly parts. So connecting that rear end of the motor plate. And that's dangerous too, because don't forget, the torque tube, which houses the drive line, I mean, that's between the driver's legs.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I know.
Austin's pretty lucky and probably felt something happening below, by his feet, because that could easily break an ankle or something.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening to a couple of different guys before over the years. So Austin definitely got lucky, but unfortunately out of this race.
Still 8 laps in this one, 2 laps to go. We've scored 8, so time is running out if you're Shaylee Bate or Gage Rucker. Gage Rucker from the M. So we will not. So looks like after this, with Austin Torgerson not being able to finish this one, Chance Morton is the only one in double digits left in a soup run. Lights are out, coming back to green. Mark Daly and Noah Harris with Warhurst, Welch, Green, and Amantia. And Dillon trying to get through 3rd. Meanwhile, Harris a shot in the shorts for the lead, but the caution flag waves out on the speedway. And we're hearing the cone was hit, and the cone is being drugged. Spike is going for a ride. And that's a
Terry
big no-no.
Is not going to like that.
And it's Hernandez in 35H. He's saying we need 1, Spike back, and 2, you're going to be penalized. They can get him out.
Stuck pretty good in the Nerf bar. He got the...
Got to get the rope out.
Yeah.
Terry's laughing. Spike got hit pretty hard during the shootout that we had to get a couple replacements on standby. Spike's going to feel that one for sure. There's the replacement holding the Terry Maddox big head.
Yeah, the replacement has a name too. Hold on. Terry texted to me yesterday.
I was going to say, he probably told you what the name is.
It's not as cool as Spike. Steve, I guess?
Steve.
Steve the Cone.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's Steve that they're using now, but yeah. That's what I was informed of yesterday. Here's a look at the replay of it.
Right there. Bam. I mean, direct hit with the left front. All right, back under the green flag, 2 to go. Getting close to hitting the time limit, so got to make a move if you can now as you take a look at your top 4. Battle for the lead heating up with Harris trying to get around Mark Daly. Will he get it done at the white flag lap? They're side by side. Meanwhile, transfer battle is on. Shaylee Bate is in the 03. Amantia knocked out.
Bate steals it from Amantia. Amantia, one last look. Here's Harris going for the win. Did he get it? No. Daly. No, it was Harris. Noah Harris did win it. Wow. From the naked eye, I thought Daly had it on the bottom. But Noah Harris gets the win.
And through all that, Blake Green punched his ticket, getting around Amantia for 6th. So there's a look at your results. Noah Harris with the last lap heroics with the win. Daly, Warhurst, Welch, Bade, and Blake Green snuck through there.
Bade got by Amantia, and then I think Green was running in 5th, and then Bade got by Green, so Green fell back to 6th. But close finish for sure. Good battle for the transfer spot. These lower Saturday morning lower mains are not disappointing at all.
We're back here at the top of the ramp as our last L feature just finished up. Noah Harris. Noah, last lap pass to get the win. Do you feel like that gives you some confidence that you can make some more moves coming up?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope to go, at least, maybe a couple more times before I sit down and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Tell me what it was like out there. It seems like that top side's starting to get to that point where you're able to use it well.
Yeah, 3 and 4, you can run the top pretty good. 1 and 2, and man, I don't know if I want to give anybody any secrets. But yeah, the top in 3 and 4 is getting pretty good.
All right, well, good luck, man.
Thank you.
There you go, Noah Harris. Ready to watch the rest of the night, but hey, he's going to give it a shot to go as long as he can.
Might as well, right? You want to have some fun before you go relax, but I love how he wasn't going to give away all his speed secrets, but he saw exactly what I saw. That top may be an option. Moving forward, as you check out your first K feature of the day, 10 laps, top 6 will move on. Chris Cochran, the accomplished racer out of Oklahoma, is sitting on the pole with Devin Canfield to the outside. RJ Corson, Jack Berger in row 2. Sean McClellan and John Egan in row 3. TJ Smith, a surprise down here in row 4 with Steve Buckwalter, who had a whale of a prelim night. Brant O'Banion, Josh Bauman in row 5. Lee Nardelli and Chance Morton, your transfer cars from the L main. Wyatt Rotz, Cody Jessup, Jacob Harris, and Dakota Gay also transferred in from your first L.
2 former Tulsa shootout champions in this field. Chris Cochran on the pole, stock nominally in 2012, and that Rojo 42 machine, and TJ Smith, the other one, starting 7th, 2023 non-wing outlaw.
All that they do here inside the SageNet Center. Lights are out, coming to green. Chris Cochran, Devin Canfield, your front row. This is K feature number 1 of 2. 10 laps, top 6 moving on. Cochran with the advantage down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Canfield, the first car on the high side, leaving the door open for RJ Corson. 3 wide, almost into turn 1 and 2 through the middle.
Here comes TJ, looking good.
TJ in that 14. Rockwell Securities car on the bottom.
Sean McClellan, little out of whack there on the front straightaway. Right front was pointed towards the wall at one point, and quickly gathered it back in, crosses down to the bottom to keep Smith behind him there in 3 and 4.
19J, the white car is your final transfer car. There's look at Buckwalter, who's already picked off a couple. He's up to 7th.
That's going to get him a transfer spot.
Well,
nope.
He may have to go back because the caution flag is out for the 17L.
Wyatt Rotz, who transferred in out of an L.
But you're right, he was about to make that move when the caution flag went, so we go back to the previous scored lap. 3 down, 7 to go here in our opening K feature. Cochran, Corson, McClellan, TJ Smith, Berger, and Canfield as they sit right now.
Buckwalter had made that pass on Canfield, but the caution comes back out, so Canfield will get the spot back. 3 complete, 7 to go. Here in K-Main number 1, Chris Cochran led the first 3 from the pole. Corson 3 to 2, McClellan 5 to 3, TJ Smith 7 to 4, Jack Berger 4 to 5.
Cochran running Dean Franklin's Boss chassis. That iconic highlighter yellow we see in this building every year.
Hank Davis drove that car before moving on to the Matt Seymour racing team. Hank had some success in that car. I believe may have picked up a Power at West win or 2 over the years in that 42 machine. If not a win, they had some good runs. With the National Series as well. So that car can compete, and it's got a pretty good shoe behind the wheel. And Chris Cochran as we go back to green.
Cochran, another good restart here, is going to walk the dog on this one. already out to healthy advantage. There's Buckwalter looking to get in, is around Camfield and one upside down, maybe in the 17B.
Josh Boffman.
Saw him get airborne. We'll have to check the replay to see if he got upside down, but they're calling for the hook, and Boffman is already climbing out of the 17. And again, for Steve Buckwalter, thinking, every time I've been making the pass for the transfer spot, you throw the caution. We'll take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay and see just exactly what happened to Josh. Take a look at the speed shot cam, top of your screen. Oh yeah, he went over.
He definitely, that was right in front of us too. I didn't see it.
Add that one to the flip count, 3 on the day.
Boffman, first Chili Bowl since 2017. Was good to have him back in the house, but not how he wanted it to go, as we see some broken
radius rod
components on the front end.
Yep, that'll take the ride back up the pit area. Josh electing to stay behind the wheel of the race car. TJ, you know, we talked about his, TJ Smith that is, we talked about his success, you know, at the shootout and finally getting that elusive Outlaw non-wing Golden Driller now 2 shootouts ago. Not bad when it comes to the Chili Bowl, just hasn't had a lot of luck. He finished in an E-main last year after getting into his preliminary night A main. 11 wins so far this season, or ending 2023, I should say. High Banks Hustle at SIR, a lot of micro wins for TJ. Can he find a little more success in the midget here at the Chili Bowl? We'll find out, buried in this one. But in a transfer spot in our first K features, the lights are out. We're going to come back to the green flag. Cochran, Corson, McClellan, Smith, Berger, and Camfield, 7 to go.
Top 3 remain single file. Cochran, Corson, McClellan. McClellan slips up off the bottom there to turn 4 of it. Smith caught a peek to the inside, didn't have enough speed to get by. Steve Buckwalter into 5th in 25B. Nice charge for him from 8th.
Buckwalter, yeah, committing outside in 3 and 4, bottom in 1 and 2, up on the bike, and he's got TJ Smith in sights as well. So Sean McClellan got around Smith. Smith now is going to have trouble as McClellan goes around the outside of RJ Corson, and Sean McClellan to 2nd. Corson now under attack from TJ Smith, who goes topside in 3 and 4. That may be the place to be, as around goes TJ Smith for position number 3.
That was a nice, really nice run there that Smith had. Both left side tires on the berm again, 1 and 2. Corson back to his inside, but 3 and 4 is really where Smith thrives. Carries a lot of speed on the high side. We heard Noah Harris say you can really run that top in 3 and 4, and TJ Smith is taking advantage of it, working his way up to 3rd for now. Chance Morton in 7 MF, working on Jack Berger. That's for the final transfer spot coming to the white.
Chance Morton coming through the L feature, trying to get one more. White flag is out up front. Your top 2 going to see the checkered flag. Cochran, McClellan. Coming on 3rd is Smith. Transfer spot at the line. Give it to Chance Morton. He's
off
through 2.
The wall. Chance Morton got it.
Heads up by our camera crew to get that as you take a look at your top 6 moving on. Chance Morton, 2nd time this morning we've seen someone let it all hang out for a transfer spot, and now Chance Morton, your winner of, I believe, the L features, now through the L to the K and now to the J.
There's Jacob Harris, who has some problems after the checkers.
Wow, good stuff. Take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay at that finish. Final lap, that's a pretty decent gap on back. And Morton closes in a hurry, just completely sells out around the outside. Berger through the middle and kissing with the right rear tire off the wall. Morton gets it done.
That's some Ross Chastain stuff right there.
Well, not quite. He'd have to roll the whole way around.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Close as you can get in a midget.
Yeah. Definitely can't pull that off.
You can't ride the wall.
No.
So that little tap, though, I think definitely helped him. Here, the microphone open at the top of the ramp. We should be able to catch up with one of those drivers in a second. Chris O'Brien going to get into position as the second K main gets ready to roll down. Top of the ramp, very busy, we hear.
Yeah, it's very busy up here. It's kind of a traffic jam. There's about 15 people per car up here, and it is getting very tight with all the pit carts, everyone wanting to turn around. One of those drivers is going to turn around again. Chance Morton finished at the front of the last one, and you sneak into the final transfer spot there, just sailing it around on the top side. A 1/10 of a second, you grabbed it at the line.
I told him today we're either going to make a little bit of a run through this super, it's going home in a box.
Again, a lot of people running the bottom. You were able to get up there and just put that right rear up as high as you can onto whatever little bit of cushion is there. Tell me how it's feeling.
It's pretty good. Jason's got this 4-piston Honda dialed in real nice. It's nice and comfortable. We can rip it wherever we want, so that's what we need to be able to move up through these.
Running up there on the top side, are you going to have to make any adjustments? You going to try and stick to the bottom? What's your mental game plan going into the next one?
Go where there's not traffic and keep going forward.
There you go. You got to go where they aren't to make the moves, and he's going to come from all the way in the back of his next event.
He'll put on a show for sure. Thank you, Brian, as we'll wait to see what Chance can do now through 3 when we go to the J features coming up. Let's finish our K features, shall we? 10 laps, top 6. Moving on, Kyler Johnson, Jim Van Zandt on the front row. Jace McIntosh out of the Dave Mack Dalby Motorsports camp in 3rd. Andy Pake to the outside. Starting 5th, Ryan Bickett. 6th, Santino Ferrucci. We should have him down in the booth a little later today. He's got to do some racing first. Kevin Battlefield, Kobe Stubblefield in row 4, Landon Britt, and Josh Hanna, your locked-in cars to the K main. From the L main, Noah Harris, Mark Daly in row number 6. Then in row number 7, Jared Warhurst and Dylan Welch, Shaylee Bade, and Blake Green, your final 2 that transferred from the L's. All the drivers in this one either through 1 or beginning their Saturday morning as we sit just before 11:30 local time. And lights are out. Second K feature, 10 laps, top 6 moving on, we're underway.
Good jump for Kyler Johnson off the pole. But McIntosh fights back. Was smoother on the bottom, but the caution gonna fly.
I don't think this one's gonna stick, and Terry's gonna let you know what's gonna happen, and looks like it's gonna be the outside front row. So Van Zandt, I think, being penalized here, although I'll have to wait and see. He's currently still on the outside. Okay, now it is. Your pole sitter penalized Kyler Johnson. So that'll move Jace McIntosh, a free gift now to your pole. And we'll try it again. So that'll change your front row, McIntosh and Van Zandt. Then it's Kyler Johnson and Andy Pake. Try the second time. We're underway.
2 Dave Mack Dalby cars in this one with McIntosh and Santino Ferrucci. It's Ryan Bickett looking to the inside there of Jim Van Zandt. Bickett into the 2nd spot as Johnson hangs onto that 3rd spot, slides way high there, high out of turn number 2, and gonna lose a spot to Van Zandt and potentially to Andy Pake. Santino Ferrucci currently holding down the 6th and final transfer spot, but trying to move forward. Looks to the inside of Johnson, has Van Zandt right ahead of him, does Ferrucci.
Yeah, Ferrucci's doing a nice job on the bottom. He said he loves the bottom here. He tried the top on lap 1, picked off a car, and now looking for Kyler Johnson to get a little piece of insurance here as Ferrucci sits in that 6th and final transfer spot. Of course, signed a deal with AJ Foyt to go full-time NTT IndyCar Racing in 2024.
Ferrucci had a top 5 in the Indianapolis 500 in 2023. It's a big run here. Couldn't carry it all the way through turn 4. Van Zandt hangs on to the 5th position, and Ferrucci feel that pressure from Colby Stubblefield. Stubblefield Started in 8th, has worked his way up to 5th. Landon Britt right behind Ferrucci on the high side. But a battle for the transfer spot here, getting down to the late stages of this one.
Ferrucci thought about the outside, but then had to protect. But here comes Kobe Stubblefield as around the outside. Landon Britt tries to make something happen. 3-car battle, and Britt goes 2 for 1. Britt up to 6th. As we come down, it'll be 2 laps to go.
Britt flying on the high side in that 60X machine, going to take the 5th spot away from Jim Van Zandt. Van Zandt opens the bottom up for Ferrucci. Stubblefield comes up high, and what a 3-wide battle we have. Ferrucci dips his way by Van Zandt. That is for 5th, coming to the white.
Ferrucci trying to fire one back underneath Stubblefield to get back in the transfer spot. He will. Santino gets by Stubblefield. What does Stubblefield have? He'll go top shelf. Checkered flag is waving. McIntosh, Bickett advanced at the stripe. Stubblefield's got it.
Wow. What a battle we had that entire race for the final transfer spot.
McIntosh, Bickett, Pake, Johnson, Britt, and Stubblefield. Your 6 cars moving in. Santino knocked out. Van Zandt, Harris, and Welch, who only managed to go 14 to 10. So, man, another good transfer spot battle. Kobe Stubblefield, have yourself a day as he moves on. And up the ramp they go in a traffic jam. Going down the ramp, we move on to the J mains. And these J mains, again, 10 laps, top 6 will transfer. We will do that as well through the I's, H, and then once we get to the G, we will narrow it down to just 5 that move on.
Chance Morton, the one to watch out of this J main, has transferred out of 2 already, including a photo finish for that final transfer spot. Before we give you the lineup for J main number 1, let's go to Chris Moore.
Yeah, guys, got Colby Stubblefield here. Man, tell me what you're thinking those last couple of laps. Running the top, you found a way around to get a transfer.
Yeah, our week hasn't gone too good so far. We got upside down pretty easily in the heat race, but that put us in a C on our qualifying night, and we're having some problems getting the car running. So they squeezed in right there. Hopefully we can fix it and keep moving forward. I just want to thank the Melton family for giving me the opportunity to come back and run this year. We lost Mike Melton a couple months ago, and I'm just blessed to be here, and we're all going to miss him.
All right, there you go, guys. Despite the car not running quite right, Colby Stubblefield still able to put it in through the K.
10 laps the distance again for this one. We'll look for 6 to transfer on. As you take a look at your lineup for our first J feature, Brett Becker and Kayla Roll. In row number 1, Logan Mitchell, Tanner Holmes. In row 2, Daniel Robinson, Pierce Urbanowski in 3, with Cooper Williams, Keith Martin sharing row 4. Mariah Ead out of the Keith Kuhn stable will be in the inside of row 5 alongside Dylan Menz in the 08M. Your transfer cars from the K feature, Chris Cochran, Sean McClelland will be your top 12 starters. Final 2 rows, TJ Smith, Steve Buckwalter, RJ Corson, and Chance Morton, who is in 3 already features through. Cool story about your outside pole sitter. Appreciate my buddy Blaine Colt for telling me this. Last night, she wrestled in Indiana, Girls State Championships. She goes to Milan High School, the actual school from the movie Hoosiers, by the way, if you didn't know that. She finished 4th in arguably the toughest weight of the tournament. She wrestled her placement match and then flew to Tulsa to come here and run in the J feature. So congratulations, Kayla. Job well done on the mat. Now what can she do from the outside pole here on the racetrack?
Also goes down as the final MSCS champion.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is right. So accomplishments abound for young Kayla Roll.
Of course, Tanner Holmes in this one on the outside of the 2nd row. Struggled on his prelim night in his 2nd Chili Bowl with CB Industries.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of names in this one, and you're going to start to see that, folks, as we continue to move on.
I don't see Pierce Urbanowski.
Well, Pierce totaled that race car transferring into his C main or B main on his prelim night, so.
Yeah, that was rough.
Not going to make the call as our J feature number 1 underway. Kayla Rell on the outside is going to lose 2nd, maybe for the moment, although she'll fight hard. in that 4K as we've got cars stuck together. That's men's in the Dave Mack Barnhill Motorsports camp. Everybody keeps going, but they lose a ton of time as Brett Becker continues to lead the first couple of circuits. Chris Cochran has already found his way into a transfer spot coming from the K. He's up to 6th. And Mariah Eade right behind in 7th. Mariah Eade gets through. And here goes Tanner Holmes in that 87 car.
Is that Logan Mitchell in the 96X? Falls back, loses some spots. Up front, Roel going for the race lead.
Kayla takes the top spot away from Brett Becker. Robinson still riding the bottom and 3rd. On the right side of your screen is the transfer battle. Mariah Eade's gonna sail the 71 around the outside looking for Tanner Holmes. So that's Chad Boat versus Keith Coons here in the J main. And Eade is gonna go around all the way and get around the 19 of Becker. So Becker's going the wrong direction.
71 car is quick, so's the 87 and the 14. They have gotten by Becker and continue to work their way forward. Here's McClellan going to the inside, bringing Buckwalter with him to the inside of Becker. McClellan slides up in front of Becker, 3 wide. Buckwalter comes in on the bottom and give McClellan the final transfer spot with 3 to go.
McClellan from 12th, Becker from 14th. As Steve Buckwalter from 14th falls back a spot. 2 laps to go.
Chance Morton in the picture as well. This transfer battle is going to be good. We've seen Morton do whatever he needed to do and do whatever it takes already once. As Daniel Robinson up front, looking to the outside of Kayla Rell for the race lead. Contact between Buckwalter and Cooper Williams now at the white.
It's going to get interesting through turns 3 and 4. Kayla Rell will come through and hold off Daniel Robinson. Tanner Holmes, Mariah Eade at the stripe. Sean McClellan hangs on over Chance Morton. So Morton's run through 3 is over as he finishes 1 spot out of the transfer spot. TJ Smith is through 2. As you look at your finishing order, Kayla Rell, nice job. 4th place in the state championships for wrestling in Indiana. Now a J main feature winner.
Buckwalter fell back to 11th. What a battle that was there. The final transfer spot. 6 move on, the rest of them done. For the Chili Bowl, J-main number 1 heads up the ramp. So Rell, Robinson, Holmes, Eade, Smith, and McClellan continue on. We'll catch them at the back of I-main number 1. J-main number 2 going to begin to roll down the ramp. Brian Ward, you're at the top of the ramp.
I am here with Kayla Rell, hearing that you go home and wrestle and then come back and you wrestle your way to the front spot here. Tell me how the track feels.
The track is really technical right now. There's not much of a cushion, so it's really difficult to run the top. So I just had to slow it down and stick the bottom.
Started at the front of that one and took the checks. Now you're going to move on to the next one and start near the back. Tell me what your game plan is going to be with the top being so technical.
Well, we're going to probably tighten up the car a lot because I was really loose, and just hope for the best and make another transfer.
All right, Kayla Rell in another one of the Honda-powered midgets making a run through the soup.
It's
very nice.
Freezing outside as you take a look at our second J feature lineup. Henry Chambers and Derek Schaefer, your front row. Darren Kaufman, Josh Mose will make up row number 2. Joey Worth, Will Armitage in row 3. Logan Prickett, Chad Freewalt in row 4. Top 10 starters, Jeb Sessoms in the second opinion group, and AJ Johnson with your transfer cars from our K feature, Jace McIntosh, Ryan Bickett, as well as your final 2 rows of Andy Pate, Kyler Johnson, Landon Britt, and Colby Stubblefield. So another 10 laps, looking for 6 to move on to an I feature.
Whatever you want to call it, watering the infield. You guys mentioned it real quick, coming to the green during that break. They watered the top side of the racetrack.
Thank you so much, Earl. We'll keep an eye on the track as we go through the rest of the day. Green flag is in the air. Second J feature is out and about. Chambers and Schaefer, your front row. We got one upside down in a big way, and that was one of your transfer cars.
Landon Britt.
Yeah, the 60 of Britt upside down and leaking fluid.
AJ Johnson stopped as well at the bottom of 1 and 2. I caught Johnson out of the corner of my eye get really, really sideways. I would say Britt got into him and then went flipping, but we'll see.
As they get Britt turned back over, we'll check out the replay presented by Ibach. keep an eye toward the back of the field. Yeah, that was just honestly a case of trying to maneuver and not get caught up in a wreck that caused Britt into the outside wall, as Ryan Brickett was there as well, trying to avoid the melee. We'll get a full restart here, as it looks like, even though he was upside down, Landon Britt is able to continue and get fired back off. Good opportunity to remind you folks that Dirt Draft is letting you guys hang and participate in some Soup Fantasy Racing. Yeah, in addition to our week-long Chili Bowl Nationals Fantasy Racing Championship points competition, you can be a part of the Soup. And there's 3 different contests as you pick drivers that'll make advancements through different mains. We had our J-Main Soup Championship Fantasy Competition, drivers from the J, K, and L, G, H, I, and J in the G-Main Soup Competition, and of course, our D-Main competition for drivers that transfer through the D, E, F, and G. So it does not count towards your official scoreboard, by the way, if you're wondering that. And Earl, you talked a little bit about the track before we went green. What more can you tell us about this racing surface?
Well, yeah, I was able to catch up with some of the track crew, and they're very, very happy how this track is turning out with some of these lower main events. Pretty much you're just going to see maybe every third or fourth main event they're going to come out, put some water wherever they need to on the bottom side or the top side of the racetrack. But they are very, very happy with how this track is turning out, because you guys can see that drivers are starting to make their way through some soups. And, you know, in years past, the track would still be very, very heavy at this time of one lane. So they're happy. But however, later this afternoon, they do plan on doing a complete track rework, guys.
Thank you, Earl. Coming to green as we try J feature number 2 a second time. Henry Chambers, Derek Schaefer front row. Here we go. Schaefer crosses down to the bottom. Joey Worth trying to fight his way forward and gets tagged from Bickett. Problems as well for Darren Kaufman as he was over somebody's left rear, and Joey Worth, who was really aggressive on that start, tried getting to the front.
Yeah, there were a couple
ends up getting
tangled
together
up
with
in this one.
Ryan Bickett. Joey, for as little as he runs midgets, runs probably 5 races a year, if that, has been pretty impressive. Led his heat race for a little bit earlier this week, so.
Has that Stan SR11X power plant under the hood of the 77.
So it's back. We haven't talked about it yet, but it's a Chili Bowl tradition. It's not everybody's favorite Chili Bowl tradition, but it's one nonetheless. The Chili Bowl green jacket. And currently, Dylan Archer, who we just saw it on the track a little bit ago, has overtaken Anthony Esburn and Joey Klemish as the leader of the Chili Bowl green jacket.
Why don't you let the folks know what that means? So they're like, green jacket, that's a good thing, right?
So in golf, it is a good thing. In racing, not so much. So the green jacket is awarded to the driver with the lowest plus minus during the Chili Bowl. Each position gained is +1. Each position lost is -1. So basically, whoever loses the most positions from your original starting spot in each race combined is the recipient of the Chili Bowl green jacket.
So much like a golf score, you want it to be low. In racing, not really. As you saw the replay there on your screen, as you take a look now, Worth getting tagged, Bickett there. And of course, Kaufman going for a ride. On Chambers, and that's your pole sitter, by the way, Henry Chambers, that's caught up in that part of the incident. So we will have a whole new front row.
There is an actual green jacket that they give the winner to wear for a year. Nick Odell is rocking it. Here's a picture of him rocking it in the building this week. So,
wow. So we're going to get a whole new lineup. Should be Derek Schaefer on the point, and indeed it is. 92M of Josh Most will start outside pole, so Most goes 4-2, Schaefer 2-1. One of the Dave Mack cars as well is up in the mix. Jace McIntosh, who again transferred in through the K, is now going to start 4th.
Through scratches and cars getting caught up in the yellow, McIntosh hasn't even had to work for it yet. Green flag back in the air. Good jump for Schaefer off the pole.
Stubblefield there on the bottom, trying to make something happen in 5th, but he's going to lose his spot. McIntosh outside, hikes the front end in the air, And lap 1 is finally in the books.
Joey Worth trying to find his way back. Colby Stubblefield right ahead of him. There's Chase McIntosh, Kyler Johnson, all running right there. Timing and scoring appears to be down for a moment. It'll kick in probably here in a lap or two. That's why we don't have the ticker or know the exact running order of these guys at the moment. Here's Bickett trying to speed forward.
How about Worth making his way through? Was caught up in that incident. He's up to 8th, 2 spots out, looking for one more. As going the wrong direction is Jace McIntosh up on the bike. Brickett gets it down. And these two are duking it out here for a transfer spot.
So unofficially, it looks like it's Derek Schaefer, Andy Pate, Josh Mose, Logan Prickett, Colby Stubblefield, Joey Worth. Worth now to 5th by Stubblefield. That's with 5 down and 5 to go as we show you the ticker now. So Bickett, 1 spot out. That's the battle for your transfer spot that we saw right there as Worth looks to the outside of Prickett. Oh, and Landon Britt loses the left rear.
We've got a loose left rear bouncing its way through the top side of turns 3 and 4, and good grab by the officials. So we've had a right rear go flying off, now a left rear.
And a bad J-Main gets worse for Landon Britt, the driver of the 60 from Memphis, Tennessee.
You could see the official holding one of the spacers. That one looks like the nut came off. So he'll get a ride on the back of the hook. A lot going on in this one as the transfer bows. You can see it. Yeah, that's just classic case of
bird cage is still attached. So.
Yeah, wheel was not tight. So that should go back to the previous scored lap, 5 down, 5 to go, and it should be Stubblefield now holding on to that 6th and final transfer spot. Here's a replay of the left rear. As you take a look, that was the transfer battle. Then there it goes. Got some air. Like a skateboard going up a ramp.
Didn't go through the fence like the other one today did.
Well, thank goodness. I was headed toward the grandstands in turn number 3. Lights are out, coming back to green, 5 to go. It's still Derek Schaefer at the front of the field. Most in third's going to go top shelf, looking for second on Andy Pate. All these cars on your screen in. As you look a little farther back, that's where the transfer spot is. And there you have it. Jace McIntosh trying to make it happen, gets back up to 7th. He needs one more.
Bickett, and that's A.J. Johnson looking on the inside of McIntosh. McIntosh, a little bit of a wheel stand there in the middle of the corners, crosses down to the bottom, leaves a little bit of room for Bickett to stay close, but Stubblefield comfortably in that final transfer spot, looking to move through another one.
Joey Worth looking for insurance around the outside of Prickett. He'll take the spot away for 4th. Meanwhile, they're banging tires there for the transfer spot. McIntosh and Colby Stubblefield, but now Prickett is in the mix. Stubblefield is into 6th. Now McIntosh, 1 spot, make it 2 spot out. Here comes Ryan Prickett. White flag is out, checkered flag in the air. Derek Schaefer, Andy Pate. Stubblefield's gonna hang on and move through 2. So Stubblefield was the last transfer out of the K main to the J. He's now the last transfer in from the J to the I. As you look at your finishing order, Schaefer, Pate, Most, Worth, Prickett, and Stubblefield moving on. A lot going on around that transfer battle for sure.
Here's I-Main number 1, Harley White on the pole, Gage Green to her outside. Row 2, Daniel Whitley and Timmy Thrash. Row 3, it's Frank Beck the 3rd, and J-Mac, Jason Madoodle. Row 4, Jerry Bray and Brandon Roark. Row 5, Darren Nida, Joe Walker. Row number 6, I should say, Kayla Rell, who picked up a win in a J-Main not too long ago. Daniel Robinson, a transfer from that as well. Those two in row 6. Moving on now to row number 7. We did a look at the rest of the drivers in this field. Tanner Holmes, Mariah Eade, TJ Smith, Sean McClellan. So 16 cars slated to go here for I-Main number 1 as they push it onto the racetrack. Chris Moore is ready at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I got Joey Worth here. Joey, that was a little harder than it needed to be, but hey, I guess you found out you have a maneuverable race car.
Yeah, I had a great start, and I guess I got ran into behind, so I was a little angry and trying to really run it hard, but just disappointed I'm in this position. I had a tough qualifying night. choked one too many times. So here we are running, eating some soup today, but happy to be here. It's a family operation. Just got a bunch of family and friends here and watching on Flo. So happy to be here, and hopefully we're going to keep moving forward.
All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you go, guys.
Thank you, Chris.
That car is just idling around there. It does not sound healthy at all.
I could kind of hear it, Earl, through your mic for sure. So not the Saturday morning he wanted. His Chili Bowl will come to a close as your front row lights are out, coming to green, 10 laps, top 6. Harley White to the advantage point in that ripper. And here comes the 55 through the mix of Gage Green. Gage Green going to be challenged for P2. Daniel Whitley. Whitley with Abacus a year ago ran the full season. Now running this ride as you take a look a little deeper in the field. Tanner Holmes in the CV Industries group is through one, already picked off several, and Holmes is in 6th. He's in a transfer spot.
Here comes Holmes in the 87, moves by Rell. Now Holmes into P5 as there's the 27J Frank Beck trying to work forward. Gets by Brennan Rourke. That's for 7. Rourke battles back on the bottom. Left front off the berm out of turn 2.
Rell still trying to follow around the bottom, but Tanner Holmes is moving on up. We got one looped around right in front of Terry Maddox, and that is the 44G of Brannigan Rourke.
Rourke was near a transfer position, a spot or 2 out, and spins backwards down the front straightaway. Long time micro racer from the state of Missouri, jumped into midgets 3 or 4 years ago, originally for Chad Shields Racing. And Chad unfortunately passing away a couple of years ago. Brannigan starts his own midget team, carries the number 44 number in honor of Chad.
13th starter Tanner Holmes up to 4th. We know the speed that those cars have, and I know Tanner was pretty frustrated with the way his Tuesday night went on his qualifying night. C-main last year for Tanner after finishing top 15 in his prelim night. So trying to get back to at least that. He's going to have a lot of work coming from an I-main as you see Brannigan Rourke back under power. Harley White, though, pacing the field. What an incredible story that I know many are familiar with for Harley White, the accomplished sprint car racer back in the micro days. Gosh, I forget the year that was in a burning car in one of her micros, and the late Donnie Ray Crawford pulled her out, and the two have had a bond shared over the years, and I know races in his honor every time she's behind the wheel here at the Chili Bowl. And now leading this I-main as we're back underway.
Holmes goes to the top, wants to get around Gage Green on the bottom in that 55S, and does. Sneak by for the 3rd spot does Holmes. Holmes trying to get through his 2nd main. Sean McClellan, not his first race of the day either, as he works into a transfer spot. Gets by Rell and Beck. TJ Smith right behind them. Smith squeezes by Rell, saw a hole open and took it. Now McClellan gets into Thrash.
Well, McClellan on a hurry from 16th into a transfer spot. TJ Smith's trying to replicate that, following McClellan in. Again, both of those have gone through 2. Smith caught up on the bottom, Thrash is in the middle, and TJ Smith trying to make something happen, but Rourke brings out the caution for the 2nd time. And typically here at the Chili Bowl, 2 dead on tracks, and you are up the ramp champ. So probably going to see the 44C make its way back to the pit area. TJ Smith scored 1 outside a transfer spot, started 15th to 7th. McClellan is 16th to 5th. Tanner Holmes 13th to 2nd. So some big movers out of your J feature transfer cars. Tanner Holmes is trying to go through 2. Smith and McClellan trying to make it through 3.
If passing points were relevant in I-mains, Sean McClellan would have a lot of them. 22 car has been moving. Tanner Holmes has worked up to 2nd by Daniel Whitley. Whitley in that Griffiths Motorsports 75G spent all of 2023 running midgets and doing a little bit of wrenching as well for Abacus Racing. Got an extreme win in Ohio.
Also want to make note to those folks at home. I get somebody tagged me on Twitter about Jason McDougal's run in the Soup starts now. He was not making the call. He was pretty much well known after his prelim night that he was not going to run the rest of Chili Bowl. That car just has a ton of problems. So no J-Mac run in the Soup this year. Who can replicate that? We'll find out. Back under the green flag.
We'll see if Holmes has anything for Harley White for the win here. Looks like he will. Pull side by side. Good run on the high side for Holmes. White strong in the bottom. Hangs onto the lead for now. 2 laps to go. McClellan working on Gage Green. That's for the 4th position. Holmes now sneaks to the inside of White. Throws a slider to 3 and 4. White back to the bottom. Coming to the White. One more time, and Tanner Holmes to the lead. TJ Smith in 14 into a transfer spot, gets by Thrash.
Got around him on the outside. They're going to come to the checkered flag. TJ Smith is in at the moment. Through 3 and 4, Holmes wins. Harley White 2nd, Daniel Whitley 3rd, McClellan 4th, Green 5th, and TJ Smith will move on. So McClellan and Smith are through 3. Holmes is through 2. So a couple of storylines developing after that one.
How about that? I called TJ Smith going on a little bit of a run. It's looking pretty good. Still a long way to go.
Looks good indeed as the cars head up the ramp as just past the top of the hour here. It is afternoon in Tulsa and the stories begin to develop. And so they'll head to the back of the first H feature coming up. Somebody also asking, too, about the payouts. Don't forget, we did update the purse this year at the Chili Bowl. Of course, tonight, $20,000 to win, $2,000 to start. It was $3,000 to win on prelim nights. The payouts start here in the H features coming up. On Beyond Back, we'll get $100 to non-transferring teams. So $100 to those whose Chili Bowl comes to a close, as I believe we'll go to the top of the ramp and speak to one of our transferring drivers up at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, Chris, I'm with Tanner Holmes. 4-2 in your first semi, and then 13-1 on that one, throwing a slider in on Harley White near the end. Tell me how that car felt and what you did to get through all the traffic.
I'm feeling better, man. It's just been a long week. You know, I don't drive midgets. Some of my second race, so just trying to get as many laps today as I can. I think that second main was way better just because I'm getting more in a rhythm and hoping to kind of just carry that through. So hopefully it's key here being on the bottom. When guys kind of wash out in the first corner, we can make up some progress. And I don't know the alphabet well, so I'm not sure what main we're in, but we're going to keep going forward.
I was about to ask if you make any adjustments to your shocks through that, working from the top to bottom, but I don't even see any knobs here.
No, we have one, but I mean, no, I don't really. I leave that for the professionals. For me, man, just working on driving my car better. Like I said, don't have a lot of midget experience, so every lap is really key, and felt 10 times better there than the main before. So we'll carry that, and I think we roll off 11th. We got to pass some cars to get in the next one.
That's it. Tanner Holmes will move on in the 87.
As we take a look at the lineup here for this one, Corey Schutte, DJ Estes, your front row. Gage Laney, Blake Bauer in row 2. Brad Mosen and Josh Hodge in row 3. Colin Deming, Zach Hampton in 4. Top 10 starters, AJ Bender and Jeff Stassa. Your 6 transfer cars from the J, Derek Schaefer, Andy Pake, Josh Most, Joey Worth, Logan Prickett, and Colby Stubblefield will round out your field. Stubblefield and Pake through 2 in this one, trying to join Sean McClellan and TJ Smith as those that have advanced through 3 lower mains so far. So that'll tie our most so far today. As you take a look from high top, turn number 1, crowd's starting to slowly get bigger and bigger as the energy in the building begins to ratchet up a little bit, getting closer and closer to our late afternoon, evening program. Look at the rowdy section.
Definitely filed in. More people over there than this morning.
Don't see any of the boomsticks from yesterday. But
don't see Caleb Hart over there either.
No, I thought maybe I'd see a Caleb Hart appearance over there before he made his way to the booth. Tame right now, but it'll get a lot more lively as we get the night portion of the program going.
Corey Schutte on the pole of the same main, 2022 Power Ride Water Sprint champion.
Brad Mosen running out of the Bondio camp this week. Been a while since he's been to the Chili Bowl. Last time he was in the building, he was teammates with fellow New Zealand driver Michael Pickens and had solid runs here at the Chili Bowl.
What car did he drive in 2012, the last time he was here?
That's a great question. That is one that we go to the phones or the Twitter machine.
I might be able to find it. 2012.
But Mosen had a lot of speed, got shuffled back, had an opportunity at locking into his prelim night A main, and then something went awry and got turned around. And here he is now in an I feature. So it tells you how quickly things can change at your Chili Bowl. If you locked into a prelim A main, you'd be in an E main way later on today, but failed to get out of the C.
So Pickens that year was in a Loyette car. I'm still looking on the entry list to see if Mosen was as well.
As the Chili Bowl,
He was in the Bondio car.
Oh, really?
That's cool. 14 years later.
Wow, big
still
reunion
in that ride.
for Brad Mosen. I saw a few Brad Mosen t-shirts out and amongst the crowd here at the SageNet Center. All right, here we go. Front row set to go. Corey Schutte, DJ Estes, and your second I feature is underway. Through turns 1 and 2, clean and green we go as Schutte tries to run away and hide. Blake Bauer there in the third spot. Lap number 1 is Schutte. Bauer, Estes, Mosen in 4th. Then this battle a little bit further back. A.J. Bender, Gage Laney, the 8D of Colin Deming all in the mix. That's right around the transfer spot. Deming in 5th. Bender in that 6th and final transfer spot moved that Colin Deming back to 6th and now under attack by that white and red 22J of Hampton.
Zach Hampton and 22J. Colin Deming ahead of him. Here comes Joey Worth. He's made it through one already, trying to sneak through another one. That Team Giant Foundation car strong up on the high side, stays in the 7th spot, looking to get to Deming here. Side by side. Worth to the inside of Hampton. That's for P7. Colin Deming now on the bubble.
Here comes Hampton, still trying to get the outside lane to work. Deming slips up off the bottom, and Zach Hampton, with a full head of steam, is going to go around the outside to that 6th position, but not for long. Joey Worth enters the chat. 3-car battle for the 6th spot. Your front guys are running away with this here, coming to 3 to go.
I didn't see exactly what happened to Hampton, but he got way high in turn 4 that time. I think he's tight through the center of the corner. Just can't complete that run. A little better this time. A lot of momentum into 3. Gets the car rotated, bounces off the cushion, and gets the spot with 2 to go.
Hampton, I thought, was going to loop it around, but instead got it pointed down the hill, and he'll roll away now with 6. As Worth now up to 7. He'll have an opportunity maybe at Hampton as the white flag is out. One more time around for Corey Schutte. Through 3 and 4 already, Schutte will easily take home this second I feature. Bauer comes home second. Estes, Mosen, Bender, and Hampton holds off Joey Worth at the line. So Joey Worth, a valiant effort, comes up short. As you look at your finishing position, Bender was able to get by Mosen there for 4th at the white flag lap. So Mosen back to 5th, and then Zach Hampton moves on. So Stubblefield and Pake's runs end 2 features in.
Bauer was the one, I think it was maybe Tuesday night, was in that B main battling for a transfer spot, maybe was in a transfer spot, got together with another car, and they spun out and both were out of transfer spots. There was some drama around the end of that B main, I remember, and Bauer was on one of the receiving ends.
And we'll flip a page, and we, just like that, move on to our H mains here this afternoon. And this first one features a couple drivers looking to be the best of the soup movers so far. Let's take a look at the NOS Energy Drink ramp cam. Here is that lineup. Don Drow Jr., your pole sitter. and Devin Dobie to the outside. Brody Waite, Colton Hardy make up row 2, with Gastineau and Tyler Robbins in row 3, Michelle Decker, Ben Worth making up row number 4. Your final cars to lock into this one, John Clabundi and Rodney Westhafer. For your transfer cars, get in the picture from the J, and that's Tanner Holmes, who's through 2. Harley White advanced, she'll start 12th. And your final 2 rows, Daniel Whitley, Sean McClelland is through 3. Gage Green and TJ Smith is also through 3. What kind of moves can McClelland and Smith do? They both kind of followed each other through that last main event from the back. They'll have to try to do it again.
Both, I thought, had really, really good race cars. Were able to move around, get by guys. So we'll see if they can continue their run of success. Of course, Tanner Holmes has been through, I believe, 2 now also, including a win in that first I feature. Didn't have a ton of time up there at the top of the ramp, as that second I went pretty good. Chris Moore is working his way through the chaos up there at the top of the ramp, but has found somebody to talk to. Chris?
Yeah, there's a lot going on up here, guys. I got our most recent winner, Corey Schutte. Corey started on the pole, got the win. You know, one step out of the way. Now do you have a maneuverable enough car to make your way forward in the next one?
We're definitely going to have some work to do with it, but I mean, last night exploded, a driveline caught on fire, so we'll take an I main win there and see if we can make the right adjustments here to get through this next one.
Looked like you just hugged your way around the bottom. Was that the game plan all along, or just what the race car and track gave you?
Well, they just missed at the bottom, so I was afraid to not be down there. You know, starting on the pole, you definitely don't want to make the mistake and give it up. So we're definitely going to have to get off the bottom for the next one. We'll just see if we can make the right calls on the car here.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, man.
There you go, guys. Corey Schutte, 1-1 in the eye. A little bit of work to do now.
So all eyes on the back of this field with your storylines. Sean McClelland and TJ Smith trying to go through 4 feature events. They'll have a long way to go. Lights are out, we're green. Drought, and we've got a contact in the back of the field. That's Whitley, and we'll stay green as he keeps going. But at the front of the field, Devin Dobie around the outside in second. Colton Hardy there as well. Hardy's going to go topside in 1 and 2. Trying to get around the Brody Wake machine. Caution flag is out. We got one stop at the head of turn number 4, and that is Daniel Whitley in the 75G.
Whitley got into the wall there. You saw it going into the first corner on the first lap. He was way behind. Comes to a stop. A lap in the book.
I mentioned Daniel, too, was a part of that Abacus Racing group a year ago, full-time as teammate to Logan Seavey, your national champion. Now running this car and continues to impress, one of those outlaw kart racers from the West Coast. As you take a look at the iBox Springs replay, this is the initial green. Watch toward the back of the field. Some contact possibly. Oh, yes, right through the center. McClelland, Gage Green involved. Unfortunately for Whitley, kind of tagged the tail end of that.
I like Daniel Whitley a lot. I hope he finds something and we can see him on the track in 2024 pretty frequently. I'd say that he will. Talented young kid. Ferndale, California native, so relocated to the Midwest and started racing cars, working on cars, so I hope he lands on his feet. Definitely should. Excited for what's in store for him, be it in sprint cars or midgets. I think he'll find something.
Oh, for sure. Had one of those viral interviews a year ago where he was, I think, flipped down the front straightaway and immediately popped out and was talking about his Hinchman race suit, and which he's right. Hinchman, you know, shout out to Nancy and everybody at Hinchman for their involvement, of course, in excellent safety products. As we're back under the green flag with Don Drought Jr. facing the field. And again, Hardy to the outside, trying to make something happen. Caution flag waves yet again. And I'd be curious if it was at the cone, and it is.
Somebody got Spike or Steve, whichever one that is.
Spike's still alive after going for a ride with AJ Hernandez. This one was just knocked over. And it looks like it's McClelland.
They're saying
13th at the time.
That would be a tough break for a driver that has been impressive this morning and into the early parts of this afternoon. Would only dock him 2 spots, I think, right?
Yeah, and he was already 13th, and Whitley and Keith Martin not in the field, so he'll have some work to do. Again, single file, we've only got 1 lap scored, but as opposed to restarting this race double file. Just be a lot harder to march your way through the field. Don Drow Jr.'s teammate Zach Hampton this week already advancing on. So Don trying to do the same. Keep an eye too on the 14S of TJ Smith. Picked off a couple there as well. It seems like it takes that car about a lap or two to get going.
Hardy and moved by weight before the yellow came out. We'll see if he can make that pass again. Don Drow Jr. led the opening circuit. Single file restart. We come back to green here in H main number 1.
Wake to the outside of Hardy this time in 1 and 2, and Brody Wake's going to take the Dave McDalby Motorsports 08K to 3rd. Hardy back to 4th. A little farther back, here comes the battle for the transfer spot. That's been Worth on the outside.
Tyler Robbins, we saw his brother Sean Robbins earlier. Here comes Worth, nice run for the former shootout champ, and Worth into 5th.
Worth also an accomplished announcer too as well. Announces at Hagopian's race out in California.
That's at 87.
Yep, and Holmes is right through the field as well. So 13 to 2nd, he's come from the back to win, and now Tanner Holmes starting to make noise in that 6th and final transfer spot. Michelle Decker in that 7 car down to the bottom. The caution flag is out around the speedway. We've got one upside down in a scary place to rest that car. Cage first into the wall. We'll see who indeed that is, but the caution flag is out.
Safety crew on the scene. Is it the...
Yeah, we'll let you know as soon as we can get glasses on it. The way that car came to a rest, belly pan up.
Just announced the grandstands, driver is out of the car.
Well, Caleb.
Broadcast Caleb.
Driver is out, good to see. And flipped back over.
Harley White,
yeah.
17H.
Harley is out. You see her there with her helmet off. Earl?
Yeah, we're going to try to catch up with Harley here, but like Caleb said, she was able to get out of that car under her power, which is great. Hard ride, but glad to see you get out of that car under your own power, Harley. What exactly happened here in turn 3?
Yeah, I think I got fed a wheel just a little bit. I have to watch the replay, but I don't think I really had a chance to get off the gas or get on the gas. It kind of just fed it to me, so sucks running that far back. I don't know why he was trying to race as hard as he was, but oh well.
We'll see if we have an Ibach Springs replay real quick. Maybe we can watch this on the big screen. Here we go, Harley. Walk me through it.
I can't see it.
Yeah, no, that's a hard angle. That's a hard angle right there. But that was a hard ride, Harley. Glad to see she was able to get that car under her own power, guys.
Absolutely, Earl, and looked like that was the 22, Sean McClelland, involved.
That's some airtime for sure.
Yeah, serious barrel rolls over there in turn 3, and so White's car gets towed back to the pit area. McClelland was in that 12th position behind Harley, so unable to make up a ton of time. Smith up to 10th from 16th. So TJ has a shot here with still 6 to go. In our first H feature, Tanner Holmes 1 spot out looking in. So Holmes is trying to make it through 3. Smith McClellan trying to get to 4 as we come back under the green flag. Don Drow Jr. leads him back. As out all the way around the outside, Ben Worth trying to make something happen in that 14 car. Right in front, Tanner Holmes on the charge. Hardy starting to fall back, now back to 4th from 3rd as Devin Doby took the position away. Here comes Tanner Holmes this time, trying to get around Robbins. That's for 5th. So Holmes right now on the bubble, trying to get off the bubble. Michelle Decker wants into this action as well, up and over the berm.
TJ Smith might be coming alive in that 14S. inside there of Worth, and up by Decker as well. TJ Smith goes 9-7 just on that lap. One spot out, trying to track down Holmes, who currently has his hands full trying to get by Tyler Robbins on the high side. He's going to make that pass here, coming to 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here, and the lane is blocked for TJ Smith, as going to the bottom was Tanner Holmes. Here comes Robbins back to the inside home, and TJ's just going to say, you guys want to fight on the bottom? I'm going to go right around you. Challenging Robbins here for the 6th and final transfer spot. The white flag is out.
Smith going to have one last look. Big run down the back straightaway. Robbins stays strong to the bottom. They're side by side. Smith tries to cut down to the inside of Robbins. Robbins misses the bottom. Smith gets the transfer spot.
And TJ Smith now through 4. He was hungry for some soup this morning. 16th to 6th, just enough to get it done as Don Drow Jr. picks up the win. Brody Wake, Colton Hardy, Devin Dobie, Tanner Holmes is through 3, and Smith punches his ticket to the back of our first G feature. Second H feature of the day, another 10 laps, another top 6 moving on in this one. Anton Hernandez on the front row with Jake Scott, Isaac Chappell, Scout Spraggins in row 2, Cody Trammell, Glenn James Brady in row 3, Brock Elliott and Sean Jackson in row 4. George Lutz and Austin Nye make up your top 10 starters, with your transfer cars coming from the I main, Corey Schutte, Blake Bauer in the 9A, and your final 2 rows, DJ Estes, AJ Bender, Brad Mosen, and Zach Hampton. That's how they'll roll here in this second H feature. Nobody in this one making a big soup run. Most of these drivers are starting their second main of the day. As we will go to top of the ramp, Brian Ward is standing by with the K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, I've got TJ Smith, 16th to 6. You stole it on the top side there by under 0.2 of a second. You had it rolling. Tell me about it.
Man, we got put way behind the 8 ball on our prelim night, so we just plan to come and try to get through as many of these races as we can. And, you know, these guys give me a hell of a race car. You know, Jeff Taylor, Rockwell Security, all these guys that get behind it, you know, the team's been working their ass off. I can't thank these guys enough, and we're just going to try to keep going forward.
How is that track feeling between all these different events you've been running so far this morning?
Oh, you know, it's been pretty bottom dominant most of these races early, so we've just made sure that we don't miss the bottom and try to pick off as many cars as we can. But top's starting to work in. It's getting a little edged up, so we're going to try and see if we can move around a little more here in the next few.
All right, looking forward to it in the next event.
Thank you.
Like a 70s sitcom, he's moving on up.
Jake Scott the outside. That's your front row in this one. Looking for 6 to move on. Green flag is in the air.
Chappell and Scott side by side. Cody Trammell down there on the bottom. That's Scout Spraggins in the 07. Gets tight on the top, gets up above the fluff. Car goes around and turns 3 and 4. That's the 48G, I think, of George Laux.
It is.
Laux goes around, and AJ Bender in 11K, the California native, slows towards the infield.
Bender from the I main. As we'll get a look at what happened on this Eibach incident replay. There's Lux.
Corey Schutte fighting for that piece of real estate on the bottom. Not enough room for both of them down there, I think.
Saw an opening and went for it.
He tried. George Laux, former wrench crew chief, crew member for Casey Kane Racing, sprint car team.
Yeah. Pretty sure he also works right currently for Tricon Garage in the Craftsman Truck Series.
Bender in the work area. In that Cruiseman 11K.
Austin Nye's dad is in there as well. Nye's in this one in the team car, 6K for Cruiseman. Looks like they're going to try to get him turned back around.
There's Corey running down there to help push Bender back out there.
Corey bringing a couple cars to the Chili Bowl. Of course, the champion here at the Bowl in his own right.
Already seen Gage Rucker move through a couple mains today, and another Cruiseman team car. Corey, of course, 3-time Chili Bowl winner. And Bender going to get fired off.
Bender's only going to lose 2 spots here. So might as well make sure things are running right back in the pit area, or back in the work area. As Chapel will retain the lead at a full restart, be 10 to go. Corey Schutte was a guy many had on, and yeah, Bender's pointing back to the top of the ramp, so it looks like it may be terminal for the 11K, but just talking about Corey Schutte, I think a lot of people had him in a good opportunity in their Chili Bowl pool to get up into a qualifier, and did, and then it just kind of went away from there, and Corey got buried back in the B main, got tousled around a little bit. And
did you see who was leading the Chili Bowl pool entering today?
Who?
Trevor Klein.
Really?
Yes, he is leading the pool.
Well, Trevor's good on and off the track when it comes to Chili Bowl. Here we go, back under the green flag. Chapel and Jake Scott duking it out at the top spot. Cody Trammell in that 17D. Second car on the bottom trying to follow Chapel through. Lap 1. Give it to Chapel by nose, but Scott goes around the outside and takes over the point. Not for long.
Chapel battles back, had a full head of steam there, had to hop on the binders as Scott rips the lip, crosses down to the bottom in 1 and 2. Chapel chills in that second spot for now. Cody Trammell, Scout Spraggins, Glenn James Brady, a name we're used to seeing at the Tulsa Shootout, and Brady having a nice run here in this second H feature in a transfer spot. And then Brock Elliott, one of those Chandler Grand Prix cars, set on the pole of the Knepper 55 in what was his second midget race. Last month at DuQuoin, had a nice run in that. His first Chili Bowl. Actually, second Chili Bowl, I do believe. Caution is out. Loucks again.
Yeah, not been H-main to his liking. Schutte has been working on Brock Elliott for the last several laps, looking for a way inside that top 6. Austin Nye up there in the 6K. 2 spots out in the 8th position as they'll get Loucks turned back around.
Chili Bowl rookie.
I was going to say his nickname is Speedy Meatball.
All right.
If you knew that. Not speedy right now, unfortunately, as he gets the SWS chassis 48G back under power.
Car fires off. Six laps have been completed. I'm sorry, 4 laps have been completed, 6 to go. We're in H feature number 2, then we'll get into a pair of G's, followed by a pair of F's, one of those featuring Sammy Swindell.
So we're going to come back with 6 to go. All eyes on that 6th and final transfer spot. Schutte has been working on Brock Elliott. Glenn James Brady just ahead of this battle in 5th. Certainly not out of the woods yet. Chapel's still trying to wrangle the lead from Jake Scott, who leads him back under the green flag. Everyone just files, single file down to the bottom of the racetrack, tiptoeing around the berm. Scott will go topside in 3 and 4 as he done the last time by, and then dip to the bottom in 1 and 2. Around the outside, though, here comes Cody Trammell.
Scout Spraggins and that 07 trying to make something happen. A little bit of a bobble there on the top by Trammell. Spraggins slides to his inside. Trammell up into the wall, down the front straightaway. We show you the double box on the right side for the transfer spot. Corey Schutte, big run on the outside. Elliott sneaks by him down to the bottom. Elliott slide job on Glenn James Brady. Action all over this racetrack right now, Chris.
No kidding. Glenn James Brady, you need to get out of there if you're in that 24T, because it is absolutely game on with 2 laps to go this time by Schutte. Back to the top in 3 and 4, and Corey Schutte has got the 6th and final transfer spot away from Brady. Brady's going to fire back to the inside. They'll come to the white flag. It's all Scott, Chapel, and Trammell, your top 3. Then this gaggle of race cars with Spraggins, Elliott, Schutte, as Elliott gets up to 4th. One more time around.
Brady falls out of a transfer spot as Spraggins looks to the outside of Elliott. Elliott up to the top side by side with Trammell. Trammell's going to get 3rd. Elliott, Spraggins, Schutte will transfer, and a bunch of cars get together there coming to the finish. Blake Bauer does a really nice job to get up to 7th there on that last lap, but it's all for naught. Austin Neidlin, James Brownie, Sean Jackson, the top 10.
So Schutte now through 2.
Jake Scott, I didn't mention Jake Scott right there in the 17M, the race winner over Isaac Chappell. All right, catch our breath after that one, man.
I will admit, I'm very impressed with the amount of passing and battles from the back of the field for some of these guys to make soup runs that we've had on a racetrack that up to this point was, with the exception of what, 2 passes of water, has not been touched.
Yeah. Yeah, very impressed.
Yeah.
Expectations for Saturday morning have been exceeded.
100, and it was from the drop of the green as well, because even in some of those O mains, we had some guys moving from about 10th up to transfer spots and beyond. So just take a look at the Austin Energy Drink ramp cam. The next race headed down the racetrack, and that means it is time we move onto our G mains. So this will be the G mains are scheduled to be next. Of course, this is when we transition to losing 1 transfer spot, so it'll be the top 5 from here on out. And while we await word down below, let's go to the top of the ramp in a K1 race interview with Chris Moore.
Yeah, guys, I got Corey Schutte again. Well, we talked last time, and you were hugging around the bottom. Not this time, able to work that car up on the top and get yourself another race.
Yeah, definitely made the right changes there. Car was really good up there. Some of these guys, when they're running the bottom, they don't quite leave you that lane down the straightaway and got us all bottled up. But I feel like we probably would have run 4th or so there if we could have got a lane to get through there. But we'll keep working on it and see what we can do.
I was going to say, do you have more changes in mind to get even better?
I think we do.
All right, there you go, guys. More work to do, but hey, you got to keep yourself alive to make the work worth it. Corey Schutte's doing that.
It's not March, but I'll use the March Madness Survive in advance, and that's what you have to do sometimes in these situations. I think they're fired up. You know, Jeff Taylor and that whole Rams racing team, Rockwell Automation, like, they're not here to just settle around and pick off a couple. They want to be the show here this morning, and so far, they're accomplishing that there with TJ behind the wheel.
They're at a good point in time of it, although going down by 1 transfer spot's going to hurt them quite a bit without going up in laps. But this racetrack is in a good position for a guy like TJ Smith, who's equally adept at running the top and the bottom, to come through. You heard him say it in his interview, you know, it feels like the top's getting curved up just a little bit. So hopefully we give him a nice wide racing surface. He can make his way through and let her all sort out. G1 on the track, 10 laps, 5 moving up. Here we go.
Bates and Haferteep, your front row. As Bates will get the whole shot into turns 1 and 2. You see Tom Harris coming into your screen out of the KKM camp. Didn't have the night he wanted on Thursday night. Perkins for Reinbold Underwood Motorsports there as well into 3rd. Lap 1, though, goes to Bates.
Bates, Hoffman's, Haferteep Jr., who was just kind of skating around up in the top groove, and you can see him struggling to find forward bite. He's going to cede another spot to Harris. That is for 4th and 5th, so Haferteep now on the bubble trying to hold off Daniel Adler and the rest of the field who's trying to make their way through.
Adler on the bottom there. As you go back up to the front, Perkins now around the outside. Limited midget starts for him, but has a huge opportunity there with the 19 group as you look at Sam Haferteep trying to hold off Adler.
Adler takes the car up top and sees if he can find something to work up there. Meanwhile, top 4, Justin Bates under heavy fire from Hoffman's, Perkins, and Harris. Harris looking to pick up another row coming forward on this. He's down around the bottom. Perkins slides out of line and moves Tom up to 3rd.
Tom doing a nice job just taking what he can get at this point, just trying to get his soup run started. The accomplished racer from across the pond in the UK trying to make something happen. Now he's going to go top shelf. He wants the lead in that 97K. Is the top there? I don't know, but here comes Perkins to fight back in that 3rd, 4th spot. Oh, big bike from Tom Harris. He may lose the spot here.
I appreciate the determination. He kind of knew if I'm going to get up, I'm going to have to run it for a couple of laps to really make it go, but he's in danger right here as Haferteep has figured out the rhythm on the bottom, and we're running out of laps in this for anybody to come up. Oh, no, big problem. That is Perkins who went bouncing. The cushion reached up, grabbed him, and bit him, and it's going to send him to the back of the pack.
Oh, it's a heartbreak. Such a promising young racer, and first Chili Bowl attempt, and it ends, looks like it'll end right here as he'll be relegated to the back, and he's already getting the safety equipment off, so maybe terminal here for the 19P. But you're right, that cushion getting to that point where if you hit it wrong, it'll come out and bite you. And we'll take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay.
Up into the top, and you can see he starts the two-wheel death hop, brings it down after smacking the wall. So Perkins, if he can restart going all the way to the back, 3 laps to go, and they are giving the rear pick on that car. Earl's on the scene.
Yeah, Perkins got Nerf bar damage on the left side that's pushed all the way in to the rear tire. That's why they have to tow it from the rear. And also, looks like the right rear tire is flat as well, as we're going to bail out in turns 3 and 4.
15th to 8th, Tanner Holmes on the move.
TJ Smith has kind of gotten caught up there. There's a lot of good cars in between him and the front. Has not quite made the same progress that Holmes has, but Holmes only has 3 laps to try to rip the top or find a lane somewhere to get forward. You can see him. He was one of the first guys to the top coming into your picture into turn number 1.
And that's Holmes right there in the middle of your screen trying to get around the 22T of Don Driver. He did make that Shibester. Steven Shibester now trying to close in on Daniel Adler for that 5th and final transfer spot. Red car on the right side of your screen, 1 spot out. Meanwhile, Bow for the lead on the left.
Boy, they are stacked up on the bottom groove and wrestling. Wout Hoffman's Tom Harris 1 and 2. They're at the white flag. This is the final one. Taking a look on the right, Shibester in the red car had it. Cutting forward. Here's Holmes trying to get it. Does the soup run continue? It does.
Wow. He about turned over Justin Bates as well. But according to timing and scoring, Bates held on. Man, Tanner Holmes, 1 spot out. If this was only one previous main, he would have been in.
I thought he had it, but hey, transponders never lie. Hoffman's, Harris, Haferteep, Adler, and Bates are moving forward. Unfortunately, through the soup and stopped. Holmes, Shibester, Hardy, Drought Jr., TJ Smith, Brody Wake, Devin Dobie, Robbie Smith, Carson Perkins, Chad Winfrey, and Chance Hull. There, Chili Bowls finito. While fun continues, we'll move on to G feature number 2, another 10-lapper with the top 5 cars advancing. Welcome into the afternoon portion of the program here on FloRacing. Our coverage brought to you by NOS Energy Drink. Terry Nichols and Paul White make up row number 2. Tanner Berryhill and Claude Estes behind them. JJ Yaley, Tad Holloman, Sean Deskins and Bradley Fazard, Riker Pace and Taylor Ferns, Jake Scott and Isaac Chappell, your G feature lock-ins. As we take a look at the row behind them, Cody Trammell, Brock Elliott, Scout Spraggins, Corey Schute's got a couple in his back pocket, looking to move forward here through the G and into the F. Brian Ward up top, who you got?
I got Wout Hoffman's goes 3-1 in the Chandler Grand Prix ride. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it felt good. I wanted to definitely make one main. My first time here, so we're learning a lot. But that race, it's the best I've felt in this car. Can't thank my team enough. Darren, Robbie, Chance, Bob, and Grady for putting this car together for me. My mom and dad for helping me. It's incredible to win in this building, and I'm pumped to make it through another main.
Picked you up a plaque, and what do you think your game plan's going to be working through the field in your next one?
Yeah, just got to go wherever they're not if you come from the back. I know we've got some good speed now, so I'm confident in the car. Just got to keep going and hopefully make it through some more mains. I'm hungry for some soup.
He's confident and he's hungry. Wout Hoffman's continuing on.
If you're looking to make some noise, Corey, coming from dead last and 16th, time to make it happen here as the lights are out. But it's going to be a tall task with Terry Nichols, Paul White, Berryhill, Estes, Yaley, Holloman, and the rest of G feature number 2 come to the green flag. 10 laps, top 5.
They were even into 1 until White didn't get that car rotated around early enough in the corner. He'll fall back to go side by side with the driver of the 2 car, Tanner Berryhill. Berryhill looked like he had the advantage for a second. It's White at the line who's got him. Nichols, White, Berryhill, Holloman, and Yaley, your early top 5. There's Yaley in the white, black, and red 15. Currently in the final transfer spot. Seeking away around Tad Holloman in the 20 as he looks to get off that bubble and get himself a little bit of security.
Yeah, because Claude Estes, the 3rd, Sean Deskins, Isaac Chappell from deep in this one, making his way up after transferring from the H main as you take a look at Deskins to the outside, trying to get around Tad Holloman. That's for that 5th and final transfer spot. Deskins has got the 73 wound up at 3 and 4.
It's a veteran-laden G feature here as Deskins tried kind of going in the middle and might have hit a moisture patch through there that worked out okay for him. So he's going to drive around Holloman and expand that advantage that he has for 5th. Coming up behind him, Holloman now on the outside looking in. Isaac Chappell in the 6th, putting the bumper to him, trying to get by. Meanwhile, JJ Yaley has taken the lead while we were watching the battle for the transfer. And that's Paul White taking 2nd away from Nichols in the battle for 2nd and 3rd.
And Berryhill about tipped it over in 3 and 4 the last time by. He holds on to that 4th position. Grandfather, part of why we originally call it the Chili Bowl, trying to keep that family legacy and his Chili Bowl run here alive in 2024. But here comes Sean Deskins. Meanwhile, this battle for 2nd not going away. White and Terry Nichols. Nichols back to the inside of White for 2nd. 2 laps to go.
Your top 5 are on a complete breakaway. There's almost 2 seconds between final transfer spot. Sean Deskins and Brock Elliott coming through. Corey Shooting mired back in the pack. It's going to take a miracle for him to get there. As white flag's in the air one more time around, J.J. Yaley. He's going to make the run. Good way to start it. He'll take the win here in G feature number 2. Wait for it. Got there. White, Nichols, Berryhill, and Deskins. Your transfer cars the day over for Brock Elliott, Isaac Chappell, Claude Estes III, Jake Scott and Bradley Fazzard, Schutte to 11th, Taylor Fern, Tad Holloman, Scout Spraggins, Cody Trammell, Riker Pace, the unofficial finish here for G2.
Welcome back live here on FloRacing at the 38th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals. We've got the winner of the last G feature, JJ Yaley. JJ, 2004, you did this and put on one of the most historical runs. I know it's early, but this race car looked absolutely awesome.
Yeah, that's about the 15th lap I've had on this race car myself. I'm a little bit rusty, but I just appreciate Jerry Petty. This is Petty Performance Racing's first ride in a midget series, and it was a rough one. It was a real rough one on Thursday, but Vontae Windows, Beard Vet Coffee, a lot of guys come in to help us, and like I said, it was fast on Thursday. Just some guys parking in no parking zones made it tough for me, so we'll just see as many of these things as we can get through.
Do you think you have something to go forward? I mean, you marched from, I believe you started 5th, and before we look back, you were leading and driving away.
Well, I had man about 2 laps on the bottom. It felt like I was going the wrong direction. So, you know, it's easy to try to take it too smooth and be, too cautious out there. And unfortunately, this is a Chili Bowl and you can't do that. So finally got my elbows up, put her up on top, and the car was extremely fast up there. The unfortunate part now is, I'll be starting 20th and there's gonna be a lot of guys in the road. So I don't have a lot of friends here. I don't plan on making any friends, so we'll see how far we can go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There you go, guys. JJ Yaley, again, he had one of the most historic soup runs ever in 2004. It's early, but that race car looked really, really good in that G feature.
Some of the drivers back there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup for this first F feature, Caleb.
All right, so it is Bryson and Schwabauer on the front row. Preston Latimus, did not see him out rolling around. Caden McCreary supposed to be in row number 2. Did see Max Adams, the 40, and Glenn Stiers, the 0G. Mitchell Davis, the 56. Kyle Simon, the 23K. Xavier Doney, the 97X, and Johnny Kent, the 55. Cam Schaefer, the 97, and Weston Gorham make up your front 12 cars in this one. As we move to tile 2, Mike Hess and Troy Betts, Cameron Hagan, the final of the lock-ins, and then your 5 move-ups, Wout Hoffmans, Tom Harris, Sam Haverty Jr., Daniel Adler, and Justin Bates. 20 car features now instead of 16 car features, but we did give them 5 more laps to dice and slice their way through.
Yeah, for sure. And trust me, some of these drivers are really thankful for those 5 extra laps, because if we would have seen that a couple of races ago, there would be some drivers that we expected, like a TJ Smith or heck, even a Sean McClellan, that maybe even have an opportunity to go for 5 feature races, but came up just short. So these 5 extra laps are going to be key for a lot of these drivers starting at the back of the field, including those transfer cars of Wout Hoffmans and Justin Bates and the like. So, but nonetheless, the tall task continues to get taller because a bunch of tough cars are at the head of this field.
We had really high expectations for a couple of cars in this field, and they're kind of flanking both ends of it. One, Kaylee Bryson. Yeah. I think Kaylee would be one of the first to say things just have not gone right for her yet this week. Here's a chance to rebound. And at the back of the field, we thought a lot of Sam Hafertepe Jr. at the start of this. Hopefully through that G-main, he started to sort out some of what he's got going on. He's got 15 laps to roll up into the top 5 now and try to keep his day going. Bryson, row number 1 with Brian Schwabauer. We're green. Kaylee downstairs early. He's going to take the point with Max Adams following, but the yellow lights blink on awfully quick, and we might have to take a second try at this.
I'll keep an eye on Terry Maddox. Let's see who the culprit was. Make it just a warning here.
Well, you watched them. They made a lot of pace laps around because they put a heavier stripe of water down than what they had been doing, and maybe Terry thinks, okay, let's just give this a second try. I'm not sure yet. We haven't seen a penalty assessed until right there, where Max Adams jumps up in front of Bryson. So inside row penalized. Kaylee Bryson now back into the second position. Max Adams, the California transplant to Indiana, is going to give it his best go to start this off on the inside of row number 1. Next to him will be Schwabauer. Second row with Bryson. And again, believe Caden McCreary up there. Can't quite catch the number. It is McCreary, so that makes up your second row. And inside got a really good start again, but the green lights are going to come on this time, and we'll get this one underway.
Schwabauer just a long way around is getting eaten alive. Glenn Stiers gets contact with Kyle Simon. We got one upside down in the back of the field, and that's the 56, Mitchell Davis.
Davis on his preliminary night had started to have to run up through like D to C, etc. And moving forward, unfortunately for him, here in this F main, he's gotten her up and upside down. Add one to the counter, which had been sitting at 50 as of the Harley White flip. At least that's what I had seen.
Yes, I believe we're at 52. Under my count. Let's go downstairs to the infield. Brian Ward has made his way to the infield.
Yeah, Mitchell was quick to undo the belts and stand up in the seat when he came to a stop, stood up and had an expression of disgust as he looked at his front end. He hops down, tries to get the car in neutral. They're out of gear here, and we'll try and hop on and get a word in with him as he continues to inspect the damage to this race car. Mitchell, everyone kind of stacked up there. Some people got sideways, and then you were just a victim at the back. Tell me what you saw.
Just everybody gets bottled up. That's what happens when you just don't have any luck here. End up going, shouldn't have been in the back in the first place, but the car wouldn't stay in gear for some reason. Guess I'll have to try again next year.
Guys, there you go. He is done.
Thank you, Brian. As you ride on board the UTV, looking back at the injured race cars, you look at the iBox Springs replay. Keep an eye at the back of the field. It all starts in the front. Stiers and Simon, everyone's stacking up and flipping into view. Mitchell Davis.
Coming across the nose of Daniel Adler, I believe, at the time, is how that got off and started. So I think they'll be rolling the transponder backwards. They're showing 0 on the scoreboard here in the arena, and they're telling them to double up as we speak, so we'll get a second try. Also happening there, you saw Glenn Stiers' front bumper connected with one of the drivers that was up in front of him, so we'll assume that they rolled to a stop and are going to be at the back of the pack. That'll make the middle pack look a little bit different here on the start, and that gives all of your G-main move-ups a couple extra pieces to the puzzle and moving forward.
Xavier Doney making it. This is not the 3-wide parade lap.
Funny enough, they're giving Stiers his spot.
That's what I just noticed that too. You got connected with Kyle Simon, and Simon is at the back of the field. Curious here. Doney's trying to argue, and this is what you're taught. I mean, at least as far as how I remembered is growing up, like, there's a dispute on the racetrack, you wait until the officials tell you. You make sure you fight for your spot.
Yeah.
They'll tell you if you need to move back or not.
Yeah, go where you think you're supposed to go until they tell you otherwise, right? And in fact, take a couple of spots sometimes. And
hey, sometimes I've seen that work.
We've seen it here. It's not often, but it has worked.
Now Stiers is going to the back.
And taking the 1M of Caden McCreary in with him. Well, again, that'll make a big difference in how this lines up in and through the field. They've got 15 laps to pick up 5 spots. Welcome in to wherever you guys are watching from. A lot of guys have cracked a cold one and are joining us here for our middle of the afternoon coverage. Even got to know, Clinton Boyles is on the way. So
yes,
we will see Clinton.
Yes, he was kind enough to send a message to the Flow crew, ask if anybody needed anything. He's there to take care of us, so appreciate Clinton. We'll see you here in a little bit.
A couple of the guys who are up by the doors that are opening said thermals would be great.
Yeah, it is cold. I just, ran to the restroom. It is cold in the building.
It is, it's not breathtaking cold outside. Your BR Motorsports weather report would have it at about 16, 17 degrees right now. So yeah, cold, but it's not that breathtaking cold. The big thing is when you go from the cold outside into this warm, always isolated 67 degrees that we have here in the building, it is a gigantic, oh, that's hot.
Yeah.
Right? So the temperature change from going outside where it's 20 degrees, according to the BR Motorsports weather report right now, 17-mile-an-hour winds, into here where it's always 67 and sunny.
It's always 67 and sunny, but I'm telling you, I don't think it's 67 in this building. Just from the doors being opened and the cool temperatures outside. I mean, Terry Maddox just put a jacket on, a parka jacket on. He came out in his normal official shirt.
Part of this, too, is that you've got the back door opening up for teams to haul out as they get finished up with their day and going forward. Meanwhile, somebody's saying, you, move, go, get.
What are you doing?
All right, well, screw it.
Well, it looks like
Caden McCreary.
Yeah, but they were trying to tell McCreary to go, but he pulled to the work area. Maybe Brian could figure out what happened with one of the officials, but McCreary not happy.
Yeah, he's animated. Brian, pop on whenever you get the gist of the story. No rush.
Guys, he's frustrated about the lineup. I guess his radio's not working, and I don't have my transponder on or receiver in right now to hear what they're saying, but I guess he wasn't getting in line, and so now they are pointing him to the back because he wasn't going where the scores were telling him to go. So he came to plead his case here and frustrated, and they said, well, you're going to the back now if you don't have your radio in.
Racing receivers are mandatory.
And it is the driver's responsibility to have a working and functioning unit.
I always, running micros, they're pretty much required now anywhere you run it. And I always made sure fresh batteries were in every night because you just don't know. And if it doesn't work, that's what happens.
To the point where you also should be checking the frequency before you turn that thing on, put it in your pocket. They've got the frequency listed at the whiteboard. Up top, it's the standard frequency that most everybody uses. So, all right, now that drama is subdued for the time being, Max Adams, Brian Schwabauer. Let's try her again. The green's out.
Adams got a good jump there, able to get around and to the point. Schwabauer now up to third. Doney on the bottom side in that fourth spot. Lane change, got the line taken away. First car on the outside trying to make something happen, Johnny Kent.
You'll remember Johnny Kent from his prelim night trying to run down and pass Kyle Larson back for the final transfer out of the B feature. Kent now going to see if he can be a hero here in the F main as one of just a few guys run to the top. That's Weston Gorham down low in the black with orange frame. Number 21 trying to take it away from him, but Kent trying to build some rhythm up is up ahead of him. Schwabauer gets off the berm. Big time berm action for Troy Betts, who gets her settled back down, but he's going to be about 13th place.
Oh, Dukes of Hazzard action for Betts as looking back up toward the front. Bryson's got her Swindell Bertrand 91 ready to rip. Trying to catch your leader, Max Adams. Those two safely gone as you continue to watch here the battle for third. Doney getting his rear bumper full of Brian Schwabauer. And here comes Johnny Kent not leaving the top side. Caution flag is out, and it's Tom Harris.
Oh, Harris had cracked the top 10 for a second. Faded back, and unfortunately, the Great Britain-based driver is the wrong direction. Push vehicle in behind him. Harris now 4 laps in, 11 to go. And boy, only 4 laps in. It feels like we should be further into this. Still a bit of time, but Harris just made his troubles enhance. Adams, Bryson, Doney, Schwabauer, and Kent 1 through 5 at the moment. Your transfer cars, and again, if you're watching the ticker, the little yellow crown over each of their number tile indicates the 5 cars that are in the transfer spot. Gorham, Schaefer, Hoffman's up to 8, Adler 9, Hafertepe Jr. 10. Your current running order when we get back to action.
Yeah, Wow was doing a nice job kind of just rolling the bottom, and there was some guys like Adler that were making a mistake. So slowly climbing the leaderboard here. Hoffman's, again, your transfer from the first G feature. Needs a couple more positions, needs 3 to get in. Gonna have to go where they're not here, but still plenty of time. Like you said, 11 laps to go. We've only had 4 being scored as Bryson looks at the top side of the racetrack. Starting to really widen out around this Expo Raceway.
Yellow lights still on, and they are having some fun getting this lineup in and together here during this race in particular. Mind you, again, yellow laps like this do count against the time limit.
Yes.
I don't know when this race started, but they were given 20 at the start of it. So every second that they don't behave and get back into line is one going against the marker of, hey, this thing could end early. As finally lights turn out, lineup verified is correct per scoring, and we're ready to go. Adams, Bryson, Doney, Schwabauer, and Kent Gorham, first car on the outside looking in, the black with orange number 21. Schaefer and then Hoffman's the move up from the G feature, looking to keep his day going. Adams slowly brings him back to green flag action. Xavier Doney thinks high groove, maybe? Yes. Down low goes Doney and takes second away from Bryce. And meanwhile, you got another car up and around the top end 5th, and that is Kent, who thinks that's going to be the right spot to try to drive around Schwabauer. And the back straightaway. See him sail it into the corner. Does he have the momentum off the turn to hang on to it? At the line, Johnny Kent is ahead of the black and blue 5 of Brian Schwabauer. So Schwabauer now is your final transfer car. Kent bikes her up on the cushion. It's going to cost him some drive. Schwabauer almost gets him back. They're right up on the back of Kaylee Bryson, looking for room to get forward.
Kaylee's just rolling the bottom here. Kent trying to make something happen on the outside. Just wants an added piece of insurance. But here comes the rest of the field on Brian Schwabauer. You got company. Weston Gorham to the top. You've got Cam Schaefer on the bottom. Gorham now going to try to pull even. They're coming to 6 laps to go.
Gorham sees that if you commit to it, roll up there for a little while, you got a shot. Schwabauer making it difficult on him, floating the straightaway pretty significantly, and then Schwabauer almost gets Kent back for 4th on the back straightaway.
It shows you, I think 1 and 2, the top is just not the place to be, and it's helping Schwabauer keep this transfer spot by rolling both ends of the racetrack. We're going to see what happens here in 3 and 4. They almost thought about splitting them. Gorham and Cam Schaefer. Schaefer on the bottom, Gorham on the top, coming with them, the 48N of Hoffman's, who's trying to transfer through 2.
I think part of what's helping Schwabauer is he's taken a wider entrance. He's expanded his entry into 1. He's letting him get through the bottom a little bit better, but the top, coming off 3 and 4, is going to pay dividends there for Weston Gorham, who picks up the final transfer spot with 3 to go in the 21 car.
Hoffman's is still in this thing. He's right there, the second car on the outside, that white, black, and red machine. And running the top just like Gorham was. Gorham to the bottom is going to leave that lane open. So transfer battle here upcoming. Schwabauer and Hoffman's want it from Gorham in that 21 coming to the white flag.
And there's Kent still trying to get 3rd away from Kaylee Bryson. Something happens there. Could be a chain reaction. Hoffman's desperately digging here on the last lap, bringing Hafertepe with him. Gorham's got the transfer in the orange-framed car. Can he hang on to it in the final turn? Bryson 3, Kent 4, Gorham gets 5, and ends the soup run. Or any thoughts of a soup run for anybody else. Schwabauer 6, Hoffman 7, Hafertepe 8, Schaefer 9, Adler 10.
16th to 7th for Hoffman's not good enough, but what a run for Weston Gorham. Started in that 12th position and made it inside right to 5th in the closing laps.
He really had to dig, too. That was back and forth a couple of times. Max Adams, Xavier Doney had run away from that pack in behind from 3 through about 8. as they had over 3 seconds between Doney and Kaylee Bryson there in second and third. As our first of 2 F mains is done, F main number 2 is coming up next with Wesley Smith and Carter Chevalier in the front row, Sammy Swindell and Robbie Price in row number 2. Ryan Paget, Hayden Reinbold in row 3. Cody Leonard, Colton Cottle in row number 4. Kevin Bayer and Cole Schroeder in the 5th row. Stuart Snyder and Denny Gieber make up row number 6. Row number 7, Chance Crum and Brandon Maddox. Casey Schumann and J.J. Yaley are in row number 8. Paul White, Terry Nichols, Tanner Berryhill, and Sean Deskins make up your 20 cars going 15 times around for this one.
Welcome back to Alphabet Soup at the Chili Bowl. F main number 1 in the books, and what a battle it saw in the closing laps for the final transfer spot. Weston Gorham gets it. Weston, you had to work to hang on to that transfer spot. What was the main thing you were focused on as you felt pressure from behind you?
Well, you know, we were just trying to get this car better for this race. Every time we hit the track Monday night, it was a handful, and we had a lot of speed. Just, you know, I made some bad decisions behind the wheel, and then the car just wasn't handling right. So I made some big changes for that race. I think they helped. We're going to go a little bit further and get this thing tuned up a little bit more. Once again, I got to thank Mike Dickerson and Justin Dickerson enough for letting me run this car. Dan and Patricia Harris, Mom and Dad. You know, I just got so many people to thank, and you know, also got to thank the Lord up above for keeping us and me and everyone else safe out there.
You had crew guys on both ends of this race car there during the commercial break making tweets. What areas are you looking for some help in?
Well, we're just trying to find some speed, more speed out of this. You know, we went 12th to 5th in that run to lock us in or get us into the next feature. So, you know, that's not bad. Of course, a lot of that's from attrition, but, you know, we're going to get this thing a little bit better on all 4 corners.
All right, the Texas native Weston Gorham having a nice couple races here on Saturday.
Yet another one of the Northwest boys involved in this race. It is F main number 2, 15 times around. Wesley Smith from the pole leads him down. Carter Chevalier is going to be next to him, who floats up to the cushion, drops a spot to Swindell here in the early going. So Sammy Swindell is up to second as everybody trying to filter through and get that 5th and final transfer spot. Price hanging it out on the high side of the racetrack is 1 spot out at the moment. Cody Leonard down low, the black and blue 27, has got the 5th and final transfer as they enter turn 3.
Price, yeah, trying to get that top side to work. Chevalier has been bouncing around from the bottom to the top as they stack up on the inside lane. Don't look now, Chance Crum on the move as he's got turned around in turn 2.
Yellow flag hits the racetrack.
I mean, they were all stacked up between Colton Cottle, Cole Schroeder. Robbie Price was starting to get back in that mix as well. Hayden Reinbold. But Chevalier on the initial green tried to get down, and you saw him wash up the racetrack. That hole was quickly filled by Sammy Swindell and said, this is my territory.
Smith, Swindell, Paget, Leonard, Chevalier, as you see Colton Cottle having to get fired back off, Robbie Price having to get fired as well. There's your race leader, Wesley Smith, just coming into the picture, so back 2 are gonna have to hustle around to the back of the field. Look at Sammy in second, who was a 1.5 seconds behind Smith already.
Yeah, Wesley was putting together some pretty good laps at the drop of the green. We kind of talked about how they stacked up a little bit on the bottom, and we'll see what they can do now that it could be a single file start here with 13 to go. Curious just to see what kind of car speed that one car has. I mean, obviously we know the talent behind the wheel, but I know they were pretty disappointed. I mean, even in the Race of Champions, it just seemed like it was tough for them to keep up.
He had that block of about 7 laps in the B main where everything looked right.
Yeah.
But that's a 7-lap block. The consistency has not been there. This is a really good chance, and probably the only chance he's going to get to have clean laps out front, minimal traffic in which to get right for making a run through this field, because he's going to be mired in traffic the rest of the way if he transfers.
Yeah, and over the last couple of years, I mean, Sammy's had some decent soup runs. I mean, obviously we know the dominance that they had, you know, in the early 2010s, but last couple of years, I remember Sammy making 3 or 4 runs through the soup, but it just feels like it stalls out right around we get to this point, E's and D's. So Can Sammy get back to form here? He's in a good spot in this second spot. We'll see what kind of car speed he has compared to your leader, Wesley Smith, who's been lights out since the drop of the green.
Cone out on the front straightaway. If you're unfamiliar with the rules of the cone, you have to go around the cone, between the cone and the outside wall. You cannot strike the cone. You cannot go underneath the cone. You cannot advance your position before the cone. Advancing your position before the cone is generally thought as your front wheels, even with the rear wheels of the car in front of you. If you do any of those things, you will be penalized at the earliest convenience. We're underway here once again. 2 laps in, 13 to go. Smith gonna get away again from Swindell. Yeah, it's down low. Sammy having to protect from Ryan Paget here early. Robbie Price trying to use the high side to make his way through. He's up on the outside of Cody Leonard. He's got 4th. Leonard's in the 5th position. So that is the battle for 4th and 5th, not for the transfer.
Man. Paget just said, excuse me, Sammy, I don't care if you're a 5-time champion. I'm coming through. Muscled Sammy out, and now Sammy Swindell in jeopardy of not getting through this transfer. Hayden Reinbold will be the one to attack as now Swindell goes topside 3 and 4.
I wonder if you just woke the dragon.
Yeah.
Look at that. Swindell.
Oh, B for not,
oh,
though.
Gosh. That's the 7R rolling to a stop of Stuart Snyder. You watched that. Paget muscled him up, moved him out of the way, and it's like the light bulb came on all of a sudden in the 1 car. And do not be surprised if he doesn't tag him right here.
Yep. Poke the bear for sure. Yeah, Sammy's going to let him know.
Yep.
If I'm Ryan Paget, you hope you can get a runaway and hide.
No.
Sammy is not going to take his time getting around you.
If I'm Ryan Paget, I hugged the bottom getting into 1 because Sammy came alive upstairs.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that car looked like, oh my God, there's the speed we've been looking for out of the Swindell 1 car.
Let's get the lineup back in order. Paget, yes, slips back into that 2nd position. So he'll have a buffer to Sammy. The question is, when does Sammy catch Paget?
And I think they need to swap Leonard and Swindell too, because the running order shows Smith, Paget, Price, Leonard, Swindell. Hayden Reinbold is 6, Carter Chevalier, Cole Schroeder, Paul White, Casey Schumann. JJ Yaley has not made much progress. He started 16th, he's up to 15th here. Chance Crum from the back of the field has rallied back to 14th. Again, 11 laps to go, long ways, but they'll clip off quick if we can start making these green flag laps count.
But kudos to Paul White, though. 17-9 is nothing to scoff at. And coming from the G feature, I mean, all eyes are on JJ Yaley in a potential soup run, but Paul White says, don't forget about me in the P1 car. So running 9th right now in prime position here with still plenty to go as you take a look at the 28 being pushed off the racetrack. Brandon Maddox into the work area. But yeah, Paul White, keep an eye on him for sure. Got around Casey Schumann, and not an easy pass to make for sure. As we'll get the 1-to-go signal from Terry Maddox. 11 laps still remain in this 2nd F feature. Smith, Paget, Price, Leonard, and Swindell, with a whole host of others behind, including Reinbold, Chevalier, Schroeder, White, and Schumann, your top 10.
No matter where you look, there's going to be speed and talent in the field, so no room for mistakes. As we're here in the F main, we're back to green. Price swings out of line to run the middle, and there goes Swindell to run the top, and behind him, Sammy comes up, eats up Cody Leonard. Leonard trying to rally through on the bottom of the corner with the high groove. Look like it's coming in. Swindell following Price into the corner, kind of lane blocked here. Needs Price to clear Leonard and get moving after Paget. Robbie will roll the outside, has a really good exit to turn number 4. The 1 of Sammy Swindell is the 5th and final transfer right now. Popped the cushion for a second. Got tagged by Reinbold. Chevalier down low looking for opportunity also. Swindell trying to make the top, get around Cody Leonard.
He's kind of cheating on the entrance in turn 1 and 2. The cushion just upsets the race car when he hits the curve. A little bit better in 3 and 4, although got a little bit tight. Watch how he enters the top side here, kind of skates up to it. That much better on landing, but Reinbold's keeping pace. Reinbold 1 spot out, looking to get around the GOAT here in this building for the final transfer spot. 6 laps to go.
just beyond halfway, plus some. Swindell digging. He needs to get off 5th and into 4th. Else he is going to be targeted on the last lap for some kind of crazy move. Sammy up top still working, and Cody Leonard running a really smooth line down on the bottom. Credit to him, as Swindell has not been able to get by yet. Reinbold's going to duck down low. Takes a path away from the 1 car if he wanted to duck and give it a shot. Up top, Swindell pulls even with Leonard coming out of 2. Reinbold back to the high side to follow him. Now Schumann getting involved. As we're down to 3 laps to go and watching Sammy Swindell in the final transfer position with one of the young guns, Hayden Reinbold, looking to take it away from him as they make their way through the turn. Now 2 laps left and Reinbold's right there.
Now Reinbold is just sizing up Sammy right now, able to keep pace with him. The problem is he's just so good on the top, so too is Sammy. You're going to have to drive around him on the bottom of the racetrack. They're going to come to 1 lap to go. Wesley Smith all in front of this one. Robbie Price, Paget, Leonard, and here comes Hayden Reinbold challenging Sammy Swindell. Final time down the back straightaway.
Took a shot down at the bottom of 1 and 2. It wasn't there. Sammy makes a good lap around the top. Swindell holds the final transfer spot. His day continues. Wesley Smith, Robbie Price, Ryan Paget, Cody Leonard, and Sammy Swindell 1 through 5. Reinbold 6, Schumann 7, Chevalier 8, Schroeder 9, Crum 10, White, Berryhill, Nichols, Deskins, Bayer, as Gieber, Maddox, Snyder, Yaley pulled off early, and Cottle.
Attention top of the ramp. May want to see if Sammy offers any advice for Ryan Paget, as those two will be racing against each other coming up in the second E feature. But nonetheless, those drivers moving on. Valiant effort for Schumann and Reinbold to come through the field, but unfortunately, and yep, they're parked right behind each other, or right next to each other here.
That'll tell you something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, you've got bumpers for a reason.
Just meant to rattle his cage a little bit. Sammy's like, why are you showing me?
He looks cool as a cucumber, right?
Yeah.
Earl?
Yeah, we're going to let Sammy take off the steering wheel real quick and let him loosen up the seatbelts. Sammy looking over the car, and we'll let him take his time here. Real quick, Sammy, you're moving on here, right? Exactly what you wanted, but the car just didn't look like it felt comfortable out there. Would you say that with you wheeling the thing? What kind of adjustments are you gonna have to make?
Just have to look and see what we got tore up. Guy running over me, so car just really bounced after that. So we got something bound up. Yeah, just the same. You got to race this way.
Yeah, guys, crew already gone to work here on the left rear of this tire. You see Sammy looking over the car, and these guys are going to talk things over. I don't see really any obvious damage, but like you did say, Sammy said this car was really bouncing around on the cushion out there.
Well, there's a lot that he's going to feel.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not going to be blatantly obvious, and first place to look would be shock compression, such like that. Shock compression and rebound, I would say. As you can see, he is taking a pretty good look over and making sure that nothing obvious, but they'll go to work. They have a minute or two as we have yet to roll cars down ramp yet. Water truck is making some slow, long laps. We'll take a timeout. We are through the Fs. We're to the E's. E-Main #1 coming up next on our live coverage of the 38th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals on FloRacing, brought to you by NOS Energy Drink. Hunter Schurenberg and David Camfield will be on the front row of this one. Andrew Deal and Noah Gass in row #2. CJ Starna and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in row 3. Caleb Stelzick and Kenny Johnson in row 4. Ricky Lewis and Cap Henry are row #5. Kyle Stevens and Bryant Bell in row #6. Row 7 moving forward, David Gasper and Brayton Lynch. Row 8, Ryder LaPlante and Max Adams. Then Xavier Doney and Kaylee Bryson, Johnny Kent and Weston Gorham making up your 20 cars going for 15 laps.
CJ Sarna on the inside of row 2. Remember the drama, wasn't sure if he even locked into his prelim night A main through the B. He had a transponder issue and got it rectified with the officials upstairs, but tense moments there, as for the first time tonight, the drone is out as we go to green in our first E feature.
Inside groove is where everybody's digging for here on the initial lap, but we're going to try it again. That's Brayton Lynch from back in the pack. In the 1K, a second try coming here at the start for E-main number 1.
Brayton Lynch, the grandson of team owner Rusty Coons. Former full-time midget racer. He's done the Chili Bowl now, I believe, 7 times. He's gotten to this point, the E-main. So trying to best that, but he's going to have a long way to go now, restarting at the tail of this field.
Outside row 7 for Lynch was the initial starting spot. Tag him to the back of the field. We'll give it a second try. Fires it up. Power looks good. And he will slot in. I don't know if I see him out there, Chris, but if he is, he's in the outside lane. Oh, there he is. Just, if this ends up being a tiptoe slick racetrack like we're expecting, keep an eye on Cap Henry.
I was just I literally was looking at Cap when you mentioned that. Yeah, absolutely. I think
outside
this kind of way, this is kind of the way this track's worked out that'll help Cap for sure as we stack him up here on this second attempt at a start of the race. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s elbows up, muscling his way through a couple of positions here, but Andrew Deal is going to lead lap number 1.
So Deal up on point. Sarna, Stelzig, Lewis, and Camfield Jr. are your current transfer cars. Camfield Jr. in the black with white number 16.
Oh, upside down goes CJ Starna. Thought he was about to balance it on the tail tank, but ends up upside down and brings out the caution flag, and add that to the flip count. I believe that's 52 on the day, on the total for the week.
Set him down gently here on the side as the crew still got to get him rubber side down.
Running second at the time.
And I wonder how that went down, if that was a self-inflicted wound, if something broke. Hopefully we get a chance to find out, as they're still very gently sitting CJ down. Great piece on him and his dad with the Flow Content team earlier here this week. Brian is live and on the scene.
Yeah, I got a thumbs up from official to the tower for the driver. He's all good, just kind of shaking his head. He's going to take the steering wheel off. Left front shock broke apart. The shaft came out of it. Saw the spring, the cup, everything together was laying out on the racetrack. Trying to look for any more damage. The right front radius rods are both bananaed up, both the upper and the lower. That's really all the significant damage that I can see to it, but it's enough to end the day for the 20C.
All right, Brian, thank you. We do have an iBox Springs replay coming from the Poske's Performance Parts Speed Shot. Wow.
He rode that bike almost the entire width of the corner.
And I think it was Kenny John. No, it was Ricky Lewis who just barely escaped.
If he had an onboard camera, that'd be great footage for him later.
If that ends up hitting the Sarna social media feeds, I want to see it. That'd be killer. We did get a lap in. It'll be Andrew Deal, Caleb Stelzig, Ricky Lewis, David Camfield Jr., and that's going to put Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into the final transfer spot. Behind him, Noah Gass, Kenny Johnson, Kyle Steffens, Cap Henry, and David Gasper will round out your top 10. Ryder LaPlante, Xavier Doney. Doney out of the F main, yes?
Yep.
So already up to 12th. Max Adams also there with him, Bryant Bell, and Kaylee Bryson. Only one scratch out of this. It was Hunter Schurenberg.
Yeah, I was honestly a little bit surprised about that as you take a look at. See, this is smart. I noticed that all week long. All the drivers got Flow locked in, and they literally will watch our broadcast as they are rolling down the ramp just to get their every last look at what the racetrack's doing and what these guys up ahead in these races are doing to give them a little advantage.
A super comfortable pair of Simpson Impulse gloves sitting there to just frame it up real nice. Look good.
That was Kevin Newton. See him in the next race as Deal leads him back to the green flag here in E feature number 1. And right to the top goes Ricky Stenhouse Jr. looking to circle the wagons on Camfield. He does. And he'll dip back to the bottom. Noah Gass muscling his way through as well. Gass now up to that 5th position and inside a transfer spot. And Stenhouse isn't done yet. He's got Ricky Lewis now in that 6-8 car on attack mode. But Lewis is from the top, and we got another one upside down, and that's Cap Henry.
We whammied him. I feel terrible. Upside down is Cap.
Brayton Lynch sliding to a stop through the frame. We'll see what kind of, if we scored that lap, that should keep Stenhouse and Gass now in transfer spots. Cap Henry was running 10th at the time as he brings the Tony Elliott Foundation back on all fours. Of course, running the Ramco Speed Group entry. Saw Mike Hess earlier. Brian Ward is at the accident scene.
Right side looks good. Left side, all the bars look good. There's some mud stuffed in here right behind the front axle. The air filter is kind of crushed a little bit, but I don't see anything that would keep this car from refiring.
It's rolling at the moment. That's a good start. Now, every time that you get up and down like that, you do worry about shocks. You worry about blowing the shaft out or damaging that form or function. But right now, Cap turned over and ready to go. See if he can get the car to fire. Brayton Lynch is rolling back off in the 1.
Yeah, he came sliding through there just trying to avoid Cap Henry, who is going upside down. Going to try to attempt to get his spot back. Don't think it will prevail as you look at Kyle Steffens driving by. Of course, the 73D driving by as well.
Very, very rare to see a stop to avoid pass given to any of these drivers. It's just not one of those things that happens here at the Chili Bowl.
Yeah.
Deal, Stelzig, Lewis, Stenhouse Jr., and Gass with the lights turned out. And the Henry car is fired and rolling up at the back of the field. 13 to go.
Keep an eye on Noah Gass in that final transfer spot. Canfield and Johnson behind as we're back underway. A little bit different this time as 2nd and 3rd go top shelf. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., thank you very much. I'll pick up another spot. He'll get underneath Ricky Lewis Jr. and Caleb Stelzig. 2 for 1, and he's got it.
I was going to say, careful there, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Yeah, get the spot if you can get it, but risky going 3 wide of that portion of the racetrack. Kudos to Lewis and his team. You remember that car was fast but all over the place. He's got that thing glued down to the racetrack now, making good laps up and around and having a good race for 4th with Stelzig. That is 6th, 7th, and 8th on back with Kyle Steffens, the black, yellow, and blue car on the bottom, and up top, 46 of Kenny Johnson is gotten by Camfield. Camfield trying to get it back down around the low side of the speedway. They're all after Noah Gass for the 5th and final transfer.
Steffens was lane blocked there. Now that allowed Kenny Johnson around by. The top side was working there for several laps, trying to get around some of those slower traffic. Here comes the 97X Xavier Doney, who again from the F, trying to make something happen underneath Kyle Steffens. He's going to try to get it done. Can't get it done that time by. He's up to 9th from 17th. Meanwhile, battle for the lead. Stenhouse wants it. Neal has it. And Stenhouse may have the advantage as he rides the cushion off turn 2.
We're halfway here, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is saying, get me to the front. I want the back of the D. I want a couple extra spots. Even Steven at the line. In fact, Stenhouse has it by .025 that time by.
Deal not going to get off the bottom, content to be there as Stenhouse this time should have it, and he does. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to take the top spot away here with just 5 laps to go. Take a look a little farther back. Kenny Johnson getting passed by David Gasper. Gasper all sorts of out of shape and keeps his foot in it. Long way around in 3 and 4.
Huge gap between Gasper, who's now 6th, and 5th place Noah Gass. It's 1.4 seconds here with just 3 laps to go. There's a look at Gass, who's ducked down to the bottom of turn number 4. Gasper, though, gonna give it the old college try. 3 laps left and see if he can make up that almost straightaway advantage that's in between them. 2 left now for Stenhouse. Cruising around the top side here of the Expo. Deal comfortably in second. There's the final transfer. Progress made by Gasper, but he's only got 1 more lap. Gas off the bottom. Gasper reeling him in on the top. He has cut that advantage something serious. Noses ahead down the back straightaway. Tries to get to the bottom. Gonna have to roll the top off of for the 5th and final transfer to David Gasper.
I mean, talk about commitment from David Gasper. He was not going to get his foot off the gas as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. cruises to the win over Ricky Lewis. Andrew Deal winds up 3rd. Stelzick and, of course, Gasper with a nice attempt on the top side. Got around Noah Gass. Unfortunately for Gass, held the final transfer spot for literally 13 of those 15 laps till the very end.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Chili Bowl Nationals right here on FloRacing, powered by NOS Energy Drink. Here with our most recent transfer through the E-Feature, David Gasper. David, what a run that you had there. You got to 6th. Did you think you were going to have a chance to run down Noah Gass? He was a pretty long way ahead.
Yeah, it was. Once I got up there, I didn't really know where I was at. I just knew I had to keep picking off cars. You need to start losing track once they start getting spread out. But, you know, these JFM guys gave me a great car. This XXX one-way Chevy inland rigging car was really good, so just got to start in the back of a D now and see if we can race after our opening ceremonies.
Yeah, obviously the job gets a lot tougher in a D main, but what do you think about your race car? Like I said, you ran down Noah Gass and seemed to work the top really well.
Yeah, Jimmy May, he's got this thing rolling right now, so just got to keep making, you know, working on my driving a little bit and keep making this car faster so we can try to lock it into a C main hopefully after this.
All right, there you go, guys. David Gasper put on a heck of a run to get through to the D. More work to do, as all these guys have.
You ever read a lineup with your own name in it?
I don't think I have.
Let's do it.
All right, your front row. E-Feature number 2, Taylor Reimer and Kinzer Edwards. Row number 2, Tyler Edwards and Jonathan Beeson. Row number 3, Eddie Tafoya Jr., A.J. Hopkins. And row number 4, Mr. Pretty himself, Clinton Boyles, and Luke Hall in the 74. Row number 5, 19T of Mitchell Moles and Kyle Larson, also a no-show here in the 98K. Row number 6, Chase Stockton, Kevin Newton in the 16T. And your row number 7, Danny Wood and Riley Kreisel. Jesse Love and Wesley Smith, row number 8. And your final 4 cars in E-Feature number 2, Robbie Price, Ryan Paget, Cody Leonard, and the GOAT, Sammy Swindell.
Well, we are ready. 15 laps, top 5 finishers. Taylor Reimer looking to just get out and go, hide, run away from these guys as best you absolutely can. Jonathan Beeson going to try to make it hard up on the front row. Kinzer Edwards, Tyler Edwards, the battle of the Edwardses. In and behind them with Tafoya, Hopkins, Hall, Moles, and more coming all after him. Green flag out, we're underway. Reimer down low, sticking the bottom in 1 and 2. Already adding a pretty big gap in between herself and Edwards. Tyler version in the 56. It is Reimer, Edwards, Tyler version, Kinzer version 3rd. Beeson and Tafoya top 5 early.
Beeson wasting no time getting to the top of the racetrack, all long way around in 3 and 4 as they stack up on the bottom. He's challenging Kinzer Edwards here for that spot. Mitchell Moles just behind. Moles took a tumble on his prelim night. He was pretty fired up. He wants to make a big run and make it into the A main from the E here tonight.
Yeah, look for Mitchell to make a lane change here. He's got to be watching Jonathan Beeson drive away from him. And there he goes, slides himself to the high side. It's tricky up there, but there's a lot of speed on the high side of the Tulsa Expo Raceway right now.
See if Jonathan Beeson, one of the best around here, can carry that forward. He is around Kinzer Edwards officially and has 3rd at the moment. On the hunt for Tyler Edwards, who is rolling the bottom of the racetrack ahead of him in 2nd. You can kind of see the 73 of Eddie Tafoya Jr. in the 5th spot. That's your final transfer. He has got about a 2nd between himself and Mitchell Moles, who's trying to track him down.
Yeah, Beeson's not done yet. That 8J's wound up, kisses the wall in the front straightaway, man. So much car speed in 1 and 2. He's got 2nd.
Transfer battle's on, guys. Just caught it. Moles has run down Tafoya. He is working off the high side at the halfway point here of this E feature. Mitchell Moles driving hard down the back straightaway. He's got the line, managing to make smooth laps up there. He hasn't broke his rhythm, and that's what's going to give him the final transfer spot as they cross across.
Yeah, he's not done yet. He'll grab maybe Kinzer Edwards here for sure, as Moles, taking a page from Jonathan Beeson, just continues to hammer the top side of this racetrack. Laps are clicking down. 6 to go already, as Moles looks like off of 2 is going to take over that spot. So Moles up to 4th.
Top of the 3 and 4 is tricky right here. You see Mitchell that time underneath the seam, or what we would maybe call the cushion of the racetrack, but we've seen Beeson and him both, under it. Beeson's over it right there. Lots of different lines you can run here to try and find the speed.
Beeson running the slider line in 1 and 2, has plenty of opportunities to kind of search around and experiment a little bit. As coming this time around, 3 laps to go for Taylor Reimer to try to catch, but Beeson on cruise control at this point.
All gravy for Jonathan Beeson as we're going to look backwards here. Eddie Tafoya Jr., that is your 6th place car. AJ Hopkins is trying to use the top to catch up to and pass Kinzer Edwards with a couple to go here. Right now, Edwards feeling pretty secure, but we've seen advantages like this go away in a hurry as we're down to 1 left.
Yeah, Hopkins, if he would have maybe jumped up to the top a couple laps sooner than he did, I think he'd be a little bit closer. Man, hammering the cushion around the outside. He'll get around Tafoya. Edwards is just ahead, but the checker flag is out. Hopkins, one more chance, just too far around, and he'll come up just short. So Jonathan Beeson, Reimer, Tyler Edwards, Mitchell Moles, and Kinzer Edwards will move on to the back of a D main and get closer and closer to the night program. But what a performance, Jonathan Beeson. That car, a ton of speed there in that E feature.
Catch a word with Jonathan, man, race car looked really, really good right there throughout that entire E-main. Had some time out by yourself. You were able to experiment a little bit. Is this race car good enough to maybe make a run through the soup?
I think in that track it is. I mean, that's what all my notes are on right there. So for me, I like seeing it kind of look like it has for the past 5 years. But yeah, earlier in the week, just different. Don't race it enough to kind of figure it out when it changes like that. And but when I got here this morning and watched a couple of races, like, oh, this is what I like. So just did what I normally did, and I don't know if I left anybody there or not, but it felt really good. And so hopefully, it's going to put me in the back of the D, but if the track kind of stays like that, it's wide enough you can make some moves, so hopefully we can move up.
They're going to take a long track prep break here to completely rework the racetrack. Do you think you'll make a lot of changes in that extended break you're going to have?
Hopefully they'll eat more than they work the track, because that'd be great for me. But no, I mean, we'll just kind of see how much they do, and free. If they do a lot, we'll free it up a little bit. But I like the baseline of what we felt there, and the car's fast. I mean, we've always usually have a good car here, so it'd be nice to. Hopefully it stays wide and we can move up, and maybe I can race against KJ.
All right, Jonathan Beeson in that Toro number 8, the winner of E-main number 2, and lights his hot rod.
Well, D feature number 1, guys. 20 cars, including Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who you're taking a peek at right now, moving up from the back of the E-main event. They're all loaded fields moving forward, so let's take a peek at D1. 15 laps, Michael Hubert and Blake Hahn going off on the front row. Gavin Michelle, Keith Roch on row number 2. The 13-year-old Elijah Guile in the racecraft machine next to Shane Cottle. What a discrepancy in age you got going on there, age and experience in the 3rd row. Alex Bright, Jeffrey Newell, Trevor Klein, and KJ Snow, Donovan Peterson, and Shelby Hinton make up the first 12 drivers. Behind them, Ethan Mitchell and Emilio Hoover. Jake Newman, the final car to lock into the D main. Your move-ups, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ricky Lewis, Andrew Deal, Caleb Stelzig, and David Gasper. Lights turn out. My name is Caleb Hart. I get to hang out at Deming Speedway and Skagit Speedway in the state of Washington every Friday and Saturday night through the summer. The home of the Clay Cup and the home of the Dirt Cup. And awfully excited that you guys have brought the 3 of us and the rest of our awesome crew into your homes. We have got 7 races left in a pole shuffle. This is D-main number 1, 15 laps to go in this one. And from the pole, Michael Hubert and Blake Hahn, bring him down, we go green.
Bochelle thought about shoving it in on Hubert there. turn number 1 and got one turned around. It's the number 9 car.
Emilio Hoover, who, if you recall, on his prelim night, I think shocked the entire expo, being high point man after heat races, qualifying for the feature event in the inside front 2 rows. Unfortunately, went backwards, but didn't see that coming out of Emilio, but unfortunately brings out our first caution.
It's only going to cost him about 4 spots total from where he is, but this job is already hard enough here in this D-main event. No need to make it any tougher.
Tough break here for KJ Snow in the AEK car. He's going to hang it right into the work area where we also have the 11X of Donovan Peterson in there.
Yeah, busy early on in this work area, and here comes Hoover saying, excuse me, I need to get through.
It's traffic jam at the bottom of the ramp. Looks like KJ Snow's guys were looking at maybe potentially the battery, making sure it was plugged in.
Be careful over there, Brian Ward, the voice of Red Dirt Raceway, who is in the work area. You've got a traffic jam on your hands.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at this 11 car. Looks like the right side frame rail is nearly dragging the ground. I can't see. Oh, I can see it now. The torsion bar has slid out of the tube on the chassis. The arm is still connected to it, but the bushing has slid right out, so the stop is out on the opposite side. Yep, the torsion stop is off, and they're wanting to sit it out. He's trying to push it through. I don't think he's going to be able to make it back out here. Yep, belts are coming off on the 11 car. Trying to roll Hoover's 9 back out. I didn't get a chance to see what they looked at, and now back over to this hard 8 car. They are putting the panels back on. Zeus's are turning. On KJ, I'll try and get a word in with them. As soon as I hear something, I'll report it to you guys.
All right, Brian.
And don't forget, the rules here at the Chili Bowl, you have to clear those posts down in the entrance to the work area. You can't work on it outside, kind of where the hay bales are. So Emilio Hoover had to wait a minute before his crew could touch the race car, just kind of for safety reasons, as they get KJ pushed back out.
And we have seen there is no forgiveness in this work area.
No.
Yeah. Like, you get in, you get your job done, and you get out. They do not hold this show up at all for guys working on the race cars for any reason, as Hoover fires up in the 9 car.
Caleb, I was just talking to Justin Patoska over here, asking about KJ's car. Said it was just loading up and trying to die, so they took the panel off to see if there was something stuck on the injection system. That's why what they were looking at under the hood there. Put the panel back on and going to try to refire the 8 car.
Thank you, Brian. And so far, so good. We'll see what happens when KJ gets up to speed. One of the drivers, the only driver actually this year that qualified in all 4 shootout A mains.
Yeah, it almost died right there on him again, trying to stay lined up. KJ got one of the nice oil capital coatings, headers on those things. I always think Thorson's cars look so nice with that on them. Nice little touch that those guys do.
The aesthetics are important.
Michael Hubert, Blake Kahn will try it again. 15 laps, top 5 move on to a seed.
Oh, Hubert missed the bottom there. We're going to go 3 wide out of turn 2. Kahn and Bochelle circle, and Amelia Hoover parked in turn 2 once again.
And that may be up the ramp champ. We'll wait and see. Boy, both Bochelle and Blake Kahn are shaking their heads at that one. That was timed perfectly.
Well, Hubert owes Amelia Hoover a T-shirt after this one.
Yeah.
He may have just saved his soup run.
Hubert's trying to stay out there. See if they let him.
Long way to go.
Still all 15 laps on the docket here for D-main number 1.
Well, if we don't get this one in, we're going single file.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Blake Hahn has looked really good in the outside groove, the newly manicured outside groove around this racetrack. Now, helped out a lot by the fact that the 36 car missed the bottom pretty significantly on that last time, but side by side with Michelle off the corner, it might be something up for them to dig on to get this start going.
First full rework we've really seen in the entire week, so interested to see how long it lasts, how the moisture moves around, exactly how this plays out. It's a learning experience for our track work crew, just as much as these race car drivers.
Well, will third time be the charm as we get our first 2D features underway? Fingers crossed. Hubert and Hahn the front row, and we're underway.
Hit the bottom that time. Does everybody else play nice? Nope.
Oh my.
It's Bochelle.
It is Bochelle as they climb in, and Ethan Mitchell went dirt tracking through the near infield. Yeah. Hoover comes to a stop. That's got to be done for him, but Jake Newman involved, and we're missing a left front tire.
Uh-oh, that hub is broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, the completely broke the right.
Yeah, right front on Bochel's car, potentially? Is that what had him stop? Nope.
Oh, it's a Shelby Hinton.
Yeah, this is Shelby Hinton here, stopped right at the exit. He's climbing out of the race car. They're going to have to put the hook on it. They bring it back, and you can, I don't know if we can get a good shot of it here, but that right front tire, it just sheared right there at the spokes.
Wow. Is there any other damage to it, Brian?
You know, I don't really see anything else here. I'm looking at the shock and radius rods, the axle, everything looks in decent shape.
Like, if your spindle's okay, right?
Well,
they'd have to take that axle nut off.
Yeah.
Put a whole new hub on there. I don't know if they've got the.
You'd have to take your spindle nut off and then pull your hub off, slide, have another hub that's apart, basically.
Yeah.
Put it together. That's a tall task in this work area here. And
typically not something you're prepared for.
Yeah, lightweight race car parts down here at Chili Bowl, and I would imagine some contact previously had maybe cracked it, some more contact here, sheared it off.
So on the hook goes Shelby Hinton's ride. He's already out of the race car, one of the Cloud Enterprises Beast chassis machines. Bobby's saw him earlier today in the pit area.
Back in turn 2, we saw Bochel stopped. Jake Newman was also involved in that one. There was a third car that didn't make out.
And then there was Ethan Mitchell that went dirt tracking it on the other side of the berm to miss everything.
And we are going to go single file start here.
We are still time limited here, too, if I remember
20
right.
minutes now that it's gone up to 15 laps and 20 cars.
As I'm up here at the work area again, and Keith is in here tightening the jam nuts on the drag link is what it looks like to me. The drag link's got a little bit of damage on it as they changed the left front on Bochel's car. This one, they can just take those lug nuts off and get them put back on. A lot of guys here. I don't see anything else significant. They were all lifting it up so they can quickly get that changed, and Bochel's going to push right off back out of the work area.
So
I was going to say he's going to have a lot of work to do now.
But he still has a shot at it. And especially with the attrition that we have seen here and no laps complete, right? Gavin's not afraid to be risky with the race car. He is definitely going to throw her around and look for opportunities where he can get her. So 15 laps, he'll start at the back, but a few guys have dropped off ahead of him, catch a little more attrition and maybe a break, and he'll have a shot at it. We are taking 5 forward.
So that moves Elijah Gollum in that 4th position. The youngster out of Mesa, Arizona.
13 years old, the youngest driver to compete here at the Chili Bowl Nationals, as he filled out the paperwork, got the waiver done, and said, all right, come on in, give her a try. And he's showing out that's been a good decision as he's here at the D.
Alex Bright's car's got a huge bow in his right side Nerf bar, so you wonder if he maybe didn't have some involvement in the contact with Bochel, as Bochel's left front needed changed. The math adds up on that one.
So single file, we go to the restart. No laps have been scored. As Hubert will drop the hammer, we're underway. And immediately Blake Hahn wasting no time in 1 and 2. See you later.
Hubert just has not been able to consistently stick the bottom of 1 and 2 on any of these restarts. He got her once, but once not good enough. He's going to settle into second. As it's Rouch, Guile, and Cottle, your early top 5. Got a couple of drivers taking to the high side, trying to make something work. Little Bundy is the guy up there in the black and orange 19, trying to fly around as KJ Snow, his bad D-main continues.
May have been a little contact with Trevor Klein there. They were racing as Little Bundy went around the outside of the 55.
Guys, Stenhouse up to 8th already.
Just take, they're giving him more than he's taken. I mean, in this battle of attrition here.
Just keep taking.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're offering, you take.
So 1 in officially, finally. 14 to go. Single file coming on the restart. Hahn, Hubert, Rouch, Guile, and Cottle, 1 through 5. And a look at Ricky Stenhouse Jr. If you're just tuning in, if you haven't been tuned in all week, we did not expect to have Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as part of our Chili Bowl 2024, but he made a late week phone call to Keith Coons and said, hey, one of the spare cars, can I come on in? They said, absolutely. Graphicked it up, sent the seat, got him bolted in, and here he is after his preliminary night last night. Didn't go completely to plan in a D feature after transferring out of the E-main about an hour or so ago. Stenhouse looking to keep his day going. He'll have to get past the micro star in Jeffrey Newell, the former Golden Driller winner at the Tulsa Shootout, and Alex Bright, who has been awfully good in this building as well, is the first guy on the outside looking in, trying to knock off Shane Cottle, Elijah Guile, Keith Roch, Michael Hubert, and Blake Hahn out in front of this with 14 laps left. Hahn brings us back to green. Right in that beautiful brown patch of moisture around the bottom of turns 1 and 2 goes Blake. Be surprised to see him do anything too experimental with that as he's expanding the lead over Hubert. Meanwhile, splitting the difference on the 14 of Newell was Bundy, little Bundy, Ethan Mitchell, the 19. And he'll work to the inside of Rauch, who's getting shuffled backwards. There's Alex Bright, beep, beep, coming through. 3 wide as Stenhouse getting involved as well.
Bundy kept his foot in it and was able to get around 3 of those cars, and Stenhouse now finds himself back on the bottom.
That should put Ethan Mitchell in the transfer spot from deep in this field.
He's in 5th, Bright's in 6th in the 25, Stenhouse 7th in the 71. Out of the E-main. Stenhouse filing into line.
Oh, he left the door open.
Yeah, Bright with a move to the inside on Mitchell. Got the spot. Alex Bright now 5th.
Yeah, that's what it takes. Just capitalize on a mistake. And Bright, like he said in our previous interview, got to hold the bottom. Able to get that 25 up inside the transfer spot. He's got Elijah Guile ahead, who got around Michael Hubert, and now it's just a freight train. And excuse me, coming through, little Bundy wants in on the action. And around the outside goes Stenhouse. Good battles back here in the 7th, 8th position.
It's a really good move by Stenhouse to try to get around the outside of these guys before take that final transfer spot from Hubert. He's got to look at it here off 4. He needs to keep working hard on the outside.
It's really good racecraft from Stenhouse, seeing how blocked up that bottom was getting and decide, all right, maybe I could be the guy to make the top work. Smooth to it. Hubert trying to hang on. Stenhouse has it by a nose.
Oh, I couldn't hold it.
Now Bundy's going to get a chance to come up and get him. Can Ethan Mitchell sneak past Stenhouse or Hubert at the line? Stenhouse still has it by mere hundredths of a second, but there's only 5 laps to go, and Hubert fighting for his life.
Ricky finally got his way to the bottom there, and that should seal the deal on him taking that final transfer spot with only 4 laps to go, as we do get a caution flag on the speedway. Shake everything back up.
Stenhouse did have the spot in the last completed lap, so he's going to be in that part.
We got some debris up there on the top of turn 4.
Is that a sail panel from out the back of a car, or really not a floor pan?
My first. Let's hope not a floor pan.
Yeah.
It's a belly pan. That's what that is.
So
you're not going to find whose car that is, but I know whose car it is.
So slight difference in terminology. Some people say belly pan, floor pan, exact same things, but that's a long panel that guys are putting underneath the engine compartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's what I would call a belly pan. When I said floor pan, I meant, where
right
your
under
feet
your
sit
feet.
on. Yeah. And there's only one guy in this field that would run one of those that's that meticulous about his race cars, but I'm not going to say who.
It's a very long, thin sheet of what looks to be carbon fiber that had come up and folded up in the corner.
If your wheel cover comes off and causes a debris caution, you're going to the tail. So that's fortunate from somebody that they didn't have to go to the tail after this one.
Hahn, Cottle, Guile, Bright, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Your 5 cars looking to move on. 4-lap shootout incoming. Somebody else make a move. Calling on you, Ethan Mitchell, as we're back underway.
stacking them all up like this on the bottom is going to give Mitchell a chance at least to get up and around Hubert for 6th, and then see if he can make some hot pursuit of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. There's where Mitchell needs to at least nose ahead of Hubert. Now Stenhouse gets Bright out of the way and moves to 4th. Alex Bright goes up to the high side to try to get him back.
Yeah, and here comes Ethan Mitchell. We may not be done yet. 2 to go here this time by. Bright now circling the top side, opening the door up. Mitchell is there. Hubert's still fighting back as Bright digs to the bottom in 3 and 4.
With 1 lap to go, Chris, somebody's elbows are getting up. This could get physical. Stenhouse went up in 1 and 2. Let's see if he brings it back down for the final transfer out of 3.
Well, here comes Low Bundy. Ethan Mitchell gonna lay it, hang out to dry, and Mitchell gets it at the stripe. Wow. Ethan Mitchell from deep in this field winds up 5th and sends Alex Bright home.
13th for Mitchell.
Wow.
Up to 5th, and then Stenhouse again 16th to 4th.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Don't forget a freshly reworked racetrack, too.
That was all set up by Ricky Stenhouse going to the top of 1 and 2 and really slowing up Alex Bright's entry into 3.
I'll tell you who was out of control in a good way was Ethan Mitchell. That was a heck of a performance to get into a transfer spot. How'd you make that work there coming to the checkered?
Simple, you got to drive your ass off.
Love it. You were hooked up around the top side of the racetrack. What made this 19M car work so well?
You know, I can't thank Brian and them guys at the trailer enough, Alex and him. They just been giving me a great car, and right there it was all them. You know, I went out there and executed, but without them guys it wouldn't have been possible. So track was kind of dirty a little bit there, so it made it a little bit tricky, especially the longer that race went, the dirtier it got. But we sent her in there pretty hard and made it stick, so we're all right.
19M is going to be fun to watch in the C. Ethan Mitchell moving on to the night program after a fun run.
Call him Little Bundy because Dad is Bundy.
Yeah.
And great story there, the Bundy Built Motorsports group. And he will move on. He continues his race up into the C main event. That'll be fun to watch as that kid has absolutely no fear.
No, and especially if you race at Millbridge, you know how to run the top pretty well and run it hard. So he did a great job for sure. As you take a look at your lineup, D feature number 2 out on the racetrack. Will we see another classic between these guys? Alex Sewell and Billy Van Wiegen Jr., your front row. Jody Rosenboom, Dason Pursley, row number 2. Caden Sorali and Jacob Denny in row 3. Justin Zimmerman, Jace Park in 4. Top 10 starters, Garrett Williamson and Lane Goodman in row 5. Row number 6, Mario Klauser and Nick Drake in the 55D. Starting 13th on the field, Justin Grant after going upside down last night. Trey Osborne to the outside of him. Then it's Landon Crawley and Jonathan Beeson in row 8. Taylor Reimer, Tyler Edwards, Mitchell Moles, and Kinzer Edwards also transferring in from the E. 15 laps, another 5 will tag the tail of C feature number 2. Pace truck pulls off into the infield. Our second D feature looking for 5 to move on to the back of the C is Green off at turn 4.
3 wide on the start, guys, going into turn number 1. Billy V fading back in the high groove, rallies to take second back at the bottom of the racetrack ahead of Rosenboom. That's Park slicing up to the high groove, bouncing tires off of Denny. Denny showing up the tail tank, getting into 1. Sewell, Billy V, Jody Rosenboom, Dason Pursley, Caden Sorali on the first lap.
Pursley underneath Jody Rosenboom as you look at Jacob Denny trying to get around Sorali just outside of the transfer bubble. As Denny sitting in that 5th spot looking for insurance, or actually fell out of that 5th spot as Jody Rosenboom moves up to 4th.
The 14 cars in the 25 duking it out, and I think Denny's got the right idea. Top path was open. He'll work his way through it. Justin Zimmerman is going to try to follow him. But it is Rosenboom, the black, white, and red 14. He's in the final transfer. Zimmerman trying to get it from him. Shoots high up in turn number 3. He's bringing Sorali with him, and now give the spot to Zimmerman.
Guys at the back of the field, Justin Grant hasn't really gone anywhere at all. Neither has Reimer, Mitchell Moles, anyone back there. So laps are running out in a hurry, and they're making up some ground.
Jonathan Beeson in the 8J trying to pick his way forward on the field.
Yeah, started 18th on the field and got around Justin Grant as a battle up front as Jason Persley trading sliders with Jacob Denny inside the top 5.
They're coming after Billy V for second as there's Justin Zimmerman in 5th, who has gotten away from Caden Sorali and Jace Park. So your top 5 feeling good right now at the halfway point of this feature. Good race going on. Jacob Denny trying to clear Billy V for 3rd on the inside. 25 car of Billy V couldn't get her done. He went up to the top here, right in front of Zimmerman. Justin Zimmerman on his rear bumper getting into the first corner. And coming down the back straightaway, we will move to 4 to go as Zimmerman ducks to the inside of 3 and 4. Persley is just taking the lead away from Sewell, but a caution from Reimer is going to bunch this field back up with 5 to go.
She was on her side, guys. You can see the tire imprint and that cushion of dirt, so potentially adding to our flip count here.
You got a flat left rear tire.
That's Jody
on
Rosenboom.
Jody, yeah. So I wonder if those two instances were connected.
Well, Rosenboom was running 10th, Reimer 18th at the last lap.
We have the beauty of instant replay to tell us exactly how it went down. So we'll watch him into the corner. It was Reimer getting up over the back. I want to say if Kinzer Edwards going into that corner that caused that.
Let's go down to Brian Ward on the scene.
Yeah, Rosenboom's got a left rear wheel that is severely damaged. I don't see anything else right now as I get a quick glance at it. If they can get him with a work area, might be able to just swap out that left rear tire. But they've got the four-wheeler behind Reimer, and now they're calling for a tow hook. I can see the tie rod hanging down below the frame. No, that's not the tie rod, that's a panhard bar. Looks like on the front. Yep, front panhard is broken off from the chassis. But again, that might be something if they get her to the work area, they can quickly change. So we'll try to get over there and see what we can find out.
All these panels on the fronts of these midgets are super cool and neat looking until you got to get in here right now and change this panhard bar. And then all of a sudden they're pretty darn inconvenient.
No guaranteed time in the work area for any of these lower mains, so depending on getting this lineup figured out and the cars ready to go, and there will be 0 time. Terry Maddox showing them the 1 to go signal this time by. So Reimer's Chili Bowl effort looks like it comes to a close in a D main on Saturday as Alex Sewell continues to pace the field. Jason Persley, Jacob Denny, Billy V, and Justin Zimmerman, your 5th and final transfer at the moment. Still 5 laps to go in this one. Down the hill they go, back underway. Billy V, first car down on the inside as company and Jacob Denny. And Denny trying to protect that 3rd spot away. His battle up front, Jason Persley goes outside in. And Persley's gonna take the top spot away from Alex Sewell, who'll cross up underneath. But Persley dives to the bottom, and you got yourself a new leader. As meanwhile, the transfer battle is heating up. Justin Zimmerman, you've got company. Caden Sorali and Jace Parker there.
Slides right up and across the nose. Little contact. Caden Sorali, used to running on the bull rings of the micro circuit in California, will get Justin Zimmerman there for the final transfers. We're down to 2 to go.
Zimmerman trying to throw a haymaker back at him as the battle right behind him outside the transfers heating up. Both of these guys catching Billy V, who's running your 4th position.
That's Jonathan Beeson from 18th, who's found his way into this picture, gonna run out of time. White flags in the air. Sorali has it. Zimmerman trying to catch him. Sorali gets insurance. Billy V crosses over. Jace Park just stuffs Zimmerman at the line, but it doesn't matter. That's outside the transfer battle.
Chase Park.
It wasn't, though.
Yeah. Chase Park from way downtown nails it for a meaningless 3-pointer at the buzzer.
That's right.
and still goes to the trailer.
So Billy V survives. Sorali, a good effort there in the 14T to get fourth. Sewell, Denny, and your winner, Persley, are moving on to the back of a C main.
Jason Persley here with me, winner of D feature number 2. And that was a little eventful. Had to restart there with 5 laps to go. You had to make some moves in order to stay alive. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the yellow kind of caught us there at the wrong time as I wanted it to. And, you know, I don't really know if you want to win that thing or if you not want to, because you don't know what kind of row you're going to start in the next one. So, you know, all is well. This pristine auction, you know, Chadwood Industries number 86 is rolling pretty good right now. We struggled a little bit on our qualifying night, and we made some changes, and I think we're going in the right direction. So Chad and Colt and Carlin and everyone's working really, really hard right now to try to get this thing better, and we'll be starting pretty deep in this C. So hopefully they don't do too much track prep, and we can make our way here in the front of the C main.
If the track comes around to like what it is now, pretty much slide job city, right? How aggressive do you have to be?
Yeah, you got to be very, very aggressive. You know, it's a chili bowl, so come on now, you got to be really, really aggressive. So, you know, there's soup runs, and then later in the C main, I think there are going to be some, you know, elbows up, and I think really the C main is probably what's going to be really, really hard. I think the B main you got a lot more laps to work with, and I think top 7 transfers. So the C main is going to be really, really critical if you want to make it, or if you want to sit in the grandstands and watch.
Jason Persley guy moving on into the C feature event a little bit later,
and he'll be on the outside of row 8 and 16th when we get to that second C feature. So gonna have to be elbows up for sure, guys.
A lot of it is going to depend on what they end up doing with this racetrack. We do typically see another rework prior to the C feature, but they just did their big one a couple of seconds ago, so we'll find out. Pole Shuffle is coming up next. We will take a timeout and be back with more from the 38th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals. Your live coverage here on FloRacing, brought to you by NOS Energy Drink. Well, it looks like it is go time, guys. Crews have cleared. Engine's going to fire here round number 1 of the Pole Shuffle time trial style this year. 10 versus 9 as the Ally sponsored number 55 of Jake Swanson. Out first, running for Alex Bowman. And they are going to put 2 cars on the track at the same time here.
Yeah, they just wanted to make sure, they told some of the drivers earlier today that they wanted to give them enough space. So much like when we do group qualifying on the outdoor season, they're going to get them on opposite ends of the racetrack as they do now, and the green flag will wave. Again, 3 laps. Best time out of those 3 will advance on to face Shane Golovic.
Green flag officially waves right now. Swanson, the first to take the green, and the Matt Seymour Racing number 29 of Hank Davis, your runner-up on Tuesday night, are on the clock. Hike in the front end was Swanson. Lap number 1 at 12:2:14, 1:2:2:14. Following it up, it is Davis, who comes out and beats it, 12:1:59, 1:2:1:59. Second pass for Swanson. Slower at 12:2:26. Davis's second time around. 12:3:45. Final try for Swanson to beat Davis. Checkered is out. And he will not. 12:2:88. Hank Davis has won round number 1 of the Pole Shuffle.
So Hank Davis advances as they'll get ready to push Shane Golovic out on the racetrack. And consistent lap times for Swanson, just was unable to eclipse Davis's time.
See if no shock adjustments for Davis, it doesn't appear.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on what the drivers do, because they won't stop them. They'll keep them rolling around the racetrack.
Clinton, we've talked about getting heat in this tire.
Yep.
Bigger advantage if Davis can start making a run here?
I mean, I think so, yeah. Yeah, the more heat you get in your tire, the better it's going to work. We got, cool outside. Fans are blowing inside the building. So, yeah, get a little heat in your tire. You're going to be better for it.
Not much time to buzz the tires either, as it's already winded up signal, and Golovic had a moment there in turn number 2. Coming around this time, Golovic versus Hank Davis. The green flag is out.
Golovic is your first on the clock, and he will record the first lap time coming down the back straightaway.
He's not very smooth through 1 and 2, guys. He's going to need to find something a little bit better. Hank Davis is going to be quite a bit ahead here in this first lap.
Lap number 1 for Golovic, 12.59, and Davis is quicker, 12.214. lap 2. Golubic, does he improve? He does. 12.210. Davis, not quite. Oh, yeah, there he goes. 11.988. So first car below 12 seconds. Checkered flag waves. What does Golubic have? He won't eclipse that. And Davis now goes 2 from 10 to 8, and now he'll take on Ryan Timms, who drew the 7.
So, yeah, Davis already taking full advantage of this, and you anticipate Davis is going to be a little bit better this next time, again, with another 3 full laps at speed of heat here on these new SP3 tires that are new to the Chili Bowl this year.
You can just find a little rhythm, too.
Yep.
You know, you get your 3 laps previous to kind of find a line you like, and
Ryan Timms' time to take him on, coming out of the Keith Kunz Motorsports stable. This is the battle now for what's going to be 7th on this running order. Loser will start 8th. Here comes the green. It's Timms versus Davis. Timms will be the first car on the clock as he rolls down the back straightaway. Lap time on the first pass for Ryan Timms. He'll clock in at 12.432, 1.2432. Davis better by 0.4, 12.072 on lap number 1 for Hank.
That car looks so good around the outside of this Expo Raceway. Timms getting up on the bike with big time momentum into turns 1 and 2. Davis still holding the advantage here as both drivers slowed down on lap 2. Lap 3, checkered flag for Timms. He improves by 1/10 of a second. Davis...
Don't matter, he's up.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I wanted to see him break 12 seconds on that one, but Hank Davis, who drew the 9, is going to start no worse than 7 or 6, I should say.
No worse than 7, because now this is the 7-6 battle, and Tanner Thorson's going to get his shot at it as Davis trying to build some rhythm. Thorson looking to stop the local boy from running his way up the field here in the pole shuffle. Thorson in his cell phone car. Davis running for Seymour Racing. Green flag is out, and again, it'll be Thorson the first one on the clock. Davis will be the guy coming in behind him. And first, and I had that backwards, I'm sorry, Hank Davis gets the first lap, 12.325. Thorson better on lap number 1 at 12.285. Davis needs to improve. He does big time at 11.944. 11.944. Thorson slow, faster on lap 2 at 12.108.
Thorson hit the front stretch wall right at the line. That's got to hurt his 3rd and final lap just a little bit.
Davis at 12.483. Thorson, does he have anything left? He does not. Hank Davis moves to 6 now in the pole shuffle. And this crowd is getting into it here in the arena, guys.
This is what we talked about yesterday. The opportunity is open for somebody like Hank Davis to jump up several rows. Swanson will start 10th, Golubic 9th, Timms 8th, and Thorson 7th, as now the battle for 6th is on. Make that 5th if whoever can advance here.
Spencer Baston is the man out there, Thursday night's preliminary night winner.
We saw these two have a hell of a battle last year on the prelim night, going head-to-head again on the clock.
Lap number 1 coming through. Baston throws down a 12.1. Davis a 12.4. So Davis now gonna have to pick up 2 tenths.
Oh, Spencer Baston's upside down. Spencer Baston bikes it in 3 and 4 and stuffs the nose of that thing hard into the wall.
Nearly the same spot he went upside down in practice on Sunday. He does it again during the Do It for Grady pole shuffle.
I wonder how they're gonna score this, guys.
Well, Hank will have to get a couple more laps here, but Spencer's front end completely knocked out of the thing. Left front shock, bowed like a banana. Left front radius rod knocked off of it. Drag link bent up on that thing.
And we were talking about before they updated the format for the pole shuffle, not having our traditional pole shuffle be a race, maybe to avoid junking race cars, but we did one anyway.
Oh, that doesn't help anything.
Yeah, one of these radius rods was dragging and caught the ground, knocked it off. I think the rod is completely broke now and will just fall to the ground once it's buried in the ground.
Spring off the shock, yep.
There we go.
Man, look how strong Brian is there.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he should have grabbed those Nerf bars earlier in the week.
Like King Arthur grabbing the sword, just ripped that thing.
When it comes to your Festivus celebrations, you don't want to take on Brian Ward in the feats of strength. Let's take a look at the iBox Springs replay of what happened here to Spencer Baston. Wow, did he smoke that right front.
Yeah, and man, you got to wonder if that thing's going to be pushed over at all. See the bike right there? He tries to ride it out. I mean, does a great job to bring it down, but
ran out of racetrack.
I think he got away with one, guys. The axle took the brunt of that, and kind of a soft cushion there really helped the right front frame from just plowing into those concrete barriers.
Well, over there on that right front corner on a midget frame is a little bit different with the way that a lot of these guys do their shock mounts on the car, and that is a really thick, stiff bar over there.
Yep.
If that thing survived, it's got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's going to be hard to tell what's new and what's old because that thing was already a little bit bent up from before. So they do have lots of time here to make any repairs necessary. I know Lacey, Joe, Bill, they'll all be back there thrashing on that thing, and they're prepared to fix, straighten, weld anything they need to. They come down here, and Justin runs for them all year long outdoors, and they make sure they're completely prepared.
Listening into the house, the way that they're scoring this is that Davis still has to beat the time of Baston to move on. Even though Baston is wrecked, Davis is now going to still have to, in his 2 laps on the clock that are left, beat Baston's time. That tire is cooled a little bit from sitting here for a second. So this is green. He's going to have to pick up 0.3 of a second here as Hank Davis, or else Baston's officially going to be the winner of this round, even though he just wrecked over in the corner.
This time by Hank Davis. Eclipses Spencer Baston, 12.127. And how about the kid from Oklahoma? He's still got another lap. Can he go better? He does, 11.904, and the Rowdies are losing their minds in turn 2.
So Hank Davis has moved into no worse than 5th. He's taken on your preliminary Night A main winners.
And that starts with Buddy Kofoid, who picked up Tuesday night. After drawing the 5, he'll be the first to tackle Hank Davis, who's on an incredible run here in the Do It for Grady pole shuffle. First lap will go to Buddy Kofoid, who'll see the green flag this time by.
Kofoid now on the clock. Davis, lap number 1, throws down a 12.2. So 12.2 for Davis. Kofoid looking to knock the king off his perch. 12-0 for Buddy Kofoid. Davis, second time around, 12-1. Kofoid looking to throw down the haymaker here to knock him out. Comes in at 12-4. Davis, can he get there?
Oh,
just
so
short.
Close.
So Davis's run stops in 5th as he goes 12.092. Michael Buddy Kofoid is going to move forward into the 4-3 matchup now, but Hank Davis improves from 9 to 5. Nice run, Hank.
Not bad, as the crowd salutes Hank Davis when he pulled it back to the infield. Okay, new challenger, Corey Day. The youngster dominated Wednesday night in the Willie Kane number 4 machine.
And Chris, this is really your battle of generational California. Yep. The last guy to come from Cali and the next guy coming out of the sunshine, or out of the Golden State as it is.
Check the lap times here on lap number 1. Corey Day, 12.324. What does Kofoid have? 12.125. 0.2 of a second. Corey Day, can he pick it up here on the white flag lap? He does, still slower, 12.201, and Buddy goes quicker, 12.080. Checkered flag is out for Corey Day. Final lap for Day is in. Goes slower, what does Buddy do? He goes quicker, so Corey Day will slot into the 4th spot, and Buddy Kofoid will now start no worse than 3rd.
It's got to be a scary situation for Carrick and Seavey here, letting Buddy Kofoid get some rhythm and laps to make this thing a little bit better for himself.
He's already known as a really good qualifier, too. Kofoid can cut a lap by himself. So it is Kofoid versus Carrick. This is the 3-2 matchup. Big wheel stand from Kofoid. In taking the green flag, he's on the clock first. Carrick will be the second one to get an official lap coming in. Lap 1, Buddy Kofoid. 12.267, 1.2267. Carrick, first time by in the 2-3 matchup, comes through and beats him at 12.216. Kofoid's second lap, better, 12.256, but still behind Carrick. Carrick looking to improve. Does not, 12.395. Kofoid, final try. 12.033.
Wow.
Carrick gonna have to improve by 2/10 through the turn. Does not. Kofoid will be on the front row. Will he be on the pole or will he be outside? As it is Seavey versus Kofoid for the pole of the 38th annual Chili Bowl main event.
For the pole and potentially a precursor of what's to come in tonight's 55 lapper, Logan Seavey, Friday night feature winner, gonna get the 39 wound up first with the victory fuel on the side. Buddy Kofoid, Mobile One colors in behind, who has a big bike here as they come to the green flag. It'll be Seavey who sees it first. Kofoid, tire temperature to his advantage, but Logan Seavey has a problem in turn 2. That'll throw away lap number 1.
Kofoid's lap number 1 basically a throwaway too. He dropped the wheels in 1 and 2 and tossed them over. So both of these guys are going to be way better lap on number 2.
12.9 for Seavey, 12.4 for Kofoid. So Kofoid has the early lead here. Let's see lap number 2 for Logan Seavey. He's across at 12.337. Kofoid going to come through 12.302. So Seavey's got to improve here on lap number 3. Checkered flag for Logan. And he didn't. Michael Buddy Kofoid will be the pole sitter for the Chili Bowl main event tonight as he wins the Do It for Grady pole shuffle.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a run, and give him a hand, Buddy Kofoid. Couple of times that cushion about bit you there in turn 2. It launched you towards the wall. Kind of take us through your thought process, knowing it was about time. You weren't worried about the other guy necessarily.
Just thinking gas it harder. No, the car felt good. My race gear wasn't working the whole time, so I didn't know if I won the round or not. And they kept pointing at me to keep going instead of going off. I'm like, oh well, I guess we're still in this thing. So, that last round, it was a little evil for me, and I kept hitting the curb the same place, but I feel like if I cheated it, I was going to hit it harder, so I tried to get all the way up and kept hitting it more than I did before, but it was still, I think good enough to obviously grab the pole. So super stoked with how that pole shuffle went. I had a really good one go my way in New Zealand, and I was like, man, if I could do that same thing again and go from like 5th to 1st, it'd be really cool. So I would have just been happy to be on an inside row, but on the pole is really cool. So Bo and everyone did a really good job on this Keith Kunz Motorsports Mobile One Toyota. Still one more job to do.
You got one more job to do. You get $1,000 courtesy of MPV Express 67 Speedway down in Texarkana. And Tim Crawley, he was up there and he kept saying, man, we've got the Short Track Nationals. It's a 410 event again. I'm going to cover their entry fee and their pit passes. He'd walk away and go, no. There needs to be more than that. You show up to the Short Track Nationals. He's going to cover your entry fee. He's going to cover your pit passes. And if you win, you get a $10,000 bonus. You think you might want to show up?
Man, I'd love to go to Short Track Nationals. I appreciate everything he's doing and for sponsoring this and for keeping the Short Track Nationals alive. I don't know if it would work out this year, but someday I'd love to be able to say that I competed in an event. So, but yeah, thanks to him for supporting it, and stoked to be on the pole at Chili Bowl.
Well, the offer's still there if it works out. So Tim, he's going to be waiting for your phone call.
No, yeah, thank you, and thanks to all the fans for coming out. I love coming here, and I'm feeling pretty damn good right now, especially compared to last year. So we'll see if we can keep this thing going and, like I said, put this Mobil 1 Toyota up front and try and win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Tonight's pole sitter is Buddy Kofoid.
2C features coming up. Top 5 finishers will go into the back of B main number 1. Here's your lineup. Gavin Miller and Brent Cruz make up row number 1, and in all KKM row 1. Ryan Burnell versus Gary Taylor in row number 2. Jake Buback and Frankie Guarini are in row number 3. Michael Stewart and Ashton Torgerson in row number 4. Cole Bodine and Parker Bryce Miller in row 5. Tim McCready and Rylan Gray in row number 6. Row number 7 on the inside. Your 13th starter is Matt Sherrill. Next to him is Howard Moore in the 14th position. 15th starter, it is the high side tickler Kyle Strickler with Blake Hahn going next to him. Shane Cottle and Elijah Guile, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Ethan Mitchell make up your 20 cars. 15 laps, top 5 move up into the back of B main number 1. They are locked in and ready to go. Yellow lights turn off around the racetrack. 15 laps. We're sending a bunch of guys home. We're sending 5 forward into the back of the B. Gavin Miller and Brent Cruz. Ryan Burnell next to GT. Green flag out on C main number 1. Good start for Miller down on the bottom of the racetrack. Burnell down on the inside, digging. Trying to force Cruz up racetrack and take over second. He's got it. Cruz is 3rd. Buback is 4. Gary Taylor is in the 5th and final transfer. Cars with a little yellow crown on top of them on the scoring loop are your cars currently in the transfer spot as we go to complete lap number 2.
Cruz got eaten alive, missed the bottom the last time around. Buback is around. There's GT. Gary Taylor ripping the top side in 1 and 2. He's going to look for more around Buback. So Gary Taylor wants inside the top 3 as your top 2 run single file. Gary Taylor, the first car on the outside, looking for 3rd over Jake Buback.
Looks like nice balanced racing, though, between the 2 grooves, at least for right now. Taylor trying to circle up and around Buback. Buback putting the left front down on the berm. Give it to GT at the line. He's got 3rd. Battle on now for the final transfer spot. Moving forward is Cruz, but coming after him, that's Guarini on the high side.
Guarini trying to take a page out of GT's book. He sees how quick the high line is right there, and he's starting to catch Brent Cruz, bringing with him Michael Stewart. Tim McCready working the bottom as well, back in that 8th spot. But Brent Cruz, you've got company. Frank Guarini may have the advantage for the transfer spot off of 3 and 4.
Almost even at the line. Cruz had it there. Moves to the high side of the block. You see some bumpers going off. Stewart now diving to the inside. Looking to take a spot from Carini and maybe from Cruz. He'll get it at the line. Cruz holds 5th, but he is under some serious fire.
Slide job there, not going to be completed by Stewart as Brent Cruz starts to pull away. Battle for the transfer on your right. There's your leader on your left. Gavin Miller for the KKM camp trying to run away with this one. Blake Hahn now adding his name into the mix here inside the top 10 and 8th.
This is looking like Blake Hahn, just vintage, sneaking up on the inside groove, trying to make his way through for 3 guys fighting around the outside. Stewart out of the Dom camp, closing in the back of Cruz as now Hahn's gone to the high side. Meanwhile, this is for the lead as Gary Taylor running down Gavin Miller.
It's been super impressive to watch Gary Taylor just continuing to pound the top side of the racetrack. Now Miller's going to move up in 3 and 4, force Taylor to the bottom, slips up off the bottom, and Gavin Miller has as the caution flag waves for the first time in this C feature event.
Really good work there by Gavin Miller. The very first time we show him on screen, he recognizes that and makes the move. You know he was watching that screen down the front stretch and saw GT right on his outside.
Debris caution.
I believe that's a shock cover. Red shock cover off the front of one of these cars.
And that's the Burnell car that they're, or sorry, the Stenhouse car that they're showing there.
Yeah, his right front.
Right front
is missing.
Something you don't need.
Well, you do need that spring.
Oh, well, the spring,
yeah.
Okay, so things just went from not bad to pretty bad.
Ricky was buried. He was 17th on this field and not making an abundance of progress forward.
It looked like the
kind of confused
bottom
by this,
of the
guys.
shock was hanging off.
So we're 10 laps in. We've got 5 laps to go. Yellow lights still on around the arena. Gavin Miller, Gary Taylor, Ryan Burnell, Jake Buback, Brent Cruz, your top 5. Michael Stewart, Frankie Guarini, Blake Hahn, Tim McCready, and Cole Bodine are on the outside looking in position 6 through 10 right now.
I'd love to get another look at Ricky's right front corner because on a coilover car, if that coil's gone, you're frame essentially should just be dragging the ground. So I'm a little bit thrown off at like what's holding that up right now other than just the compression of the shock.
I just got as close as I could on the back straightaway, and that's correct. The bottom shock bolt is out. The shock is just hanging. It's not connected to the axle.
There's a better look at it. Oh yeah, look at the balance and the wobble you got going on.
I don't know, that throws me off, guys.
Blake Kahn from 16th trying to make his way in as back under the green flag. Blake restarts in the 8th spot. Battle up front, though. Here comes Ryan Burnell to the inside of Gary Taylor, trying to take second back. He does. Gavin Miller leads, and it's a freight train behind him. Buback now is going to go to the bottom and try to challenge for that 3rd spot.
Michael Stewart around the outside of Brent Cruz here for the final transfer spot, and they were getting dicey off 3 and 4 for it.
Cruz getting up and wide, trying to take the position back. He's got it at the line. Stewart poking his nose in down low. There's Guarini in the 63, taking the spot away from Stewart. Follows Cruz, and Cruz is trying to get Buback down on the low side of the speedway and get off the bubble with 2 laps to go.
Trains are coming, and Buback jumps back up to the top to stop the freight train from happening, getting in front of Brent Cruz. So Cruz still sits in 5th. White flag is out, 1 to go.
Frankie Guarini, throw the slide job. You got to put it in the show.
Here goes Cruz. Added insurance. He's got it. Here they all come sliding out down the back straightaway for the final time. Gavin Miller's going to win. It's a 3-car tussle here at the end outside the transfer spot as Brent Cruz and Jake Buback get in at the very end. That was intense.
Oh, man.
When Cruz slid Buback, you thought that for a second Buback might lose all of his speed coming off of that corner, but brilliant move by Jake to keep his foot in it and keep his speed up. That way none of that pack that had piled in behind him could get to him and make a big move. Miller, Burnell, Taylor, Cruz, Buback. 1 through 5, everybody else. Your day is done for Chili Bowl 2024.
And Cruz really doesn't know how lucky he is that no one behind him fired a slide job, because I felt like 3 or 4 times somebody should have, and they would have cleared him or at least got racing and had a shot at it. But you know, they never did, and you just, man, that's your only opportunity right there, and now you're loading up.
Guarini had multiple chances. It looked like Hahn and Stewart were very comfortable just staying in their lane and waiting for something to happen. Blake never got super close. He was on the bottom most of the time. Stewart, you saw 1 slider out of him to grab a position, but just never pulling the trigger on the big bomb, which is strange for the Chili Bowl.
Felt like he thought they took 1 more car than we were. I mean,
yeah,
you miscount where you're at in line potentially, and lots of things. But yeah, tough break there for Frankie Guarini, because I felt like he showed the speed there to be able to transfer out of that C main.
Well, you've got the scoreboard coming off of turn 1 too. That's got the top 5 up there on it. So not using the tools available to you. Oh well, opportunity missed. Chris Moore up top.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Brent Cruz. Brent, I'm sure when the green flag dropped, you didn't want it to be that difficult. What was it like riding around in the bubble for most of that race?
Yeah, it was tough, right? I knew somebody was coming. Just tried to get to the top as quick as I could, and I mean, did the best I could on that initial restart. You're pretty much just screwed, right? You're trying to kind of get a little bit of a jump and get down, but when you end up side by side like that, you don't really have an option. Either run through the slick or run through the top. So it was a pretty tough decision and put me back to the bubble, and then our car just kind of came alive there at the end.
What was it like there? That slide job on the last lap to get the 4th, how much better did that make you feel going down the backstretch?
Yeah, a lot better, right? It's kind of like a weird tic-tac-toe kind of thing, right? If you're in 5th, the guy behind you is going to be coming hard to try to get to 5th, right? Because that's how you transfer. But also the guy in 4th is screwed because the guy in 5th knows that he's the last guy. So it's aggressive no matter where you're at.
Good job.
Thank you.
There you go, guys. Brent Cruz got off to a rough start that opening lap, but able to make it happen, hang on to a transfer spot.
15 laps, another top 5. We'll move on to the back of B feature number 2, and this one is loaded as well. Nick Hoffman and Zach Dom share your front row. How about the Coons Road 2? Amy Coons, if you're listening, hopefully you're sitting down because this is about to be intense as Cale and Jerry go at it in row number 2. Parker Jones, Kyle Bellman, row 3. Corbin Ruschenberg and Ronnie Gardner in row 4. Brandon Welty and Matt Westfall, your top 10 starters. Then it's Chris Carroll inside of row number 6 with Jake Andriani the outside. Chris Andrews and Kyle Cummins will make up row number 7. Kyle Spence, the last car to lock into this one through the preliminary night. Then your transfer cars, Dason Persley, Jacob Denny, Alex Sewell, and your final row, Caden Sorali and Billy V. That rounds out your field.
Front row, Nick Hoffman and Zach Dahm. The family battle in row 2 between Jerry Coons Jr. and Cale Coons as they roll through corner number 3.
Let's take a ride on the drone, shall we? 15 laps, top 5 go to the back of our second B main. We're underway here at the Chili Bowl.
Quickly to the top goes Hoffman. He's bringing a pile with him, and down from the inside, Parker Jones, one of the big surprises, is climbing his way almost all the way up to 3rd on lap number 1. Race leader is Hoffman, Dom 2, Jones 3, Cale Coons 4, Jerry Coons 5, and they're in a dogfight. Matt Westfall trying to come up on the inside groove and make it hard on Jerry Coons Jr. A couple of veterans going to battle for 5th early on in this contest.
Coons going to go to the bottom and protect that line away from Westfall as the caution flag waves. Kyle Cummins into the outside wall and into the flag stand. The 14T of Caden Sorali, who started at the back of this field. Jake Andriotti stopped there as well.
3 cars who were running respectively deep in this field, 18, 19, and 20. In fact, dead last for those 3. So nobody will lose anything so far as the cars are good to push back off and go quickly 2 laps into this feature. So Hoffman quickly off the bottom, got to the top in 1 and 2. Dom followed, and in fact, we're going to roll it back to the last completed lap as we're going to get a look down trackside at the Cummins car. Brian, what do you got?
The tie rod has broke right here to the right front. No control over the steering. They will put it on the hook. And that's something, if they've got the right rods down there, they could potentially change it quickly in the work area.
You said it earlier, though, Clinton, all of those extra paneling that you have and all that cramped space on a midget makes swapping a tie rod out not super easy.
Yeah, this car's a lot more open than the KKM cars, though. So definitely way more feasible here.
We'll see what happens as Brian will get the ride to the work area.
How many instances have we seen of cars falling off the hook this week?
A couple.
That one looked dangerously close for a second.
Most of the ones that we've lost off the hook were ones that had a lot of frame damage and that bumper was barely hanging on. It's got some good secure bolts on it here. Yeah, I think we're going to make it over just fine. See 4 other cars in the work area. Going to be a traffic jam, a little bit busy over here. See what we can find out for you.
Jake Andriotti's clearing off in front of you, Brian, so we'll be down to 3 once you get there. Hops off, takes a look, so Andriotti should be able to shove off and go. You've got Sorali's 14 over in the work area. We can see the image of that.
14, they're looking at the right rear.
And that's Chris Carroll's 7P.
Yeah, I didn't see the contact for anything with Chris Carroll. Brian, what's going on with Sorali's car?
Well, they're pointing. Oh, yeah, down at the birdcage. The bearings kind of coming out. The birdcage is cattywampus in here. Hooked to the Jacobs ladder, so.
Knocking a bearing out of a birdcage is weird.
Yeah, they're going to send it up the ramp as soon as there's clear room here. They said they're not even going to try to send it back out.
Meanwhile, work on the Kyle Cummins machine. Tanner Thorson involved in this repair as they begin to work on getting that broken tie rod off.
While they work on that tie rod over here at Chris Carroll's car, they're looking under the hood. They took some Zeus's off the hood, trying to figure out what's going on underneath here. Kevin Ramey's down here. He's got flashlights all over it. Just want to hit cars out of his camp.
Tanner
So they got the tie rod off. Or
he said the throttle was sticking a little bit, but I don't see anything. So hold it on the floor, baby. We ain't got to worry about it.
There you go, straight from car owner Kevin Ramey.
They're just waiting on a new tie rod to show up. Flint Stars Racing crew.
Look at Tanner Thorson directing traffic down there on a car that isn't his or even in his camp.
Yeah, they've got the old rod out. There's nothing they can do till it gets here. Here it comes, straight through.
Some leadership skills being shown there.
The good news is the lights are still on.
So the bolt
coming to 1 to go here. They got about 10 seconds before they got to get this thing on and down.
Bolt was through the steering arm. He just had to slide the eye of that rod up on it and put the nut on the underside.
They need a yellow.
Right front.
Lights are out as they hit the back straightaway. The crew frantically trying to get Kyle Cummins back out. It's not going to happen. Nick Hoffman leading the field back to the green flag. 2 laps scored, 13 to go here in C feature number 2.
On the completion of that second lap, Matt Westfall had taken the 5th and final transfer. There's Jerry Coons Jr. down to the inside of Cale Coons up on the top, who's following Dom around. And Jerry gonna get Cale coming off the corner. He's after Dom for second in turn number 2.
Jerry's so good on the bottom here, but Cale not giving up around the outside. Father and son, wheel to wheel off of corner 4. You look a little farther back. Here comes Ruschenberg in that 26, trying to attack Westfall for the 5th and final transfer spot.
Momentum on his side for Ruschenberg. He takes 5th away from Westfall. Up and around the top of this racetrack, Corbin Ruschenberg's flying, guys.
And Jerry Coons quickly moves to the top in 1 and 2. Took the line away from Ruschenberg, as Ruschenberg will have company in Parker Jones. Corbin in that 5th and final transfer spot. Jones wants it back. Everyone now single file around the top.
Coons with the adjustment made the block. Now Ruschenberg gonna have to find an alternate plan as everybody flies around the cushion. Ryan Kapinski announce booth getting pelted with stuff off the cushion from corner number 4 as this racetrack closing in on up against the wall in places. Nick Hoffman easy out front with Zach Dom, Cale Coons, Jerry Coons Jr., and Corbin Ruschenberg. Currently 1 through 5.
Westfall gets by Parker Jones there in 1 and 2, move him to 1 spot out of the transfer spot. But there's a long way to go before he finds Corbin Ruschenberg.
2 seconds.
And there's only 6 laps to go, so gotta hustle that car as you take a look back at your leader, Nick Hoffman. 6 wins this year. Of course, doesn't run the midget more than maybe once or twice, but boy, he's looking like a wily veteran here around the Expo Raceway. Dom still about equidistance back, 3 car lengths. Then it's Cale Coons, then it's Jerry Coons Jr. and Corbin Ruschenberg.
Zach Dom is the crew chief on Nick Hoffman's car. He's getting a good look at it going around the racetrack right now. Hoffman's car looks really good. Coming
upside down goes
Brandon Welty.
And Welty was racing around.
Is that Parker Jones?
Oh, it's Jones, yeah. And Kyle Bellum, who was in 8th place in behind him. Sorry, I thought that was a W instead of a J there on the 3.
So Parker Jones and Kyle Bellum, your 7th and 8th place runners, trying to track down Matt Westfall and Corbin Ruschenberg.
Tracking them down, one thing. The distance between Ruschenberg, who was 5th, and Westfall in 6th was 2.7 seconds. So your top 5 absolutely hates that. Meanwhile, here's what happened.
Oh.
Both of them upside down.
Count that as 2.
Well, there is Jones climbing out of the race car. His rookie campaign here at the Chili Bowl is done. He'll fall short of the highest finishing rookie honors, but gave her a really good run. And Kyle Bellum in the 93 with the hook. Brian's on the scene.
Yeah, Jones is standing up right here. We'll get a word in just a moment. He's going to... Well, I thought they might get a hook. I mean, there is damage to his front end, but it's possible that it could be pushed. I'm going to let them see what they're going to do here before I get a word in with him.
Yeah, they're looking at it. I'm not sure. He may slide back down in the seat. Both of those guys just battling for position in turns 1 and 2. As you look at Bellum's car already being rolled into the work area. Bellum just holding the spring out the cockpit saying, here you go.
They do just put him on a hook, and we'll ride back and see if we get a word in over the work area.
So Jones gets the ride back on the hook as the rest of the field cuts through the infield. 11 laps scored, four laps to go. And yes, Caleb, you mentioned it, that gap is now shrunk. Matt Westfall will be on attack mode here as Ruschenberg. You've got that big old target on the back tail tank of that 26.
We saw Jerry go to the low side of 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 on that last restart, and I thought he was in a really good position to just throw a bomb on Cale and get across and kind of, put him in a security spot. definitely played a little nice there and stayed on the bottom. Almost lost the spot to Ruschenberg.
Ruschenberg has shown aggression here in this building. Every time he has had opportunity to really make a move to take a spot, he has thrown caution to the wind. We'll see if he does that to try to get out of that 5th place spot. It's a real wild card position out of Corbin right now.
Guys, I'll tell you real quick, the Jones crew was standing there in the work area. They had all the tools and spare parts ready to go. As soon as we pulled into the work area, they took a quick glance and said, nope, and waved it on up the ramp.
So we lose Parker Jones as the rest of the field picks up the RPMs. Back underway, 4 to go. This time, Jerry Coons Jr. to the top. Cale Coons to the bottom, looking for second, but here comes Dad with a full head of steam down the back straightaway.
And there to the bottom goes Ruschenberg, trying to get both Coons kids in one shot. He gets Cale, he gets Jerry. Cale returns the move. There's Jerry back to the inside. Tires touch coming out of turn number 2.
And now Jerry Coons Jr. is in the hot seat here, coming to 2 laps to go. Matt Westfall going to jump to the outside. It's a 3-car battle behind. Here comes Dason Persley. Westfall, though, escapes on the top side, and the caution flag waves.
Oh, boy.
And that's Kyle Spence, stopped on the other end of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. Yikes, that was about to be a giant mess.
You guys have to wonder if, Jerry played it safe going down the backstretch, because if Corbin Ruschenberg had enough of a run to throw a bomb on both of them, Jerry definitely could have, and Cale coming off the bottom didn't have a ton of speed. So, that's put him in a really tight spot here with just a handful of laps to go with Matt Westfall right behind him.
If there's any piece for Jerry Coons Jr. right now, he knows Matt Westfall is not going to massively dirty him up. That's not Matt. Matt's going to run him hard, but I can't imagine Matt throwing a move where the right rear ends up in Jerry's cockpit. At least not on purpose.
It's an accurate statement. Yeah, 100%. But at the same time, it's the Chili Bowl.
Absolutely. And the guy right in behind Westfall here on this start, Dason Persley, really has nothing to lose.
I don't think you'll see Cale Coons go to the bottom here again. He recognizes that he lost a spot. Should just fall in line and kind of throw 2 laps here with a little safety net over himself.
And Persley came from 16th. He's been picking them off pretty quick. 2 laps. What happens up in front of him? Hoffman, Dom, Ruschenberg, Coons, and Jerry Coons Jr. You're 5 in at the moment. Back underway with 2 to go.
They all come off the bottom of turn number 4. Cale went to the low side again. Jerry went up to the high side. As they roll into the corner, Cale gets back to the cushion coming through. And for right now, it looks like Jerry is getting away just a little. He'll dive to the low side of 1 and 2. We've got 1 to go. Persley get the momentum on the high side.
Top side at 3 and 4. Dason Persley looking for a transfer spot. Coons Jr. on the bottom at the stripe. Who's got it? Give it to Dason Persley. Jerry Coons is eliminated in the C main. Oh my goodness. But Cale Coons moves on. Hoffman, Dom, Ruschenberg, Cale Coons, and Dason Persley from 16th gets by the veteran and the Triple Crown winner, Jerry Coons Jr.
Just didn't make much sense to me, guys. I'm just not sure why Jerry went to the bottom there. Nick Hoffman pulls to the infield.
Your C feature winner, Nick Hoffman, who led wire to wire, talking to Matt Ward in the green sweatshirt. Have to maybe get an update from Brian what they're talking about, but that'll be a move that Jerry Coons Jr. I'm sure will think about as he'll watch Cale Coons run in the B main tonight from the grandstands.
Maybe a surprise check for Apple Watches, just, who knows.
While we await word with what's going on with your race winner, Nick Hoffman, let's go to Connor Wade up top for a K1 Race Gear interview.
A remarkable last corner pass by Dason Persley has him in the B main. Dason, how did you make that move on Jerry Coons Jr. for the transfer spot coming to the checker?
Jerry just went down there to protect from Matt Westfall, and it just left the door wide open for me. Matt kind of slid up there in 1 and 2, and I knew if I tried to cross him over, it wasn't going to be enough. So I had to stack up there and drive around him, and that's what we were able to do. this Pristine Auction CBI Industries number 86 is rolling right now, and we went to work on it and got it a lot better. So got 20 laps here in this B main to make something happen, and we're coming for it, that's for sure.
Yeah, you just passed a lot of race cars. I think you started 16th, something like that. What's it take to pass race cars right now, and can you replicate it in the B?
I hope we can. I think we can. We got 5 extra laps here and just a little bit more time to kind of chillax a little bit, but you can't chillax too long. So it just takes a maneuverable car, and that's what we're able to have there. And I think if we just tidy a little things up on my end, I think we'll be able to have a shot at this B main here.
Dason Persley started the A main last year at the Chili Bowl. If he can get through this B, he'll do it again as we go to the infield with Brian Ward.
Thank you, Connor. Stood down here as they pulled Hoffman's 2 car into the infield. Matt Ward went and talked with him, stood there, waited till he was done. Matt gave me a nod. I asked him, I said, what were you checking for? He said, I just wanted to double check the race receiver, and it's all good.
At your B feature number 1, line up for 20 laps. Andrew Felker is going to be your pole sitter out of Carl Junction, Missouri. On his outside, Briggs Danner out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Chase Johnson and Chase Briscoe, the Chase brothers, in row 2. David Gravel, Emerson Axum, what a stellar row number 3 that is. Colby Copeland, Brady Bacon make up row 4. Cannon McIntosh and Thomas Meserol are your top 10 starters in this first B feature. Darren Pittman and Jade Avedissian in row number 6. Row number 7, rolling off 13th, that's Ricky Thornton Jr. To his outside, Joe B. Miller. Starting 15th, KTJ out of the ABR camp. And Gavin Miller in the 97, your first transfer car in. That also includes Ryan Bernal, Gary Taylor, Brent Cruz, and Jake Buback, your 20 cars going for 7 spots.
It's time. 20 laps. 7 cars moving forward. 13 amazing drivers going home after this. Very slow pace being set by Felker and Danner coming out of corner number 4. First B main is underway. It's a dynamite start for Felker. He'll lead the crew. It's a bad start for Danner, who got way high up on the racetrack, now having to rally to try to get back into second position. Lap number 1, we're looking for your top 7. It's Felker, Johnson, Danner, Briscoe, Axum, Gravel, and Copeland after lap number 1.
Yeah, Copeland and Gravel switch. Gravel's on the final spot, and T-Mez looking at his outside with a big move. Running down the front stretch. David Gravel's getting all eaten up.
Cannon McIntosh through the middle, tried to fire it through, wouldn't stick, and T-Mez is on the lip here at the Expo Raceway. 1 spot out, looking to get around Gravel. Here comes Bacon, though, on the bottom. Cannon McIntosh now up top, trying to get around Bacon.
Your final transfer battle, the black, blue, and white 58 of David Gravel for Abacus Racing down on the low side. T-Mez ripping the lip. Patented T-Mez style going up, trying to take it away from him, and he is closing on Gravel coming out of the second turn.
He started to clean up his laps here just a little bit, especially in 3 and 4. He's going to have a run on Gravel right here. Gravel with a really good move at the right time. It might not matter.
Marks it right across the nose, and T-Mez gets it to stick, and what helped that was the fact Briggs Danner clogged up the bottom lane that last time around as T-Mez, but Gravel's going to fight back here on the inside, but T-Mez now looking for more, trying to set his sights on 6th place Briggs Danner.
You almost wonder if Gravel was thinking about swinging high to get around Danner because he was coming up on him.
Yeah, I think David needs to decide, okay, we got to get up and go, and maybe I just need to try to run down Briggs Danner or reset and hope T-Mez line changes, but I don't think the bottom's the place to be right now.
In fact, you saw it right there. All that momentum that Thomas Meserol had stalled out as we look a little bit further in the field. That's Emerson Axum trying to pick up a position. Now Gravel back to warring with T-Mez for the final transfer position. As we're approaching halfway, we're 9 and 11 to go here. Forward we look to Axum and Briscoe. That's Briscoe and Axum. Axum in 3rd, Briscoe in 4th.
Back up front, Chase Johnson is not done hounding your leader, Andrew Felker. Both those cars been on the bottom pretty much this entire race. Here comes Axum, though, trying to get that link chassis wound up as we're past the halfway point. Here we're coming to 9 to go.
Every car you pass is a row. They all matter. Emerson would love to get by both of these guys before they recognize the top side's the place to be. Put himself starting 11th in the feature.
He openly talked about that in his interview. He wants as many spots because he feels he can be a threat here if he just starts putting himself in good position. Axum is now 2nd, and he's got a run on Felker for the lead coming through the corner. Emerson Axum to the top spot.
If you're Felker right now, don't panic. You still got time. You're in a good spot to get in the show. Only got 7 laps to go here, but the top side is starting to run some momentum really quick.
Gap between Meserol and Gravel is almost a second, so Timez trying to run away in that 7th and final transfer spot as you go back up front. 6 laps to go, and they're still duking it out behind. There's Cannon McIntosh getting in the mix against Jade Avedissian.
Cannon McIntosh just threw a bomb from 4 states over on David Gravel to get himself one spot out. Here comes another one on Timez.
Oh, and he's almost there. Came right up to the rear tires. Timez going to have his head on a swivel. Cannon McIntosh wants in the show, and he's going to try to cost Thomas Meserol to do it.
He saw the nose that last time around as they come to 4 laps to go. He'll probably get it wound up and have one final opportunity. Cannon McIntosh, frustrated after Monday, trying to hound a transfer spot and lock into tonight's feature event. As you look up a little bit farther through the field, let's go on top of the drone. McIntosh going after Timez.
Yeah, Timez has found another gear, but he's reeled in the guys in front of him to slow him back down. Is going to be enough time for Cannon to catch all these guys and try to make a power move. They're coming around at 2 to go.
Lean that right rear on the cushion, Cannon McIntosh, and see if he can do something big. Meserol right on the bubble, and he's going to have to make a decision here. Go for it or play defense. If you know Timez, he's probably thinking offense one more time around.
There's a big mistake by Danner. Timez gets by, McIntosh gets by. Last lap, McIntosh final transfer. Slider on Timez.
Timez with the crossover move, they make contact as Danner falls out of the transfer spot. McIntosh with a haymaker. Oh! He rears Timez and upside down goes Thomas Meserol at the checkered flag.
Oh my
and they
gosh.
were both in a transfer spot
Are you
when he
kidding
did
me?
it.
Top of the ramp, get ready.
Yep.
We are gonna have a showdown. Oh my gosh.
They were both in a transfer spot when it happened too.
And that should put Danner and Jade Avedissian unofficially in. Of course, this is how
he crossed.
Oh, he did cross? Okay.
Cannon crossed.
So then Briggs would be
It's going
in.
to depend on an official's ruling here.
Wow.
So stand by, top of the ramp, stand by for the official running, but Timez is back on all fours, smoke out of the...
And he's...
Oh, boy.
Timez is
Yep.
fired up.
Let's just get a mic in
furious.
there.
Why do you gotta throw shit at
Guys, and I do understand, you know, Cannon just not knowing where he was at in the running order and feeling like that had to be the final spot. But, man, you absolutely have to be gutted for Timez right now.
Yeah, they were both in for sure. Pass was just to get an added piece of insurance, but at what cost? And it cost both of them.
Briggs Danner made the big mistake. Let both of them by in getting by.
Yep.
They're both in a transfer spot at the time.
Guys, we're going to make the walk here with Timez over towards the work area as he gets the helmet off. Dejected, coming to the checkered flag. Give me your thoughts.
I wouldn't say that was dejected. Got ejected, maybe, but hey, I'm out here trying to put on a show. I didn't even know it was the last lap. I'm pretty sure that was it Cruz?
That was Cannon McIntosh trying to take the spot from you.
Of course it was Cannon. Can't drive Cannon McIntosh.
You were there. Looked like we might be seeing you play some defense because you were right on the bubble and then made a mistake. Another car ahead of you made a mistake coming to the white flag. You got the spot.
Like I know where I'm racing for. We're just going forward and trying to do it all we can. And, you know, hats off to Tim Engler for giving me a hot rod. We had a car capable of being in the show. We're not there, but that's all right. We were part of the show.
Can't make the show, be the show.
Get a way better.
Timez is a lot happier than I would have been about that. And, you know,
Earl Hoon, you're with Cannon McIntosh as they roll that car back to the KKM pit area.
Yeah, obviously, boys, we're going to catch up with Cannon here, and it's going to be a quick turnaround, right? A lot of fireworks coming to the checker flag for the final transfer spot. Cannon knows we're going to interview him here. He just wants to get back to the trailer so they can make adjustments on the car. So, folks, hold on. We're going to get his side of the story.
Guys, and if it's anyone, you know, slide or die, right? That's Timez's mantra. Yeah. And he handled that way better. I mean, that's Tim Engler down there, and they're asking for some sort of disqualification, I'm sure, you know, trying to figure it out. But Man, that's a heck of a deal there.
Thomas was in a lot better mood than I would have been.
Oh, my gosh.
I give Thomas a lot of credit, keeping poised. Just, man, both are in a transfer
So
spot.
you wonder, too, as he comes around this corner, because the Thomas's pit stall is literally right across from him.
Yep, it's on the right as they go by right there.
Now, he's got the benefit of being in the Keith Kunz Motorsports stable, of which there's just a ton of warm bodies in there that can keep people away from each other. But right now, it looks very tame. Let's look at it again. Here's the final couple of laps.
I think this is coming around to, no, this is the end right there. Yeah. I mean, and Thomas even tried to lift. Just, you can see Thomas, tight, turning left as he was trying to lift. And Earl, you're down there. Take it away.
All right, guys, got Ken and McIntosh here, and let's take a deep breath. A lot of excitement for that final transfer spot. Walk me through it.
Yeah, just we were tracking him. We slid him once, and he drove around it. I had to work for it there. We all got bottled up there. The one car just got tight on the cushion, and just trying to pace him the best I could. And it was my last chance to be in the show. And what's team has a slogan? Slide or die.
Yeah.
Well, I was just sliding to make the show. So, it's good to be in. Guys gave me a great car. I never want to wreck a guy for it, but I felt like he, was trying to drive around it. We were both, trying to make the show. So I slid. He tried to stay in it, and one of us had to end up on the bad side of it. I'm just thankful to be in this position in a great car. Thank the Lord above for putting me in this position, and everyone that supports me, Gear Wrench, Toyota, a lot of big supporters.
Team has called you can't drive, Ken and McIntosh. How do you respond to that?
Well, I just drove into the show, so we're going to keep fighting, work hard. We got 55 laps ahead, so we'll just keep working away. I know these guys are going to keep working to try to give us an even better car, so we'll just keep pushing.
Did you know that you were in a transfer spot coming to that checkered flag with the incident there?
I did not. That definitely doesn't make it look good. Looking up at the board on the white there, neither of us were ringing up top 5, and I had thought I was 8th there, but that kind of makes me look pretty stupid there. Just feel bad for his guys. I'm sure they worked hard all week, so I'm just thankful to be in the show. Unfortunate to end their week.
Let's talk about the track real quick, because the track is starting to set up for Slide Job City, right? So things are even going to get more intense out there for that 55-lap main event. I mean, what changes do you need to make to this Gear Wrench machine?
We just obviously need to prepare for the 55th lap. Those first 30 or so don't exactly matter. They do for us just because we start deep and we're going to have to work. So, we're just going to try to be good in the beginning, but also the end. So I've never had to start this deep here in an A main. So we're definitely gonna have to work hard for it. So luckily with a great team behind me. So I have confidence in the guys. I know we're starting deep, but should be able to make something happen.
All right, guys, keep your eye on Ken McIntosh as he extends his Saturday.
And the Chili Bowl has rendered the official finish. It is Emerson Axum, Chase Johnson, Andrew Felker, Colby Copeland, Chase Briscoe's in the show. Congratulations, Chase. Cannon McIntosh was given 6th. Briggs Danner was given 7th. So those will be the cars locking in to tonight's A main event on the inside row from positions 11 through 23. Lineup for B feature number 2. Michael Pickens and Chase McDermott on row number 1. Steven Snyder Jr. and Michael Facinto in row number 2. CJ Leary, Chris Windham in row 3. Cameron Key and Brian Wiedemann in row number 4. Cale Drake and Tim Buckwalter in row number 5. Trey Marcham and Landon Brooks in row number 6. 7th row is Ace McCarthy and Tyler Courtney. Carter Sarf got the final lock-in position here to the B. It's Nick Hoffman and Zach Dahm, Corbin Ruschenberg, Cale Coons, and Dason Pursley coming up from the C feature to try to plunk in through the B main event.
All right.
I think in some ways I'm still trying to wrap my head around B1, but we've got to move forward here.
I mean, there's a lot, and not even to what happened at the very end. I mean, what's not lost is Briggs Danner's in the show.
Briggs Danner's in.
That's pretty freaking cool. we saw him last night and how emotional he was finishing on the podium in his prelim night. Locking in the show is pretty interesting. All right, let's go to Earl real quick. It's at the top of the ramp.
All right, guys, I'm here with Thomas Mesrall and T-Mez. You still got your fire suit on. You got a winter jacket on. You got your luggage here next to you, and they cut your pit pass off. What's this all about?
I wish I knew. You guys probably should know because you're part of this program.
I got nothing, buddy. All I saw was them escorting you out of here and pretty much said, sorry about your luck. So they gave you no information?
Hey, you know what? I come out here to put on a show. I feel like we put on a show. It was a good event. And, you know, I collected my money. I sold 600 T-shirts thanks to my amazing fans. Go check out what happened on T-Mez TV Monday at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
You guys heard him. T-Mez, unfortunately, is going to get escorted out of the SageNet Center, guys.
Yeah, working to decipher what happened. I did see a couple tweets, nothing official from the Chili Bowl, but something happened post-race as we've got a little bit of an issue for CJ Leary.
And that's inside row number 3, Chris.
Yeah.
So Leary problems in the ABR 55. Question is, does he get his spot back or does he have to go to the back of the field? If he goes to the back of the field, shuffle everybody up on the inside row.
So the work area should be back of the field here. Well, you know, whatever it was. I don't know if we had somebody down there able to see or.
I mean, if it's a safety issue and you go to the work area, you think you'd get your spot? No?
No.
Not even a safety issue?
If it's a safety issue, you're supposed to stop at one of the officials on the inside of the racetrack, not the work area. So
I just wanted to chime in real quick. I did talk to Matt Ward, and I was there when the incident happened. Is when they were rolling the car over, some flame came off of the exhaust. The safety crew was there, and they squirted it to try and prevent fire. T-Mez was trying to get unbuckled, had his visor up. He kind of got blasted in the face with it, and out of frustration, he threw his steering wheel. It hit an official, and that is the reason he is ejected for throwing something at an official.
Thank you, Brian. That's in regards to T-Mez. Meanwhile, B feature number 2 is underway. You saw Jerry Coons Jr. trying to watch Cale Coons lock himself into an A main as we're underway.
Down the back straightaway and into the third corner. It's a great start for Steven Snyder Jr. Just rolling that bottom like a seasoned pro for quite the young driver. Snyder Jr. leads early. Pickens, Key, Facinto, Drake, Wiedemann, and Marcham. Right now, your top 7.
Guys inside these transfer spots are not racing very kindly, and they need to work together to try to get away from those 7, 8, 9 runners.
Big war for the bottom of the racetrack. That time by Marcham in the black, orange and blue car right there coming off the 4th corner. That's the transfer car. Everybody's trying to catch up to him and get around him. Chase McDermott right now on the outside looking in, trying to catch up Carter Sarf. And Sarf might actually be the 8th place car. Yes, he is. Sarf's transponder is not working. So keep that in mind. The red, black, and white number 5 of Carter Sarf. Transponder not working, but he is 8th.
Yeah, trying to join Chase Briscoe in tonight's feature event out of the same camp. Sarf, Power Ride Midget champion. The door is open. He's in the inside lane on Trey Marcham, and he moves through, and so too does Chase McDermott. Thank you very much.
Following them through, here comes Tim Buckwalter. Buckwalter looking for the spot is now Marcham. Gonna go up top and hope that the high side has got some salvation for him. Down low is not the answer. He's trying to catch back up to Buckwalter. Buckwalter is on the outside looking in, coming after Chase McDermott in the 7 car. And McDermott on the outside looking in, he's after Ace McCarthy.
Marcham trying to rebound on the top side of the racetrack, but looking forward, there's McCarthy. And here it comes all the way up to 7th, Timmy Buckwalter.
McCarthy is the 7th place car at the moment because Sarf is in there with his transponder not functioning. As Marcham looking to get back up and around Buckwalter. Again, this is on the outside looking in. Marcham goes bouncing, nice save. Save in behind him.
Landon Brooks got into him there on the top side of 1 and 2 as you go back up front. Steven Snyder Jr. Here comes cousin Cameron, slowly reeling in your race leader.
Those two on a breakaway from the rest of the field. There's a second between Key and Pickens, who's in the 3rd position. There's McCarthy once again. He's your 7th and final transfer. The white and red, 28 with Smith tied down the hood. And Chase McDermott doing everything he can to try to catch him and figure it out. But guys, we're extremely bottom dominant here. Nobody making the top work amongst this top group.
McDermott being really patient, sizing up McCarthy right now. Been stalking his prey, kind of smells some blood in the water. McCarthy missed the bottom the last time by. A little bit of contact there. McDermott now is going to go top shelf at 1 and 2, 7 laps to go.
These are extremely slow lap times at the moment. Mid 13-second bracket as McDermott going to try to find something up and around the top of the racetrack, commits to it, runs it the whole way around, takes it into turn number 1. He's after him again. Buckwalter down low trying to get him. As McDermott's trying to close in on McCarthy. Only guy on the high side of the raceway, hoping to make it work. McDermott into 1, trying to narrow that gap, but Buckwalter almost has him for the spot.
Yeah, Timmy Buckwalter's got it. Here comes Dason Pursley trying to make another run through the soup here. Started deep in this field. He's up inside it with a couple spots ahead of him is Ace McCarthy as here comes Chase McDermott around the outside. It's a 3-car chain on the bottom. Ace McCarthy, you're in trouble in the 7th spot.
It took a couple of laps to make it work, Clint, but he got up there and got the job done as there goes McDermott into the final transfer spot and down to the bottom to close the door.
Guys, I don't think that's the final transfer spot. That's for 8th. Remember, we don't have
Carter Sarf is in there as well.
Yeah.
You're right. That is for 8th. Sarf is right up ahead, so he's 2 back.
2 laps to go here.
2 to
Dason
go.
Pursley, the white car on the high side, is trying to run down your final transfer spot. He's got a really good run down the backstretch, coming around 3 and 4 to the white flag.
White car, the 89 machine as McCarthy gets in the fence. 1 lap to go. Dason Pursley from the trunk. The C to the B and around the outside of Cale Drake. He's got more in the tank as through turns 3 and 4. Steven Snyder Jr. wins the B safely in as Pursley and Cale Drake should be your final transfer car. Carter Sarf's transponder not responding is in the mix as well. So we'll get a full rundown for you. Should be Steven Snyder Jr., Cameron Key, Michael Pickens, Michael Facinto, Carter Sarf, Dason, no.
Carter Sarf fell back early on. He would be one of the first ones out.
Let's let him sort it. I thought Sarf was in, and it was McCarthy who was in that 7th and final, but the loop got a little weird where guys were sitting in there, so give it a second. We'll let it sort out. We know Snyder Jr. and Cameron and Pickens and Facinto are in. We know Pursley with the big charge made his way through. The question is going to be between Sarf, Drake, and McDermott, those 3. Drake should be safe. It really should be McDermott and Sarf that we're looking at here. Chris Moore up top's got Dason Pursley.
Yeah, thanks, guys, from starting 4th in a D feature to the A. Dason, hell of a show, man. How'd you get this done?
Yeah, thank you. I got it done with all the crew behind me sitting over here. They really went to work on this thing from Wednesday night and got me really, really comfortable right there. That was pretty unbelievable. I felt like I could run absolutely anywhere on the racetrack and come forward. It just goes to show how fast this Pristine Auction Toyota Racing CBI Industries 86 is right now, and starting pretty deep here in this feature. So just happy to make the show. Very, very fortunate to come out here and be in a great race car that I can come from the D main in and make the show. So 2 years in a row now I've ran a little bit of soup, and to be honest, I hope I never have to do that again. That stuff's too stressful. So just happy to lock it in the show here, and forever thankful for each and every one of everyone who's behind me.
Now you started reeling in about a 3-car battle there for somewhere around the final transfer spot. They were all running the bottom. Chase McDermott went to the top, and you kind of got to see that work before he went back to the bottom. Was that kind of a confidence booster that, hey, the top is there and can pass these guys?
Yeah. I felt like everyone was making so much ground up on the bottom. It was kind of hard to go up there and sell out and just kind of rip the top. And, once I got to running the bottom and then caught those guys mid-pack, I didn't know where to go because we were just kind of all stalled out behind Chase and everything. And Tim Buckwalter on the bottom and everything, and didn't really have a lane to go. And then all of a sudden, as soon as I jumped up at the top, Chase kind of went to the bottom and just gave me a free range of motion to go up there and rip the top. So that's what we're able to do, and hopefully we get to do it here for 55 laps, and the track will shape up, and we don't go a lap down too early, and we get to get up on the wheel and have some fun.
Good luck, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go, guys. What a show from Dason Pursley, starting 4th in D feature number 2. He is into the 55-lapper tonight.
That is big time for Dason Pursley, putting on a show here at the Chili Bowl. What a run. And he puts Chad Boat and another Chad Boat car into tonight's feature. We're still trying to decipher the final transfer spot.
And they have not released the official result from the Chili Bowl Nationals official social media accounts yet. So I am refreshing like a madman here on their Twitter feed, waiting for that to come across. And frankly, if they were having to hand score Sarf, then they're going to have to do a little work into making sure that they got him into the right spot.
Check, double, and triple check.
Too important here on that one to not get it right. So as soon as we know, we'll pass it along to you, but we at least know most of the starters now into the A main event here tonight at the Chili Bowl Nationals. Let's take a timeout. Everybody take a big breath. We're coming back with more as you're watching live coverage here from the 38th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals, live on FloRacing, powered by NOS Energy Drink. Here at the Expo, your starting lineup for the 55-lap A main event looks like this. The pole sitter is Michael Kofoid, call him Buddy, inside row number 1 next to Logan Seavey, your defending champion. Row number 2 is Tanner Carrick and Corey Day, with row number 3, Hank Davis and Spencer Baston. Tanner Thorson, the 2 years ago champion, inside row number 4. Ryan Timms next to him in the 67. Shane Golobic and Jake Swanson in row number 5. Row number 6, the first of your B-main move-ups, Emerson Axum and Steven Snyder Jr. Back to the 7th row here on the field. Inside is Chase Johnson, and next to him it is Cameron Key. 8th row is Andrew Felker and Michael Pickens. Row number 9 on the inside, Colby Copeland and Michael Facinto in the All-California row. 10th row, the NASCAR star Chase Briscoe, and outside of him, making a nice soup run today, Dason Pursley. Row number 11, the new villain in the building, Cannon McIntosh. Next to him, it's Cale Drake in the 71. Final 2 lock-ins, Briggs Danner and Carter Sarf. 24 cars, 55 laps, 1 Golden Driller.
I think this is potentially going to be one of the best Chili Bowls in history.
Terry Maddox gives him the 1-to-go signal. 55 laps to immortality for one driver whose Chili Bowl dreams may be realized. Will it be a continuation of a recent dominance by Logan Seavey? Will it be an underdog finding his home here in Tulsa in Hank Davis? Dudley's ready to go as the fans begin to rise on their feet. 55 laps of the Chili Bowl A main off of corner number 4 is green.
Buddy Kofoid from the bottom through 1 and 2 with Logan Seavey in pursuit. Tucking down on the low side, Corey Day.
Oh, we got one upside down, guys.
And that's Michael Pickens on the top side of turn 3. Will quickly go under the caution flag early in this one.
We got really hectic into turn 3 there, and we'll get a replay look at this, but Emerson Axum got sideways and just chalked everyone up. Pickens was 1 lane outside, caught a right rear, and upside down he went. Similar to exactly what we saw last year with Spencer Baston.
Safety crew is quickly on the scene. Going to put Pickens on back on all 4 tires, running for Abacus Racing.
Brian Ward, you're down there. Front axle looks broke on that thing.
Front axle is bent the wrong way. Really caved in forward here on the right front. Tie rod, the whole axle. We heard someone saying earlier that it is too hard to replace an entire front end. You know, it's not just some rods here that they can quickly do. They have to pull the whole axle out. So don't expect them to be able to get this one done. But we'll walk over to the work area and see if they even try and make an attempt at it.
One of the winningest drivers in New Zealand history. As you take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay of what happened to Michael Pickens. Confetti still in the air as we drop the green flag. Look at back of your screen, and yeah, Emerson sideways and over the right rear tire goes Pickens of Steven Snyder Jr., I believe.
And Clinton, it's going to be more than replacing an axle. It's going to be getting that axle out to begin with, because that thing was slinking like a snake up and through that front compartment.
Yeah, it really was, and kind of a weird deal. Normally we see an axle snap or break, not usually bend. So I wonder if they're running maybe a lighter walled axle tube that just, you know, the impact can bend it as opposed to enough impact to shear it.
So we might have a busy work area, we might not. Either way, Abacus Racing is going to have their hands full once Pickens makes his way there.
Tough for the Abacus guys. I mean, an absolutely incredible year this year, coming in and stealing the midget championship, USAC midget championship with Logan Seavey as your driver, and being a part of Logan Seavey's Silver Crown efforts this year. What Brent Cox and those guys have been able to do is truly incredible, and they're going to be tested here once again.
All 3 of those cars had speed this week. Pickens is the only one who gets into the show, and
there's not even guys down there.
No, they're not going to thrash on that. They're done.
Yep. Over before it ever started for Pickens. That's a tough way to go out.
So that's going to double them up again and give us a 2x2 Second try at this for 55 laps in and around.
Seavey had done a really good job to get outside in turn 1 and fall into line, and Corey Day was third behind him. So see if Tanner Carrick can have a little better start to stay plugged up next to Buddy Kofoid.
In fact, when you were looking at it, it was Hank Davis that was sneaking up into the next spot in and behind it, so not a great start for Carrick. We'll get a second try at it with the yellow caution lights still blinking on in and around the racetrack. Now they turn out. Terry Maddox signaling him 1 to go for the 2x2 second try at getting the Chili Bowl underway.
A lot of hype. Let's try it again.
All right.
Say, you got to get your heart rate back
down. You give it the full meal deal here again?
I don't know if I could replicate that. We'll try.
Well, here. I got you.
Go ahead, Caleb.
All right. Into corner number 3. And out of corner number 4. Green flag, we go racing.
What a jump by Stevie to get ahead of Kofoid. He's going to be your early leader at the clubhouse here.
Off the high groove, Corey Day getting down through corner number 3. In fact, Corey Day about to sneak the spot around Buddy Kofoid. It's Day down on the bottom of Kofoid as they exit turn number 2 as Stevie sets the pace early.
Buddy on the top side trying to keep pace here. Here comes Corey Day, going to try to pin that car on the bottom. Got a little bit loose as Kofoid will retain the second spot. Your top 3 already starting to pull away. Tanner Carrick under fire from Hank Davis, who moves in the third spot as here's your battle for the lead early in this one. 2 laps down, Logan Seavey leads.
And look at that, just like you predicted, Clinton Boyles, the top is already there for some of these drivers. Kofoid sticks a nose in down low down the back straightaway, follows Seavey through 3 and 4. Seavey on point, but Kofoid looking fast. Slider teed up in 1 and 2 for the lead.
Seavey going to try the crossover, but Buddy's got the front end hiked up on his 71 Toyota Mobile 1 machine as here comes Seavey to the bottom, but Buddy's going to have the advantage and lead that lap.
Kofoid leads lap number 5 and moving forward. Seavey
caution.
Going to try to pace him.
And it looks like over on the other side of the racetrack, Steven Snyder Jr. starting to come to a slowing halt in the Chase McDermott number 40.
This is big where that yellow flag came out, guys. Roll it back to the last completed lap, and Logan Seavey's going to get the lead back here.
Wow.
So Kofoid, not everybody completed the 5th lap. It'll be 4 down, and Seavey back to the point. Seavey on top, Kofoid 2, Day 3, Davis 4, Carrick 5, Baston, Thorson, Timms, Golubic and Key, your early top 10 with, look at 11th, Chris.
From 20th, Dason Pursley is up to 11th. And by the way, he started tonight in the D main, so passing the most cars easily here going into the night program.
This is the first time we've seen this track, be 2 grooves right out of the gate. I mean, I said 10 laps, I was wrong. It took 2. So,
guys,
go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, over here in the work area, he said, look at my rear end, something's wrong. They were looking at the Jacobs ladder, looking at the radius rod, and they said, oh, upper shock mount broke off the frame there.
Yikes.
What a weird deal that is.
Such a tough break, too. He's had a heck of a trouble. Camera keys in the work area.
Billowing smoke from out under the Hink hood.
Something with the radiator.
Top 10 car in Key early. And that, that's your second place car.
Hold on.
That's just a transponder.
Holy smokes.
That,
wow.
Everyone's heart on the broadcast just stopped. Gonna get the transponder taped back on.
I wonder what Buddy Kofoid's thinking as he's being called to come over and stop, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
All right, so just a change in transponder on Kofoid, we understand. Should see him rolling back into position number 2 already, but those are a couple of things that as a young race car driver or a race car driver in general here at the Chili Bowl, that can put you on tilt. He had made the pass for the lead. Lap doesn't get complete. Okay, I got to do that one again. Now they're calling me to a stop. Uh-oh. Imagine his heart rate spiked a little bit.
I think Buddy will be okay right here, but he probably is bumming that he got to show Logan Seavey kind of the line, how he was running the top, and now has to give it back and work by him again. But Buddy definitely showed some early speed here to be one of the favorite contenders.
It's the battle a lot of us wanted to see a year ago. But then trouble struck Buddy Kofoid in his prelim night. We never got to see these two go mano-a-mano. Well, we've gotten that tonight, and we're only a handful of laps in.
You know Logan as well as anybody, Clinton. He's not an overthinker, is he?
No, not at all. Logan is just going to collect data the entire time he's out there, and I think you saw that if we paid attention, during the on-car camera. Yes. And every lap, he just learned a little bit, and by the end of it, he's perfect and where he needs to be. So Logan just learning, logging laps, collecting data, feeling his race car out. He's not going to panic, not going to be overly excited. And I think, we saw him lose the lead last year to McIntosh, I believe, and figured out a way to get right back by and, end up holding on.
Want to go signal from Terry Maddox has been given. Going to go back under the green flag. Just 4 laps scored of this 55-lap affair to win a Golden Driller. It's Logan Seavey, Buddy Kofoid, Corey Day, Hank Davis, Tanner Carrick, your top 5. Slowly through turns 3 and 4, the RPMs begin to rise, and we're back underway. Seavey to the top, followed by Buddy Kofoid, opening the bottom and middle for Corey Day. Couldn't quite get it stuck that time by. He'll settle back into the 3rd spot as Tanner Carrick's got all sorts of company in the form of Hank Davis.
Davis doing a good job of rolling the bottom as the battle for the lead is back on out of turn number 2. Seavey with Kofoid. Kofoid messes up a little bit on the exit of the top side of 2. There's the big move in behind him. Carrick flashing in front of Davis to try to hold the 4th position. And now Day with a move to the low side of Kofoid for 2nd. Kofoid turns him away out of the corner.
Showing the nose is Corey Day, the youngster, learning this racecraft. It's a long 55 laps as here comes Tanner Carrick in that 98 machine. Also, don't look now, Dason Persley up inside the top 10 to 9th from 20th.
Man, Dason is flying around this racetrack to the point where he's going to be a factor if he can keep his nose clean coming through. You're watching 4th and 5th, Tanner Carrick and Hank Davis duking it out for position. There's your lead 2, Logan Seavey and Buddy Kofoid, as Kofoid's starting to build up steam once again.
Yeah, last time by the gap was 2 car lengths. This time by the gap is 0.4 of a second. So about an even gap between your top 2, and then it's a little bit of a ways back to Corey Day, and they're still going after it for 4th between Tanner Carrick and Hank Davis.
That's 7th, 8th, and 9th in your screen. Shane Golobic just took 8th away from Dason Persley, and he's working on 7th from Spencer Baston. Baston up ripping the lip, but down low, patient and smooth as Shane Golobic. For 4th, Davis around Carrick. Davis on the high side, Carrick back down low, slides through the corner, can't get there on Hank. Hank moves into 4th, he'll set sail for 3rd place, Corey Day.
Tanner Thorson waiting the wings on that deal as you see Hank Davis hike the front up. Here comes Thorson in that 6th spot, gonna follow Carrick around the top side, and then it's a little bit of about a 3-car length gap back to Spencer Baston, Shane Golobic, and Dason Persley all on your screen.
Golobic, the only car really down around the bottom of the racetrack right now, as most of the rest of the field is taken up to the high side, trying to push the cushion up. There's Golobic putting the move on Baston and putting him down another spot. Persley going to try to follow in and through. Baston goes to the bottom of 3 and 4 to block.
Starting to get a little bit of a gap between some of these drivers in the top 5, top 10 as Golobic fires one in there. Here comes Buddy Kofoid, another mounting attack here for the lead, here with 40 to go.
15 into this deal, and Logan Seavey pacing him, but Kofoid finding some rhythm. Gap stays about the same down the back straightaway. Kofoid carries some more speed into 3 and through the center of the corner, but messes up on corner entry, or corner exit, I should say, and Seavey will get away from him.
Who's going to get to lap traffic first? Right now, Logan Seavey can start to see the tail end of the field in his out the visor strip as they're about a half straightaway, and it's a full gaggle of cars. Here comes Dason Persley. Persley again started 20th, battling Thorson for 7th, and he's got it.
And he's following Shane Golobic through. Golobic's on a charge himself, up to 6th. Golobic's now gone to the high side of 3 and 4 to try to close the gap between himself and Tanner Carrick in the 5th position. You see Carrick just barely in the screen. Down to the bottom goes Persley on Golobic. Now Seavey had made a small change coming through the corner, and Kofoid rolling in.
Buddy Kofoid, thought about going to the bottom, has to go to the top. Yeah. Seavey slides himself, and that helps give him a gap going down the back straightaway. As Buddy Kofoid will go topside in 3 and 4 again, quickly approaching lap traffic.
20 laps.
These 2 pull away.
Seavey knew he'd made a back couple corners and needed to protect just in case. I'm sure he's watching the screen and knows that gap behind him to Buddy. So if you mess up, you know Buddy's going to have a run on you. You needed to protect and get going again.
Top 10 as you look at Carrick coming after Davis is Seavey, Kofoid, Day. Davis, Carrick, Golobic, Persley, Thorson, Baston, and Axum right now, with Jacinto being the guy on the first one out and starting to move his way forward.
Golobic starting to attack Tanner Carrick for that 5th spot. Golobic started 9th. He's kind of slow rolling the bottom side of the racetrack, and now Carrick takes the line away, forcing Golobic to the top.
We're just a little ways away from halfway here, Clinton.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the bottom side of 1 and 2 really clean off down there. We're seeing guys work it. We could see rubber before this one's all said and done.
if that's the case, who finds it first. But right now, we're watching Golubic trying to tackle and get around Tanner Carrick. Dason Persley waiting in the wings in 7th after starting 20th.
Carrick down low, Golubic up high, looking for some room as Seavey goes bouncing off the cushion up high in turn number 2, but maintains his gap over Buddy Kofoid and now into the back of the field. Lap traffic looms in the form of Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, Briscoe's going to just stick it on the bottom, leaving the lane up top easy peasy for Logan Seavey. As here comes Buddy Kofoid, he's going to try and attempt to at least poke his nose, see how off the cushion Kofoid is compared to Seavey.
Logan's going to be judging his speed off Briscoe right here. He just can't catch up to Chase Briscoe and sees that bottom side. These mistakes become more and more prominent. He's going to probably try to get in front of Briscoe here and jump to the bottom.
Inside 30 laps to go as they come off of turn number 4, halfway home.
Logan Seavey trying to get up and around Chase Briscoe. Looks like he's got him here at the apex of the corner. Now let's see if the strategy plays through. He'll stay up top for right now, but we'll see how quickly Logan looks to jump back down low, as now he's trying to close in. That's Cannon McIntosh looming ahead of him. Kofoid up and around Briscoe, and that's Corey Day in 3rd, starting to close in on the back of Buddy.
Corey's been doing a nice job just kind of biding his time, riding the cushion, hasn't made a lot of mistakes, and seeing what Buddy and Seavey are doing up ahead, and you're right, he's starting to close into the back end of Kofoid here. Top 3 completely gone from 4th place running Hank Davis.
Hank Davis is now having to deal with Dason Persley down on the bottom. Dason Persley, have a night, young man, as he works his way into 4th off the low side of the speedway. Persley now going to try to run down your top 3.
He's on the bottom in 1 and 2. Wonder if he found something down low as he continues now to pull away from Hank Davis.
30 laps in, guys, 25 to go. Kofoid after Seavey, and Seavey has now brought the car down in 1 and 2.
He feels it, guys. He's going to go to the bottom at 3 and 4 also. Buddy going to keep trying the high side. You got to try to make something happen.
Starting to get a very long ways away up there. And here's the tell, guys. Start to look at the right rear tire on Logan Seavey. Colors are changing on the rubber out there.
You see the grip he has coming off the corner, as well as Buddy Kofoid will go to the bottom in 3 and 4, but Seavey really starting to stretch it out as here comes Corey Day, still hammering the top, trying to get around Chase Briscoe. The lap car setting aside some Buddy Kofoid.
And now Kofoid's made the change, guys. He's gone down to the bottom of the 3 and 4 as well. So it's Day up top, hiking the wheel and trying to make something happen, rolling down off the top side, and now he's going to pull her down in turns 1 and 2 himself.
And the majority of the field starting to migrate to the bottom side of this racetrack, so Logan Seavey found it first. Has Cannon McIntosh up ahead, the gap this time by 1.5 seconds over Michael Buddy Kofoid.
This is a lot of laps in rubber, guys. You got to really take care of your stuff. It doesn't take long to burn off these tires. I know everyone's had them cut up really big all week long, so can't overheat them, can't blister them. Got to take care of your stuff. We still got 19 to go.
It's a much harder compound now. It's the SP3 instead of the RD12 or the SP2, which you had seen before. Your race leader, Logan Seavey, going to tuck it in, and it's race management mode now for Seavey.
Harder tire means more friction. It doesn't roll into the racetrack as much. It scrubs more, so it's going to wear off faster even than the softer tire. Get heat, burn into the racetrack.
Still Seavey, Kofoid, Corey Day, Dason Persley in 4th, pulling away from Hank Davis, who rounds out your top 5. As you can see, everyone just tiptoeing around the bottom side of this racetrack. There's a look at Dason Persley trying to catch up to Corey Day. Then the gap back to Davis, Golubic, Thorson, and Spencer Baston there in 8th.
Carrick is 9, Axum is 10. Only one car a lap down at this point in time, and that's Chase Briscoe amongst the cars that are still running out there.
It's absolutely chaotic racing right now. Guys, Buddy Kofoid's really backed his pace down. I wonder if he's just gone in full conservation mode, just hoping Logan burns his stuff off or have a late race yellow, and he's going to have something a little bit more left than Logan does.
Carrick got underneath Baston, moved him out of the way as we're down to 14 laps to go. Kofoid has led them all so far. He had lost the lead for the blink of an eye on a yellow flag that did not hold up. And now you take a look from the overhead view of Seavey coming into the back of the line in front of him.
Yeah, you can see the color on that right rear tire. Just look how easy he has to get into the corner. Trying not to, oh, we got one around, and that's Cannon McIntosh right in front of your leader, and that'll bring out the caution. So a long green flag run, and it's just 12 laps to go.
So McIntosh around, who was running in the 18th position, shuffle him to the back of the field. It'll be clean up front for a little while here, as Logan Seavey has led 1 through 42, and he will lead them on the restart coming to it. Kofoid 2nd, Day 3rd, Pursley 4, Davis 5, Golubic, Thorson, Carrick, Baston, and Axum 1 through 10.
So, Clinton, if you're somebody like a Corey Day, Dason Pursley, Hank Davis, and on back, I mean, what options do you have at this point?
You don't. You just try to ride around. You try to, you just have to manage your stuff just like we saw Buddy back his pace off. He's trying to save to hopefully have a little bit more. And then if you want to do something, you're going to get aggressive with your front bumper. You're not going to be able to drive out around somebody. You're not going to be able to do, anything major. Get a look there. That's Hunter Brady giving signals to Logan Seavey. And Cannon McIntosh headed up the ramp.
We saw it last year. It got abrasive, probably about 15 laps to go. Logan found it before Thorson did, and Thorson didn't rough him up. And they talked about that in Victory Lane. You wonder about the mentality in behind Logan this time. It's Buddy Kofoid and Corey Day who are going to be the two cars that are stacked in there.
I know between Buddy and Logan, there's a lot of mutual respect there. Two kids that both grown up in California, racing against each other, and made the same migration out to Indiana. But we're talking about a golden driller.
We are.
And right now it's an all-California top 3 as well with Corey Day in the mix. And so you've got youth and experience. You've got an absolute legend in this building in Logan Seavey and all of his accomplishments in his career.
You look at it, the real wild cards are Pursley, who's come through the D main with absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And Davis, the guy who now feels like he is owed a seat at the table. He has earned that thing. Does he do something wild to try to pick up a few more cars?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Pursley, you're playing with house money at this point, but I know he wants to be there in contention at the end. So lights are out. Coming back to green, 13 to go. Seavey, Kofoid, Day, and Pursley, we're back underway.
Very subtle, tame start there for Logan Seavey. Didn't let the car get out from under him. Just going to try to hit his marks. Coming up for 12
Tanner
laps.
Thorson around. He got into the back of Golubic. And your 2022 Chili Bowl champion sits stagnant in turn 3.
Can see Tanner not happy with himself inside the cockpit of that car, and they are calling for a hook.
Yeah, the right rear is down.
Ryan Ward reporting the right rear tire is down on the 88 machine of Tanner Thorson. As we look at the IBOC instant replay, you'll see it coming into view from the right side of your screen. Thorson trying to get up underneath of Shane Golubic.
Yep.
Not a lot of real estate to work with.
So move Thorson out, who was 7th. Shuffle everybody up a spot behind him. Thorson motioning. He wants that push vehicle in behind him as quick as he can go. They got a new right rear for him in the work area here, Clinton. He would be the first one to have a new right rear on, depending on how much more aggressive this gets.
Yeah.
And that's not a terrible position to be in.
No, not at all.
I mean, you're relying on a lot of bad luck for other people, but we've seen Kings Royals one like that.
Well, Brian Ward's going to have a front row view of this right rear tire change as here comes Tanner Thorson. He's blowing right by the crew.
Yeah, I don't know if his brakes didn't work. If he just said, nope, I'm done. He just blew right up the ramp and comes to a stop.
I think that's a screw it. I'm over it. Does just have a puncture there. We get a look at these guys' right rears. It's hard to tell. But I do know when we were running around here around the top side, Buddy Kofoid was running quite a bit harder than Logan was, and that's going to be a little bit more wear on your tire. And Buddy did back his pace off. When your tire starts to get really, really bald in these rubber races, it'll start to vibrate and shake, and you'll think the entire car's falling apart. It's just your tire chattering. When you feel that, you're in bad shape. You don't really know what you got. But
well, you look at them. None of them are even gassing it up under these yellow flag laps. They are literally just idling. There's no clear it out. There's no spin the tire. There's nothing. Everybody knows what situation we're in here and what they're going to have to do to bring it home. Lights out, guys. Seavey, 13 to go. Settle down gentle into turn number 1. Seavey trying to get away down the back straightaway. Chasing him is Kofoid, Day, Pursley, and Davis. As in line we go. Got the lap complete. It's 12 laps left. Don't see anybody really stepping out of line anywhere in and through the field.
Logan definitely running his car a little bit straighter than Buddy is. steers it nice and easy into the corner. Little left-hand steer. Buddy slips it.
Logan pushed a little bit at corner exit there, but just a bit. Got to be careful if Kofoid closes in. A little slip like that would be enough if Buddy got physical.
That push will go away a little bit here as we build up air pressure. The not spinning your tires underneath yellow, that'll drop your air pressure a pound or two while we're rolling around. As we get racing here, you get heat back in your tire and build your air pressures back up.
Seems like the speeds pick up a little bit as well. As you can see, lap times dropping. CV, Kofoid, Day, Pursley, and Davis. As Kofoid closing in again on CV, but again, it's about not making mistakes here and staying in the abrasive patch around the racetrack.
Buddy knows there's only just over a handful of laps to go. If you're going to push, it's time to push. And I'd have to imagine Buddy didn't show up here to run second. He's just going to run this thing into the ground if he can. If it's going to give him a shot at winning.
This time around, it's going to be 5 laps to go. 5 fingers in the air for Logan Seavey. Trying to wheel the 39 to back-to-back Chili Bowl victories. Buddy Kofoid starting to become on the tack mode here. You start to see him pushing just a little bit that last time by.
The screen's going to be on these guys the entire time, and you know Logan's going to peek left, right there. Take a look, see the gap. He's going to manage that. We talk about how good Logan can manage dirt races in a midget, in a sprint car. Well, he's a Silver Crown champion. He knows how to manage these long races with rubber, tires, everything else. He's got to manage it for 3 more laps.
Now remember, peaking a few years ago, caught Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell got him in that process. You still got to focus on what's in front of you if you're Logan Seavey, and that's making good corners as we're down to 2 laps left.
He's looking at the screen. He saw Buddy closer right there.
Back straightaway to the white flag. Final time around, this time by for Logan Seavey as he rolls into corner number 1. Kofoid close enough, but not there. Back straight away for the final time, into 3, and out of corner number 4, 2-time Chili Bowl champion Logan Seavey. Buddy Kofoid second, and Corey Day third.
What a run for Kevin and Jordan Swindell, Logan Seavey, the entire team, as competitors give the thumbs up to Logan Seavey, a 2-time Chili Bowl champion. A lot of questions coming into today, or coming into this week. Would they have the same momentum? Would they have the same speed with a new right rear tire? We figured that out pretty quick on Monday night. Didn't matter what kind of racetrack we've had over the course of the week, whether it was Monday night's Race of Champions, Friday night's preliminary event, and of course tonight, Logan Seavey is starting to get on a roll in this building that's awfully familiar of the guy who now wrenches on his car, Kevin Swindell.
4 times as a driver, now 2 times as a car owner.
That's a sweep, huh, guys?
Full sweep.
Race of Champions prelim night and main event, led every lap of the main event tonight.
Buddy Kofoid's going to play this over in his head. You know, what happens if that first start goes when he gets the jump?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Logan Seavey, Chili Bowl champion 2024. That's going to be so special for those guys.
Comes off his USAC National Midget Champion. What a way to kickstart the 2024 season for Logan Seavey as he salutes the Rowdies in turn 2. The crew over there in turn number 3, he's headed right toward their direction. And just like a year ago, it's a party with Swindell Speed Lab.
Guys, I'm honestly not sure what we're doing. We got race cars still just rolling around the racetrack. And
Matt Ward is giving instructions to Logan and walking away from the race car here.
Car's now pulling off the racetrack.
Remember, post-race, we have been doing some pretty extensive tech work.
yeah, nobody to the infield tonight. Just, I don't know why we took 10 minutes to get the cars off the track.
Now the signal's been given to allow the crew and all of the media to the race car as Logan Seavey will celebrate back-to-back Chili Bowl national titles to Logan Seavey.
What a scene over in turn number 3, huh? Took a second to get there, pulls off the hybrid like the ripping open of the Superman vest. Toss one in the air and begin the celebration for the driver from Sutter.
Don't forget, a majority of this week he was not feeling well. Food poisoning, could not keep any food down going into his prelim night. Said it didn't matter, he's here to race. Bet she's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah. Hard to beat this feeling.
Congratulations all over the place. I'm sure they're yelling at him to get down into victory lane and make his way forward as, oh, shoes untied. He's just going to toss the shoes into the car.
He's pulling off his sock. Oh, boy.
I wonder why.
Did he keep a lucky coin in there or something?
Weird place to have a lucky rabbit's foot.
Yeah.
Who knows? And you can see all of the camera crew inside there that I'm sure they're yelling at him, hey, victory lane, go, go. Making their way through. I'm honestly not sure what the heck is going on here and why he's taking shoes off or why we haven't gotten him moving through yet and in and forward.
I honestly, I think his ankle.
Hot.
Yeah, he was saying he was hot. They put, that's Devin Rouse there with K1 race gear that put some water on his foot.
Sure, let's stop and take a selfie. No big.
Why not?
That's Todd Bertrand taking a selfie there.
To the victors go the spoils.
Yeah, Todd and that Bertrand Motorsports group's been instrumental teaming up with Kevin and Jordan, putting this opportunity together. And now Logan Seavey will make the trip down to victory lane where we'll get to hear the thoughts from now a two-time Chili Bowl champion.
Blake Anderson waiting on him down there. We'll try to pick off third and second for you guys as well as still working on the feet, unfortunately.
We can't go on stage barefoot.
Well, you know, just photograph him from the waist up. No big. Six incredible days of racing sewn up here. Look at the time, guys.
How about that?
Earliest we have been checkered flagged on a Saturday night in a very long time.
9:45 local times. There'll be a lot of opportunities for folks to stick around and walk the pit area and just soak in the last of Chili Bowl 2024 as Logan Seavey has made his way to the stage and still trying to get the shoe back on. And we'll go ahead and send it downstairs. Blake Anderson standing by with Logan Seavey.
Absolutely exhausted in victory lane. And Logan Seavey, a two-time Chili Bowl champion. And Logan, the week you've had. Battling illness here this week and absolutely exhausted. Did you think this was possible just 3 days ago? I mean, when you were mentioning you haven't eaten, you're not sleeping, trying to get over this sickness?
Yeah, you don't really have a choice. It's a Chili Bowl, and you got to do what you can to perform. And, man, just can't say enough about what these guys do for me and giving me cars that can come here and win the biggest race of the year. So, yeah, felt a lot better today after last night. I got a little bit of sleep and was finally able to put some food down, which was, I knew all I needed was to get some food in me. And I felt great all day. So, a little props to Gordy. He actually brought me some good stuff to eat that was going to be a little bit easier on me, and Gordy Gundaker that is. So he really saved me yesterday, and man, just like I said, can't be happier to be here. This is the biggest race of my life, and now to win it twice is unbelievable.
To do it for Kevin and Jordan Swindell, who put this team together for one purpose. That made it together for one purpose, to win this race. How special is that?
Yeah, that's right. You know, we've only ran it a couple times, and won every time we've been over here. So that's awesome. You know, that's what he did. That's why he built this car, is to come here and win this race, and to be the one doing it for him is so much fun. And I just keep saying it. I have so much fun racing with him, and it's just so easy to work with, and just always has my back and believes in me. Even when I ran a bad race yesterday in my qualifier, you know, he just kind of laughed and said, you know, we can win from 7th, no big deal. And I felt the same way. And like I said, we're just on the same page, and you have to be on the same page to win these big races. So, man, I could not be happier right now. This is unbelievable.
How big of a weight lifted off your shoulders was it early in the race? Buddy gets by you, and the yellow flag flies, and you get to press the reset button.
Yeah, that was obviously probably saved my whole race. I wasn't super. I knew we were going to get up quick, even after that first start where he got in front of me. I knew we had to get up quick, and even that one lap, it just slicked the bottom off enough for him to where I could get a little run through the middle on the start and go by him. And then I was working my way up. I could tell he had committed a little quicker than I did and got a big run and slid me. And yeah, I don't know. I really didn't think I was getting that one back. I don't know if it had to do with this transponder falling off or what it was. I did not think that one was coming back to me, and they put me back ahead of them. So just caught a huge break. You know, it takes a couple of breaks sometimes to win these things, and that one was probably the winner for me. And then, man, that curb got really, really big, and I started stalling out in traffic, but I knew if I moved down too early, Buddy can pound it and probably make some hero laps when he needs to go around me. So I stayed up as long as I could, put a lap car or two between us, and then I kind of got down to protect, and I started having a little bit of fuel issues, and my throttle was kind of hanging up. I think it was leaning itself down, and I was just trying to not miss the bottom there. And man, I feel like, you know, there was a couple spots last year in the race where I almost missed it and gave it to Tanner. But man, once you kind of get settled down and roll around the bottom, you can kind of peek at the screen. And I seen with 2 or 3 to go, he kind of made a little charge, and then I really focused in and tried to pick up my pace a little bit. But man, it's just so important to get up on the berm and grab that rubber. So hate that both of my wins here in the freaking rubber. You know, I want to win this race, racing for it and ripping the top and racing hard. And man, yeah, I don't like rubber racing, but you know, 2 of these, I'm not going to complain.
As I always say, the bank doesn't know, right? How tough is it to conserve that right rear, but also keep the pace high enough that it doesn't open a door for Buddy Kofoid there to make a move to potentially get to that top spot?
Yeah, I knew, you know, I've raced these tires a lot, and I've raced in the rubber a few times, and I knew, you know, I don't know when it took rubber closer to lap 30 this year, and 25 or 30 in the rubber is not gonna be enough to hurt these things. They're obviously a lot harder. We've been talking about it all week, and I wasn't too worried about conserving. Really just trying to make sure I could keep it gripped up and stuck, so I could keep my pace up. You know, if his stuff was really good and you know, he could get a little run. I was spinning a little bit, so I was a little nervous, honestly. I didn't feel super good down there. Similar to last year, I think. You know, we kind of planned for our car to get up there and pound the curb, and actually broke a pretty important shock adjuster that I could have used there at the end. That we even talked about that I struggled with last year. I didn't get on it, and I went to grab it, and it actually broke. So kind of had to just settle in and not miss the bottom, and yeah, just focus on hitting the line rather than trying to make my car better.
Logan Seavey, 2-time Chili Bowl champion. How's that sound?
Unbelievable, man. This is like I keep saying, this is the coolest race in the world. Thank you guys for coming out. It wouldn't be cool if this place wasn't packed and the fans weren't going crazy. So, man, keep coming back. Bring your friends. Bring everybody you know. And, man, 2-time, we'll come back again and try again.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Blake.
How about it for Logan Seavey?
All right, guys, I'm here with tonight's third place finisher, Corey Day, and I know you would want a couple more spots better, but let's really look at your week. You were able to get a prelim night on Wednesday. You still are on the podium tonight for one of the biggest midget races of all year. How are the emotions right now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to think. Yeah, it's just really cool, and I'm just proud of Willie and proud of Cole and Drew and, you know, Cole Kane at home, and, you know, thanks to Bob Worth for giving us, you know, a good engine that, you know, no one can really think that it can compete, and cool to come out here and show they can. And, you know, big thanks to Phil Durst and Maxima USA and just everyone on this thing and that's supporting us. And yeah, like you said, I got the flu, so not at my best, but you know, still cool to be able to run third at a big show like this.
Yeah, you say you just got diagnosed with the flu on Thursday after your big prelim night, and what did you need more out of this car to really keep pace with the leaders for this one?
I'm not really sure. I think, you know, those two kind of started messing up there right before everyone went down to the rubber at the bottom, and I was just kind of I was kind of being, meticulous, and I knew they'd start running harder and messing up because it just kept getting bigger, and I was just trying to make sure I didn't, make mistakes like they started doing, and then as soon as they did, everyone moved to the bottom. So I think I needed to stay around the top for the rest of that race, maybe get the lap traffic and, spice things up a little bit, but, still proud of our team.
Were you kind of surprised that the track did take rubber with about 10, 13 laps to go? I mean, all week the track has been juiced up. We've been having, 3-foot-high curbs around this place. Are you kind of surprised that it took rubber?
Honestly, not really. We ran the bottom the first 5 laps, or maybe not even 5 laps, and it was already blown off. So I knew it was definitely going to slick off, and, I was hoping it didn't end up taking that hard of rubber, but, that's where the lap cars were because, the curb was so big, and, it was bound to happen. But, still hats off to the track crew for, keeping a good track under us drivers for, 6 days now. So, hats off to them, the whole Chili Bowl staff, the whole FloRacing staff, just, everyone that puts this event on. It's a cool deal. Glad to have some success here.
Congratulations on a fine third-place finish.
Thank you.
Guys, that's Corey Day finishing third here this evening.
He'll be a force to be reckoned with, I think, in this building for some years to come.
Coming out party for him over the past calendar year and change for Corey Day. Congratulations. Small correction we need to make. Tim Bertrand, the engine provider and car owner on the motor for the CV team. He has teamed up with Kevin Swindell to do that. So Tim, not Todd, sorry. Got it right, though, in the end.
Yeah.
That's what matters. Logan Seavey, going to be a party for him tonight. And guys, I know lots going to be talked about this race, about how it went down, especially over the final 25, 30 laps of this thing. But over the first few of them, what matters is that Seavey got ahead of Kofoid and got to set that pace and got to be the first guy to it when it came in, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. Smart race car drivers know kind of when those kind of situations develop, and one of the best to do it, Logan Seavey, was the first to recognize that. And, you heard Corey Day kind of talk about the fact that even 5 laps into this race, the bottom kind of blew off. So there was already some telltale signs early on before even the rubber came into play. But again, hats off to Logan Seavey for just recognizing that, running a smart race. And, he's going to join Kevin Swindell's car owner, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Enrico Abro is the only drivers to go back-to-back in Chili Bowl history. So pretty cool stat. Let's go to Chris Moore here with our second-place interview.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here with our runner-up, Buddy Kofoid. Buddy, Logan talked about it after the race. Felt like he kind of caught a big break on that lap 4 yellow when he got the lead back. Do you feel like that was maybe the difference in the race?
It's hard to say. I would say yes and no. I would say yes because, like I said, I thought I completed the lap and completed a lap and then came around, and then the yellow flew right before that lap, so I thought we completed a whole lap as I was a leader, and then they said my transponder wasn't working, so I was a little confused about that. I guess it just wasn't meant to be, but also, when you're the leader, also when it goes from running the cushion to taking rubber on the bottom, it is hard to gauge, when that's happening, so I'd say yes and no because, you never know what's going to happen or if you find the rubber or not, hypothetically, so. But no, just happy to, be up here. Last year was tough for me and not as positive for me personally. But like I said, happy to be back here and can't thank Keith Coons Motorsports guys enough for giving me an opportunity to come back and keep doing this. So without them and Mobile One and Toyota, I wouldn't be able to do this.
At points in that race, before the rubber came, you were catching him, you'd close in, and then it would seem like he either put together a couple good laps and get away, or you'd maybe bobble on the cushion a little bit. Do you feel like if the rubber didn't happen, there would have been a point in the race where you could have had a good shot at him?
I'd like to think so. My car felt really good, especially for having to back down to his pace, and being in his dirty air, if you will. I felt like our car, and I thought got through the cushion a little bit better than him, but just such a fine line of hitting it perfect and then stumbling. And I feel like, if he'd stumble, I'd get to him, and then, or I would stumble, and then if I stumbled, he'd get away, and then I feel like I could close that gap again and get back to him, but it just wasn't meant to be. And like I said, traffic made it tough, and then it took rubber, and I knew right there it was probably going to be over.
I know that I saw you sit in the car for a while after the race. You seemed pretty dejected, but for 365 days, the talk of midget racing has been Logan Seavey. You were the guy right there in the ballpark with him. Do you feel like, does that give you any kind of little bit of satisfaction to know that the guy who's maybe the best midget racer in the world at this point, you hung right with him for 55 laps?
Yeah, I mean, Logan's been racing midgets and everything all year, and I've only done it 8 or 10 times now. And, you know, it used to be full-time and got to race with Logan a lot when I was full-time. So Logan's one of the best, and I said it earlier, he's one of my best friends. So happy to see that for him, but still bittersweet with how it went down and how I thought maybe in my head should have been, but, you know, I could be wrong. But just like I said, just wasn't meant to be, and I know we got speed, and you know, I'm confident in those guys and confident in myself. Like I said, I've been super positive and like no nerves, no anxious, just ready to go, and I feel like that's huge here as far as having a strong mental.
Congrats on a great week, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, guys. Another week, another Chili Bowl, another so close for Buddy Kofoid, but a great run nonetheless for that young man.
A career best effort here at the Chili Bowl for Buddy Kofoid. Finished 4th in 2022, a top 10 in 2020, his other 2 Chili Bowl A-main starts. So second, he's trending upward, Caleb Hart.
He is, and we've seen this across open wheel racing a lot of times. Sometimes you got to get beat a few times, and you got to get beat in heartbreaking fashion before you can win the big one. I think Donnie Schatz in Knoxville a lot when I see that happen. And I'll tell you what, we get more Buddy Kofoid in this building, and you know the motivation factor is going to be extra high for him to get one spot better as far as future runs go. And, you know, frankly, he's still very young. We forget the fact that Buddy started at age 12 is when we first started hearing him about running Dan Simpson's sprint car out in California. So that makes him a seasoned veteran while still a young man who's going to have a lot of time here at the Expo if he wants it. He could pile up a ton of drillers before this is done. Guys, let's look back at today from 9 a.m. Central Standard Time up until now, where Logan Seavey ends up taking the big trophy. It was an early morning for you guys, and quite a bit happened.
Yeah, a lot happened. We saw some bizarre things, some insane flips as well. As you take a look back at some of the action in our lower mains, 415 green flag laps over the course of over 12 hours of action inside this building, and we were not for lack of action, that's for sure. Clinton Boyles, we've seen it all at this point. We saw tires flipping through the fence and some shredded up race cars.
Saw a lot of great racing go along with it. I mean, the run by Dason Pursley is pretty incredible, and I'm sure we'll get more on that as time goes on and people kind of realize, you know, what he did and how hard that was. And part of you has to wonder a little bit, if that doesn't rubber up, where does Dason land? Because, I mean, he drove that thing all the way up to 4th before the rubber, and still would have had 25 laps to go. So get a look at further throughout the day, just all the tumbles. And here's Spencer Basin in the pole shuffle. Created a lot of controversy up at the top, trying to get that thing fixed. Hard work for his guys.
Then it started to get pretty intense when we started to get to our evening program in the C and B mains, including this battle for what they thought was a transfer spot. They both were in the B, and Cannon McIntosh says, excuse me, coming through Team S, slide or die.
It's big-time auto racing.
Yeah, you'll get that sometimes, that's for sure. Then we get to the A main, and lap 1, trouble for Michael Pickens. And that Apicus Racing group, speed shot, just showing early on the cushion just getting pounded. Yeah, it got absolutely destroyed. I mean, you can't see the race up, and finally somebody took it out. But at the end of the day, it went to the bottom of the racetrack. Tanner Thorson tried to make something happen, running inside the top 10. It would be or not. As you check out the final laps, Logan Seavey holding off Buddy Kofoid for his 2nd straight Chili Bowl championship.
We haven't given a full field rundown since we got to this, so Logan Seavey, Buddy Kofoid, Corey Day, Dason Pursley, and Hank Davis, your top 5. Shane Golobic, Tanner Carrick, Spencer Baston, Michael Facito, and Jake Swanson end up your top 10. Emerson Axum, Ryan Timms, Chase Johnson, Cale Drake, and Kobe Copeland through 15. Then Briggs Danner, 16, Andrew Felker, Carter Sarf, Tanner Thorson, and Cannon McIntosh, Chase Briscoe, Cameron Key, Steven Snyder Jr., Michael Pickens, unofficially 1 through 24. Your Rookie of the Year, Cale Drake, ends up 14th in the A-Main. Heck of a debut for him. Guys in the infield, you have had a long bunch of weeks, this week on top of it. From us in the booth to you, kudos, hat shakes, well done. Your final thoughts as we leave Tulsa for the year.
Well, kudos to you guys in the booth as well. A phenomenal job. As always, what a day, what a week, what a life we get to live to come be here at the Chili Bowl. Just a phenomenal week. I've fallen in love with this event. You guys, phenomenal to work with. The guys in the booth, all the guys behind the camera and everybody in the production trailer, just a phenomenal job. It's hard work as we put into 2 weeks. We have a lot of fun while doing it. Logan Seavey deserves all the attention, all the praise in the world. My heart breaks for Buddy Kofoid, though. I firmly believe this was the year. He had the race car, he had the mentality, he had all the skill, and the race just didn't fall his way. Twice he took the lead, and the yellow came out and took it away from him. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you have to live with it. Buddy will. I'm sure he'll come back stronger. He's going to have a great season in the World of Outlaws, but I'm sure he's going to think about this one for a long time. But again, congrats to Logan Seavey. He earned it. He deserved it. He's the man in this building right now.
Yeah, Chris, and I second your sentiments there to the entire production staff and everyone behind the camera, my buddies right here and everyone else. You know, it's a long 2 weeks that we put in this building, and it's well worth it at the end of the day. And the storylines were plentiful here this week. When we came into this building, we knew about a new tire compound. Then we were learning throughout the week about possible traction control, receivers, and smartwatches, right? So plenty of stories, and no matter what, the cream always rises to the top, right? And I even said in the beginning of the week, I said, don't sleep on CV going back to back. And that's exactly what he did, and that car is hooked up when it comes right into this building, Brian.
He did. He did a fantastic job, got to the front row and ran away with it, just what many expected him to do. Even with the pressure of going back-to-back. And so he did a fantastic job. I just love every night this week. The racing was phenomenal. The action, the drivers that came through the field, just so many. You talked about all the storylines we were talking about with the different things going on with the cars, but just the drivers in the seats, so much talent. And I just feel honored to be able to be right here in the presence of it and watch it and just think about in 30, 40 years, we can look back and remember when CV went back-to-back. Do you remember all the guys in that field?
Yeah, for sure. Great job by Logan Seavey, Kevin and Jordan Swindell, and everybody with that team. They obviously have a great operation, maybe the operation to beat in this building right now. It's impressive for sure. You know what? We all love this event so much. From the moment you walk in the building for practice, the energy, the butterflies, the intensity, and the atmosphere is really unlike anything else in motorsports. So it's a blast to cover. You know, I know all 7 of us do different things throughout the regular season, so I hope everybody has a good 2024. But we will meet again because, guys, the legend of the Chili Bowl lives on.
Guys, what do you think? Chris Wellner, long few weeks.
It has been, but it's been an incredible few weeks, and those guys summed it up perfectly, so I won't, have to echo everything that they've said, but I totally agree. It's just one of those deals that you never know what you're going to get when you come to Chili Bowl, and they hit on a lot of the storylines. Don't forget, we had Kyle Larson in this building on Thursday.
We did.
It's amazing all that's gone on this week. Sometimes it almost went over our heads a little bit, but the fact that we had Kyle show up, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. show up as well, creating storylines. But I'm just grateful for all the folks in this building for, letting us be a part of their Chili Bowl experience as well. There's a lot that goes on back in the pit area, and as somebody that's been on both sides of the thing, the situation here in the broadcast, those guys allowing us to go in their pits, figure out what's going on, tell the stories, even from some way back in Peasants Row, back by the garage. I mean, it's been cool to learn about everyone's stories here in the building, not just the ones that we get to see here tonight in the 55-lapper. So kudos to all the racers and the teams here in the building.
Clint and I can speak for Chris when I say I'm super thankful. You got to hang out with us the whole evening show here. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, super cool. Not where I wanted to be. But no, I love, being here with you guys. Thank you guys for welcoming me in. Shootout, Chili Bowl, all of it. It's pretty special. Thank you to all of our crew guys here, our camera operators, everyone at Flo that welcomes me in, and all of you guys watching along. It means a lot how welcoming you guys are to me, and I look forward to being back next year.
Guys, this is a gigantic family for the first time we take the air in the Tulsa Shootout all the way through the checkered flag of this whole deal, and we would be lax to give name recognition to all those guys who are part of the crew. The 7 guys in the trailer, Will on sound, the 2 Tylers and Kyler, Kane, Cruz. I'm forgetting somebody. It's going to bite me. I'm going to come out and find it.
Dan Parisi.
Dan, the producer,
McCann.
man. Love him to death. Absolutely. Up top, Jeff Christensen, Dean Mills, Column over in the corner, Daryl up top, and Chase down in the infield. All the guest announcers and all the talent that we had come in over the course of the week with us as well. Tyler Courtney came in, Kevin Thomas Jr., Dylan Welch. Got to thank Nate, by the way. That was the camera guy I was forgetting. Darn it. Thank you, Nate. And the driver segment that came in with T-Mez and Chris Wyndham. And then, of course, our 4 guys down in the infield, Chris Moore, Brian Ward, Connor Wade, and Earl Hoon. And you 2 guys. Thanks for being part of the family and lifting me up over these couple of weeks. I appreciate you. You guys have no idea how much I truly do. And to all of you at home, thank you for welcoming us in for like 100 hours of broadcasting and some of the greatest racing in the world. That's going to do it from Tulsa for 2024, at least the winner of. We'll see you for the Tulsa Shootout coming up December 30th. Mark your calendars. It's a long ways away. On behalf of the entire production, the staff and management of FloRacing, and of course, everybody here at the Expo Raceway, thank you so much for being part of Chili Bowl 2024. My name is Caleb Hart. So long from Tulsa, Oklahoma, where Logan Seavey wins Chili Bowl 2024 here on FloRacing, brought to you by NOS Energy Drink. Good night, everybody.